Hello,
Hello.
everyone. Shocking that it is me in the driver's seat on the Showcast stream. That has never happened. I've never been asked to drive the car. So, I got the keys to the car. We are in trouble. We are in danger. Okay.
It's not good. I also don't think it's ever just been the two of us starting out a stream.
Right. Like
this is new stuff.
The two people that are the least qualified to run the Showcast are here. We're driving the car.
Yeah, we're usually in the passenger princess seat. We show up. The others know what the hell we're doing. We do it.
So this is going to be an interesting Showcast. We're very early today, and the reason why is we have two special guests actually, but one special guest that's the reason why we're early. So if you're watching from Actual Fandom, Organized Chaos, or Shill Clips, my name is Eric from Eric Debunks, even though this is Eric Poole because I'm representing for Deadpool right now, and obviously Turf Nation in the house. So good to see everybody. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but let's bring up our first guest for the day before we bring up our special guest that's never been on the stream. We have Edgier Than Thou in the house. Good to see you.
Good to see y'all as well.
Yeah, we were discussing before like how chaotic everything is at the moment. It actually is organized chaos at the moment, which is wild. Bob will be here. We know Bob is coming in because he said he's gonna be running late. Dane, I hope you're okay. We have no idea what's going on with Dane right now, so
hopefully everything's good.
All right, our very special guest our very special guest is someone that you guys have probably been hearing about the last few days over on Twitter/X. I refuse to just call it X still to this day.
I call it Twitter.
X, formerly Twitter.
Yeah.
Bro doesn't bro dad names his own child. I'm gonna name his app. For calling out what we have been discussing for quite a while now, and I'm glad to see that other people are sort of speaking out about this and gaining some traction and proving that these folks can get triggered very easily. They very easily get triggered. So we're going to bring up our special guest. I'm actually literally meeting this person right now for the first time. We've never had a chance to talk. So I'm very excited to talk to this person. Grayson from
Hello. What's up?
Grayson. How are you today?
I've actually been up since 7 a.m. and working, so I'm pretty beat. I did make myself a coffee, but I'm ready to go. I talked to my partner. She was like coaching me. She's very smart. She knows what's good. So
is this your first live stream ever on YouTube?
It is my first live stream on YouTube, but like I've been on the radio. I've done a lot of public speaking.
Okay.
That's good. This isn't new to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Very cool.
Well, we're glad that your first ever live stream is one that is very well prepared and very well structured.
We're ready to go.
I know.
I just have a real quick question. Where in the world are you?
Like country or
yes?
I'm in Canada. I'm Canadian. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yes.
Yeah. Despite what they are saying about me,
you're a raging leftist from America.
I am an anti-American, is what they're saying.
And so I'm pretty excited about this because I've seen your post on Twitter previously, because people would comment, exactly. But this one really lit a fire under these guys.
You know what? I don't know why.
Yeah.
This isn't the first time. It's not. If you scroll pretty far down, like 2-3 months ago, I've had tweets like blow up about specifically Nerdrotic.
Mm-hmm.
Like I didn't just wake up one day, discover Nerdrotic, and decide, oh fuck this guy. Like that's not what I did.
Right.
I've been discussing Nerdrotic on my Twitter for quite some time now. So I don't know why this is the one.
So do you have any theories?
It's probably because I balled out. Like I really went for it because as you go down the thread, like I was saying, you can slowly see me getting more frustrated because I'm researching this channel and like looking at actually watching his videos and slowly becoming like, holy fucking shit, like what is this guy doing? which obviously we'll get into.
It's really interesting. In the beginning, it more has that like oh look at this loser, and then by the end you're like, okay, this is like annoying. You know, this is we need
It's
to make
it's beyond annoying.
It's like dangerous.
To me, it's a problem and it's dangerous.
Yeah. And I really liked. I mean, because I read your thread when I first saw it because it blew up and everything before we even knew that you would be coming on the show, and I was just like, hell yeah! I loved seeing more and more people realizing the bullshit that these people spew out.
Yeah. I would like to say, and I did discuss this with you guys in that group chat, that I did want to open this by saying that what's happening right now in the UK is horrendous. It's awful. But it is a perfect example at the worst case scenario as to what happens when this type of rhetoric is radicalized.
Oh, absolutely.
By misinformation. Like this type of thing, it's not like all of those people weren't online, you know, hearing somebody make, you know, small remarks about Muslim people, small little jokes here and there that everybody's like, oh, that's not a big deal. And then all of a sudden a tragedy happens. Something horrible happens. Awful. And then somebody gets online and they say, well, that was a Muslim person. And they're wrong. And hundreds of people flood the streets and burn mosques and beat people. And that's what we're seeing right now. And that's the concern here. And that's that I don't want to sound too angry, but I am.
No, I get it.
I'm upset because that is the concern. You go out, you plant seeds, and then something bad happens. Somebody spreads misinformation, and then that causes radicalization. And people get hurt. It's dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bunch of straws on the camel's back, right? Like you have all of these different people seeing varying amounts of success that all just kind of like feed into it a little bit. And the longer you get, you know, the more and more people in there, the larger the group, the more likely something bad is going to happen.
Yeah, I do want to say that I'm not saying that Nerdrotic caused the UK riots, because that is what they will take from that.
But see, that's what they would do. That would be their spin on it. Would be that, like, because I've said this before, specifically about channels like Young Ripa, Eric July, things like that, and they're always like, "Oh, they're responsible for all of these things," and it's like, no, you have to go to an absurd place to justify that response, because that's not what we're saying.
I don't think that. What I think is that, and I'm pretty sure this is already proven, that they have been part of a source that somebody used that caused a potential tragedy.
Yeah.
You know, like, didn't somebody last year go and try to beat somebody to death with a hammer, and they went on their socials and they were following these guys? Am I making that up? I don't want to be making that up. It was like a politician.
I don't know. Are you talking about the Pelosi attack?
Yes, that is what I'm talking about.
Was it the? I didn't. Okay. Because I was going to say that, like, one thing, like one addendum to that, because I don't know the specifics of the guy who attacked Pelosi or who he was following or whatever. I would just comment on the fact that back when there was a mosque shooting, I think in Australia, and Ben Shapiro was one of the people that was followed and liked by the shooter and stuff. And he came out and was all like, I don't understand why someone seeing my tweets has anything to do with this violence or whatever. And then the second that the Trump stuff happened, right, they immediately switched around on that. And all of a sudden it was the violent rhetoric of the left is what's causing all of this. I feel like that's one of the things that people are going to like if people watch this stream or reply to it or whatever, they're going to be like, oh, so you're saying that just because someone's following this guy, and it's like, no, it's a pattern, right? It's not.
It's not about these people specifically going onto their platform and saying, you need to do this. It's about them planting these seeds that, you know, slowly radicalize these people into thinking like, oh no, this is fucked up. I do need to do something about this. Like, I need to get my hands dirty and pull my boots up. Like,
I mean, it's funny to me that the same people that believe like the earth is flat and that reptiles are living in people's skin can't believe that there's some correlation between the behavior online, like and how people react in the real world.
Oh no, it absolutely is.
True.
I've seen it firsthand. It's the whole reason why I actually became active on Twitter. Like, you know, like I've seen that, like when I've had this Twitter account for, I don't even know, maybe since 2021. But I kind of just left it dead. Like I tweeted every once in a while, but I left it relatively dead. And then in my hometown, somebody committed suicide because of particularly this community, this comic book community, online. And like, I know that's awful. And you know, like they might say like, you can't prove that, but it was literally in the letter they left. And with what I do with my job, which I'm not going to say what I do with my job.
Yeah, don't do that.
that is kind of why I do what I do for a career, is because, you know, younger people are so susceptible to this shit. They either get radicalized or they find themselves depressed. And it's just like, man, like it's so depressing, man. It's depressing.
Yeah.
These are comic book heroes that we love. These are people that wear spandex and they run around and they instill hope, and that's what they do. And the reason I'm so passionate about specifically Nerdrotic causing this kind of rhetoric is because he's doing this in the community that I love, the community where I feel like I belong, because despite what they might think, I don't have any friends that like this shit. My friends like video games. My friends like going to play baseball. We go play soccer on weekends. We play Magic the Gathering sometimes. Like, that's what we do. They make fun of the MCU. You know, that's not the type of people I hang out with. Even my girlfriend isn't really interested in this shit. My girlfriend is a theater-trained actor who looks at the MCU and goes, that shit is garbage. And that's fine.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Like I've told people before, your opinion about it is not what, like I've tried to say this to all the grift tube channels and stuff like that. It's not the opinion that you don't like something. It's how you go about using that to like align with your political beliefs, and then you go out and say, I don't like politics and stuff, but then everything you do is politically charged. That's the issue that I have.
Oh yeah, that is the thing. And it's so hypocritical. I don't want this content to be imbued with politics. Here is my review of this video, completely imbued with politics.
Literally, like Nerdrotic video opens up. First thing he mentions, race of every character on screen. And you're like,
identity politics, SJWs, culture.
Are you on the thread right now?
This is the very beginning of the thread. Yes.
Okay. What I know for an absolute fact, I haven't watched these videos. I know for an absolute fact, these guys didn't watch the videos that I posted in the thread.
Oh,
I'm guarantee you.
Absolutely not.
Oh yeah, no, they literally, like, I watched several of them. They just flat out.
Yeah, I feel like before we watch any of their responses, we should probably go through so everybody in the chat understands what the thread is, just in case.
Some of this.
Do like a deep dive. Yeah.
Okay, so and we'll just interject wherever you feel necessary, obviously, Grayson. But this was the initial tweet that started the firestorm here. Nerdrotic is a piece of shit that we've allowed to operate amongst us for far too long. A thread, and I think that intro sort of speaks for itself there. I mean, that's
I went a little hold on. I went a little crazy. I did. And the reason I did that is because what I've noticed from people that have gone after Nerdrotic.
Dane has appeared.
Dane.
Oh.
Hey guys, sorry.
Are you real?
I am.
Did they steal you?
He's bought it.
Are you a plant?
No, apparently, man. Apparently, you gotta like set an alarm if you want to get up at a certain time.
Okay, so it was the third option.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where like either something horrible has happened, either you have like a full-on blackout, or you just overslept.
Man, it's fucking embarrassing.
You're kind of here right in time. We're kind of just starting to get into this.
Yeah, I see that. Hey everybody. Hey, I'm Dave. Yeah, I was gonna just jump in to say, like, you say you went a little crazy or whatever. Like, if there's anything that any of us see that like we're like, I think that's a little out of line or something, I think none of us have any problem pointing that out, man. But You know, I don't remember anything jumping out that was like egregious, but
the reason I say I went a little crazy with the first part of the thread is I did that on purpose. Like I said, you weren't here, Dane, but I was telling them that like as I was making the thread, I was getting I was increasingly getting like more frustrated just because like I was watching the content. Like I had this open on my TV watching their videos, trying to I wanted to be as reasonable as possible, but then it became impossible. It became, oh, these are unreasonable people and they use extreme language. And the only way I'm going to break through this barrier that they've left for other people who have done a similar thing specifically on Twitter is use the extreme language. Exactly. Exacerbate how I feel.
He's making these comments here, dude. It's like, this is one of the most common types of comments that their audience will do, where it's like, I'm too fucking stupid to understand what's being said.
Yeah,
I'm too fucking stupid to listen to what you're saying and actually put words together and fucking.
You're talking about this one, Dane?
Use logic.
This comment. Yeah, Rhetoric not liking the direction franchise makes him far right. How? So you're not correlating. This is like, I don't want to call you out, Nathan, because I don't want to be that guy, but I can be. I can be a bit rough around the edges, right? Well, I wasn't sure if this you were talking about, so I didn't want to make an assumption. But
I'm not saying that he is that stupid. I'm just saying he's not. I think that he's probably dishonestly doing this.
Right. So these guys bring on Alex Jones. They have who else has been on there?
Gavin McGinnis.
Gavin McGinnis.
Vivek has been on. The Vivek Ramaswamy has been on there. So why do they not have any left people on their shows if they're not far right? Are they not Trump supporters?
They
I
don't
do
have
believe
anybody,
all of them are Trump supporters, right? All
they
of
don't
them
have.
are Trump supporters.
They don't have a single. They don't have a single person in that chat, in that stream, that will go, as far as what I've seen, which isn't much. So let's just clarify that.
Sorry.
They don't go. They don't stand there and go, "Hey, that comment was inappropriate. That joke was inappropriate. That word you just used was inappropriate." They don't. Everybody in there is laughing, having a good time about saying some pretty horrendous shit, at least from what I've seen. So
some of them have full-on politics channels, where they are very, very Trump supporters.
Oh my God! I mean, like, they're not hiding that they're Trump supporters. So why are we even having this discussion? It just seems
Nerdrotic just reposted or retweeted like a conspiracy theory video just yesterday.
I mean, I guess if you're trying to say that like you don't believe that Trump and MAGA is far right, then we aren't going to try and convince you that right now. But like,
that's a whole other discussion.
That's a whole other thing.
Well, let's hold on. Pause. Let me go look at what he's saying. He said, so Nerdrotic not liking the direction franchise he likes makes him far right. How? And then he said, I'm asking you to explain. So I want to explain this. I do, because I'm being seen as the Marvel shill, which they're not wrong. I fucking love Marvel. I always will.
That's what it's always about, right? It's not just that we it's the way that they discuss things or the messages that they're putting out there that we have a problem with. It's always just because we're blind loyalists to whatever thing that we like.
The reason it's not that he doesn't like the direction it's going in. It's the reason he doesn't like the direction it's going in. Yeah, that's the important part. And that's where you have to differentiate these two things, because he's not saying he likes to hide it behind a responsible criticism, which is, I don't like that Disney is so clearly, and that's an important word, clearly imbuing a political agenda into the movies. That is a fair criticism. It is. That's what he hides it behind. But then he goes on to say, this movie was bad because a woman was in it. This movie was bad because they used the indigenous culture in an indigenous show. Like his reasoning for not liking the content or saying that it's a bad direction to go in is racist. It is sexist. It is bigoted. He isn't fairly criticizing the content for its writing, because he'll just say, "Oh, it's a woman, it's bad writing." That's how he does this. That's why his channel is so clearly
or a show that contains like women as the lead characters and then complain that there's women as lead characters. Like what are you complaining about?
And the biggest thing that I found is that he he isn't sure how he feels about a show like Hawkeye, because he's gone on to say, he did his whole review on Hawkeye saying every 15 seconds because it's the Kate Bishop show in his entire review.
Yeah.
But then he goes on to say that he's upset that there isn't any content with any good male role models.
I do want to point out this person is trying to stop us from getting through this thread. They're trying to
of course.
So we can move on from that person, because I don't think they're actually genuinely trying to be convinced of anything. I think they're just trying to like screw with our thing. So
nobody that's trying to learn about this stuff just shows up in a chat and is like, no, please do explain it to me. I'm open to your interpretation.
Yeah.
All
right.
Okay.
Yeah, let's move on. I think we said enough for sure.
All right, so here's the next one, and this clip is one of my favorites, but we'll watch it here in a second. Oh, hey, Bob, what's going on?
Hey. Yeah, I thought we were in between, so I thought I'd jump in.
Bob, why did you fucking set an alarm? Wake me up, man. What's going on?
Dude, I was at the comic shop. I just got here.
So Grayson, here you said, before I focus my attention solely on this garbage, let's first focus our attention on the explanation of what he and his little grifter friends do explained by one of them.
I'm definitely gonna have something to say about this afterwards. There's like some very interesting context I want to add to this.
Okay, so this is the clip. This is the charged part of the clip that I really like. Now, I actually did a video where I talked about the full 5-minute discussion. Honestly, it just adds more context to what he's saying. What he's saying here specifically is what it is. Yeah,
I think this screen recording is actually from your video.
Oh, is it? Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Welcome to every video we make. We use one little thing and then we build the narrative out of it. Don't act like that's not what we do.
I don't build a narrative.
You are an absolute fucking. That's what we do. You've made the same fucking video on the same topic at least 7 times a week, Ryan. And you're gonna act like we don't do that.
I talk about I talk about
says one fucking thing and we make a whole video out of it. That's what we do. Welcome to every.
I want to say so. My favorite part of that clip is how Shad tries to chime in and they just basically cut him. I love that part of it. But I will say it's quite interesting to me, and then I'll let you guys go. I just want to get this out there. How all of them try to use humor to take away from how annoyed they are at the situation. Every single one of them, because it's very clear in this moment that Nerdrotic Gary, Ryan, as all of them, even Shad, are quite annoyed that Jeremy literally just called them out on everything they do.
Yeah.
And I think in their reaction videos more recently, they Jeremy and Ryan had different opinions on what he actually meant.
That was what I was going to mention.
Actually, Edgy's video is fucking excellent. I was going to suggest we actually watch that. It kind of explains.
I haven't seen the full thing, like I said, but I was scrolling through.
I was going to say, Edgy, you want to break it down?
Yeah, I would not. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely not object to talking about that. Basically, the premise of that video is the ways in which they deflect criticism. And then at the end of it, I kind of tacked this on because it was just relevant to it. But I have just like a list of 5 different tactics that they use to deflect from like actually talking about the contents of the thread, which I really should have mentioned that they didn't watch the videos. But the thing that got me so much about this is that Ryan and Jeremy both talked about this exact clip and they came away with exact opposite interpretations of what was said. So Jeremy says, he's like, basically, you guys are idiots for thinking this isn't how business is run. I'm just giving the people what they want, and everybody acts like I'm crazy for this or whatever. But this is how you do things. This is how YouTube works. We do things for views. And Ryan watches it, and he's like,
"Clip from your video just so we can really see them, hear them saying that." Like,
absolutely,
it's worth listening by all means. Like how they fucking actually, genuinely have the opposite fucking take. Because I didn't realize that until I was watching your video last night. I was like, holy shit. Let me just find that real quick. It's going to take a second. I am not prepared, believe it or not. I haven't had any coffee.
And let me tell you, the comments are pissed off about a lot of stuff, but none of them address that one. You know,
weird.
I just think that's interesting.
It's weird. I've noticed that a lot too. Whenever I cover a lot of these guys, like the comments don't usually address any of my points and just usually resort to calling me names. It's interesting.
The way that they are so fragile that I made a joke about Brie Larson being a good actress and several people commented, I tuned out after that. Like, you can't even fucking handle. Like, I didn't even say she was a good person.
An Oscar-winning actor.
These guys haven't seen Room. These guys.
You made a joke about Oscar-winning, Emmy-nominated Brie Larson.
Yeah.
So
being a good
I
actor.
want to see like yeah, that was me, man. That was me. So I wanted you guys just like even Critical Drinkers fucking take all their different like the way they just rush to fucking defend Nerdrotic. It's really telling. Like they telling themselves way more by even responding to stuff like this. Honestly, it's got like probably 10 million views on Twitter now, and that is all because of them.
I want to see their reactions so bad.
Tricks they employ to make meaningful criticism impossible to levy. Let's look at a few of them. Trick number 1, the jealousy gambit. One of the most common tactics, and perhaps the most ironic, anyone who makes an effort to criticize the work of Nerdrotic & Co. can instantly be labeled jealous.
But now that Gary has 1 million subscribers, suddenly Gary has to be hated because it's not about his opinions. That's not the problem. It's about the fact that too many...
No, you notice how like they have to tell their fucking dipshit audience like what to think. They're like, don't listen to the criticism. It's not what he's saying, okay? Whatever the stuff he's saying, it's not true, okay? It's all about this other thing that's not that.
He spent all this time writing a whole ass thread with a bunch of well-detailed arguments and examples and evidence, but what he really means is that he's jealous. Like all of that just doesn't matter.
Right, I just want to chime in real fast because the quote tweet Critical Drinker put on Grayson's tweet was almost verbatim the quote tweet he put on my YouTube Awards bigotry to Gary getting 1 million subs. It's just like, oh, this guy's just jealous. It's like,
it's almost like these guys.
Great argument. I have there's a pretty solid clip I feel like in there of the Critical Drinker kind of showing his ass on that in like a couple seconds. I was just throwing that out there, but
with his opinions, so therefore he's a problem. 90% of hate that goes on social media and YouTube is all due to jealousy.
That number.
It's all because people are jealous.
You're mad that no longer everyone agrees with you about these dog shit movies, and you need somebody to blame.
You can't be critical of Gary's opinions. You must instead be jealous of his success. No specific reason is ever given for why this label is applied, because no reason ever could be given that would not instantly render these men the subject of endless mockery. These men whose entire success is predicated on outrage over people more successful than they. A Twitter user can be labeled envious for making a single tweet about Gary, meanwhile Gary is in the process of uploading his 19th video on Brie Larson, presumably because he's jealous of her numerous film roles and superior acting skills. Seriously, if you haven't seen her in Room, holy shit, go watch it now. Jeremy of Geeks and Gamers has uploaded 7 videos on Mr. Beast in the last month. A combined 87 minutes of his life, he's dedicated to criticizing a YouTuber 780 times his size.
Let's see here, complaining about Mr. Beast, sort of complaining about Dr. Disrespect, complaining about Mr. Beast, complaining about Mr. Beast, complaining about Mr. Beast. Let's see here, complaining about Gladiator, complaining about Acolyte, or The Acolyte, I don't know, whatever. Complaining about The Acolyte, complaining about Mr. Beast, complaining about Dr. Disrespect, complaining about The Acolyte. 90% of the hate on the internet is because of jealousy. But, like, not us. like not me. Like, I'm not jealous.
This is a great video, by the way.
Just you guys are jealous. I'm not jealous. And that was the thing that got me about the fucking Critical Drinker tweet too, is that this man complains constantly about how writers are getting better work and how other writers that he doesn't like are seeing success in the film industry.
To understand how this film went wrong, I decided to find out a bit more about the people behind it. Like
that's the response to this
who I
tweet
looked up online and found, I couldn't see the tweet because it's blocked, in the past 20 years, she's directed a grand total of 3 obscure low-budget movies that I've never heard of. Why the fuck is someone like this directing a $200 million action flick?
Not a great plan.
But what about the writing team, you may ask? Well, Jacqueline Schaefer did WandaVision, which kind of explains the very shaky morality here, and she's got an uncredited...
I just need to reiterate, pausing this for a second, these guys lure so many people in because they have editors that edit their videos in a very slick way. It makes it look as if they are super professional, and this goes for like the mid-range channels too. They do it as well.
The critical drinker, he lured me in.
Yeah,
that is somebody that I did follow and watch, and eventually it slowly became, I'm now watching your videos to see what the other side's opinion was, and then it slowly became it just became weird. It was like, okay, you're not the other side anymore. Your opinions are like weirdly biased, because like everybody has different opinions about these movies. But like when I really enjoyed Black Widow.
Yeah.
Me personally, I thought it was great. Yeah. I really enjoyed Captain Marvel, especially now. You go watch Captain Marvel. That movie goes hard. I do not care.
Dude, Captain Marvel has aged well. I have some of my issues, but it's
crazy.
aged well.
Yeah, it has its problems, but I mean, literally every movie has its problems, in my opinion.
I mean, like, throwing it out there, I disagrey, but like I feel you just said.
I love Captain Marvel. I love it. I love that. I've loved it since it came out, so I'm not,
Yeah, I mean, like I didn't like it when it came out, and I'll tell you why. It's because somehow I decided that Brie Larson was a piece of shit. That's how I felt. Genuinely, that's how I felt. I thought Brie Larson was a terrible person, and I thought that she was difficult to work with, and I thought that she had no charisma when she talked to interviews. So I went into that movie, and I was very bitter about it. Come to find out that Rhetoric wasn't my own opinion, and it came from outside of my mind.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like that's not how I actually feel. And when I go back and watch those videos, I'm like, oh no, she's just reacting how I feel like anybody who's getting mass bullied online would react. So,
and real quick, I just thought I would tackle the argument Critical Drinker's making right now. He's arguing that somehow these people aren't worthy to direct Marvel movies because they haven't had enough experience. So real quick, Marvel movies are production-driven movies. Let's be honest. They're producer-driven. Not to say that they don't pick directors with talent, but they're not going to be looking for Steven Spielberg's, Martin Scorsese's, because those guys are all going to be working on their own projects. They're going to be looking for people who are lower on the totem pole but have talent, and enlist those people because they're cheaper and they're looking for opportunities.
They tried to get Edgar Wright, but no. That's
someone. Can I respond to a comment in the thing really quick?
Sure, which one?
Someone's asking me how I feel about Henry Cavill. And I feel the same way. I do feel like Henry Cavill is receiving, a lot of bullying, and the reason for it is because I think he was given a role that his acting range just isn't equipped for, personally. And I think, this is off topic, but I think that Henry Cavill, his acting range is perfect for a character like Wolverine, personally. So I just think that he is getting bullied, and I think that he just needs a role that suits him and his personality and who he is a lot better. I just think Superman just wasn't it. But anyways, I digress.
Look like an EFAP snake here that watches us, then goes to EFAP's fucking subreddit and talks shit. I seen him.
Let them talk shit.
Yeah. It's just, just fucking coward behavior is all. He didn't ever say that in chat.
Yeah, and that World War II movie was a lot of fun, by the way. Alan Richardson and Henry Cavill killing Nazis.
Yeah, I mean, if he's in a more serious role, I think he would kill it.
Nathan, we're not stupid. Stop asking dumb questions.
All right, let's move on. Can we watch?
I mean, if you're too fucking dumb to understand nuance, man, then I don't know what to tell you. But like, figure that shit out, because like you got to exist in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's women out there, and
how can somebody criticize Brie Larson without engaging in misogyny?
They criticize her for things that don't reply to being a woman, maybe.
If you want to critique her performance, then okay, fine. I personally think she's a good actress, but whatever. But like, if you're critiquing every single interview and every single motion she does, yeah, you're getting kind of misogynistic there.
But just random thought yesterday. Finally, I give it 9 out of 10 arbitrary subjective rating units.
Can we watch?
What about objective ratings?
We're stepping on top of each other right now. We should probably
2.5.
Can we watch one of their reactions to the thread? I haven't actually been able to.
I'll shut up then. I'll just go be quiet now.
I felt like everybody was conflicting with each other for a second. It was like hurting my brain.
Engaging with the comments too much.
Yeah, that's probably.
I started it. Often, so. I started it.
Dane, did you have a clip for the reaction from one of the channels queued up or something? I know you.
I mean, it's in this video, really. That's what, like, this video honestly covers everything essentially, the relevant stuff. It's got several.
I didn't know if this video jumped ahead, because I kind of thought we were going to go through the tweets to see like what was said.
They don't talk about the tweets in their content like at all. That's the main.
Well, then there's like some of them read it, right? Like they do the funny voice reading thing.
Well, yeah, that's mentioned it's like they literally just read it in an annoying voice, which I play in this video and everything, and then go move on. And like that's
the gist of it. Like, so they do expose their audience to it, but they, just by reading it in a funny voice, apparently that's all it takes to get their audience to just, like,
and they do it always in one take. So every word that they fuck up, they just like leave in there.
I have not
afflicted with a diagnosis.
I have not seen
this. This is a case of mental illness, because the person that is talking about Gary has pronouns in bio.
Oh,
and
no.
as we all know, red flag there. Pronouns in bio.
Flag.
No, you actually can't be fucking serious with me, bro.
Oh, no, they use that all the time.
Serious.
They don't engage with anything because pronouns in bio. Because
no, I know. Believe me, I saw the comments. So I assumed that this came from, one of them, pronouns in bio, opinion discarded or whatever. I got that a lot. I'll tell them why it's in there. Because I want people that engage with me to know that it doesn't matter how they identify themselves, that they are going to engage with me in an unproblematic way all of the time. I am never going to come at somebody for their identity. So if they come to my page, I want them to see that and know that I acknowledge that there are people out there that are either conflicted with the gender that they've been assigned, or are trying to, like, explore their gender identity. I want those people to know that they can come to my page. So that's why that's there. Also, my fucking profile picture is Spider-Man. All right. And my name is Grayson, which is a non-binary name.
I had to say this is not present in this video because it was just discussed offhand on on a live stream on Rhetoric's channel. So it was just something I randomly listened to. I don't even know what the timestamp is. It was so funny listening to heel versus babyface. I don't know if he's doing it on purpose, but like heavily theming you the whole fucking time. It's like literally pronouns are in bio, and so then he immediately switches to they them pronouns. It's like, are you fucking serious?
He's trying, he's trying. That's what's important. It's
did you guys see when I removed the pronouns?
Mm. People were like, oh wow, you pulled him out of shame or whatever, and I was like, that was obviously a bit. You were obviously being made fun of, guys. I don't like.
Yeah, the tweet is literally like an AI generated picture of the fucking guy from Monsters Inc. with a guy rapping. Yeah. Anyways, what else do you have to say?
Comments, check. Hates Gary, check. 100% makes sense.
In fact, he repeats this so often, I'm convinced he...
I do love that one of his excuses for people having mental disorders means disliking Gary. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
I have some things. I I want to say about the 2 points that they left there, or he left there. He said that I hate Gary. First of all, I don't hate Gary. I do not hate Nerdrotic. What I hate,
I don't hate him. I hate the message he puts out there.
Yeah, what I do hate is the way he acts, the things he says. That's what I hate. I do not hate him. I think that he is perfectly capable of being a reasonable and good person. It's just at his current state, he is profiting off of this message that he puts out, which is a hateful one. And then the other thing too is that they, are accusing me of hiding comments. I did hide comments for sure. If you go to the original thread, you can see the hidden comments. I hid the comments because they were blue check marks. And for whatever reason, Twitter prioritizes blue check marks on top of the actual thread sometimes.
The reason is Musk.
I think it's actually in Malachi's video. You can see that the blue checkmark comments were above my thread. So I was hiding those. And there are comments that are on my side in the hidden replies. So, you know, I wasn't hiding them because I was scared of what they were saying. I was hiding them because I wanted people to actually be able to read the thread without having to scroll and then immediately become disinterested and just leave.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. When it comes to dealing with people on Twitter, if you're a nobody and a blue check mark, I'm almost certainly gonna instant block you because I just assume you're farming for money at that point. And
look, these guys will always put out some like fucking arbitrary standard that they're gonna apply to you that they wouldn't apply to themselves. They fucking hide comments on their channels. You know, they ban people, all kinds of shit. Like it doesn't matter. Like, don't ever let them just like fucking set the terms of engagement, so to speak, because they're just gonna make arbitrary fucking rules left and right. Just like, oh, you're hiding comments. Why does it matter? What, you know, like I used to have my my Twitter set to where you had to be I had to be following you for you to reply to me. So they would they couldn't reply to me, so they would retweet me. And they'd go, I can't even fucking reply to him, this pussy, this coward. And it's like, dude, you just replied to me above my comment, above my tweet instead of below it. Like, what the fuck is your problem? They think they're entitled to it, or that somehow some show of actual bravery or cowardice or whatever if they can't reply to you under your tweet. It's fucking stupid.
Not only that, the tweet thread explicitly calls out that comments are being hidden. You don't do that if you're trying to like silence dissent or whatever. You don't say, hey, by the way, here's where you can find all of those comments that are hidden. So I was just like, they're acting like it's this deflection or whatever. And it's like, if you're trying to be duplicitous, you don't outright tell people where the comments are, you know, like it. And on my video or on my live stream, not on the video, live stream is unlisted now.
So this
like
is
you
just
can see it was hard to read through the thread because of
that right
somebody,
now. Sorry.
Somebody said that I tweeted. Somebody said that I tweeted that I hated him. I did not say I hated him. I said I've disliked Gary. That's what I said. I did not say that I hated him. Because I don't actually hate anybody.
Yep. I think somebody in chat said they hated Gary too, so I don't know if they were maybe talking to him. But yeah, if you hate somebody like Gary, it's not really worth it. That's a lot of emotion to expend at somebody like him.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like I get it, but yeah, don't like.
No, I hate what he brings to the community. That's what I hate. That's what I feel passionate about.
No, I feel like nerd communities, especially like stuff like Star Trek and X-Men, especially that, but like nerd communities in general, it should be like inclusive and, you know, diversity should be welcome. And yeah, Gary's message is so the antithesis of that, and I can't stand it.
Yeah, we can get back to the thread now, since seems more productive.
Oh, one thing I don't care one way or the other if we do, but if you wanted to cover or if you wanted to show clips of them like having opposite responses to that, like we can still, because that was the original plan that we were pulling the video up for in the first place. Basically, yeah, just to have the clip out there, but.
Uh-oh. Dead air.
Nah, I'm just looking through the tweet thread here. I mean, you do call him a piece of shit. I mean, he is a piece of shit, so.
Yeah.
Getting pretty awkward in here.
All right, here we go. Sorry, I was trying to figure out the blue check marks were showing up at the bottom of the reply, so I had to click back.
It is in Malachi's video that they're on top.
Yeah. So here was the next tweet in that thread. It says, that's right, folks. They sell you outrage and anger. This is what they do. Do you want to read this, Grayson? I feel like you're here, so I'm reading your words.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is what they do. They make mountains out of molehills to capitalize on insignificant frustration that their target demographic might be feeling and heighten the issue rather than tame it.
And then you attach this
yeah, I mean,
poster here, which is great.
I feel like I articulated that pretty well. Easy to understand that they take like a very minute issue that you might be feeling like, you know, I'll say that I've personally been like, oh man, like when She-Hulk had that episode where she's like telling Hulk, like she, you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm referring to. You know, I kind of felt like, oh shit, you know, like that kind of feels like a little too much, like a little too much too fast. Like when you look at the history of the Hulk and all these sort of things, and like but instead of going to YouTube and trying to find somebody who agreed with my opinion to double down on it and make it this like mountain, I looked at my girlfriend and I said to her how I was feeling. And then my girlfriend was like, yeah, but that's not the point of what they're doing. The point of what they're doing here is that they're trying to exaggerate the feeling of being a woman so that people understand. Like, this is pretty basic level, like, feminism activism. Like, this is like, they are trying to show you that in real life, a woman is going to go through and have to struggle to control like their anger towards being like preyed upon more than Bruce Banner, the comic book hero, the Hulk.
Right.
You know, so and that
look who it is, man. And we know that about you, Eric July. We know that.
and that tamed how I was feeling, rather than, you know, making a mountain out of it and then making me actually angry about it. You know, so I feel like the tweet explains itself a lot better than I just did.
I also want to point out that I think I've said this about these guys before, and I don't know if you guys agree with me or not. I don't even know if I mentioned it here on Showcast or not, but the way they review TV shows week to week is like they're reviewing a movie where a story begins and ends, and they do that in each episode. And I feel like you shouldn't be viewing television that way, because that's not how TV does stories. Like, you have to see the whole season. You know what I mean? Like, they watch one episode and they're like, why didn't I get every answer to every question that I have in this one episode? And it's like, you have 8 more episodes left.
Yeah, like this mystery that they're setting up has not been revealed in the first episode.
And there might be some storylines that starts the entire like series. And the goal is, you know, at most you can put a caveat on that and say, hey, they left this loose thread. Let's see what happens. That's the most you can do with stuff like that. They act like it's a fault of the show. Like
most of the lore things in the Acolyte that they got angry about early on were mentioned later on. You know, their context was provided.
Yeah, I didn't like the Acolyte. I found it quite boring. But I didn't like it because I found it boring. I didn't not like it because they offhandedly referred to a background monster as they. You know, which he made a very strict point to point out in his video. You know, like this, like pronouns exist, man. That's all.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, but when Deadpool and Wolverine does it, suddenly it's this based in red pilled movie that's destroying Disney, Hollywood, SJW agenda or whatever.
There's a consistency that they lack sometimes with these things, and that's how you know that they're not being honest and genuine, because if they did, the consistency would carry through on everything.
I have a question real quick. Does anybody that's showing up in chat to, you know, defend Rhetoric or whatever, anyone actually want to like come on and stream a little while and talk about these things, or you just want to say dumb shit in chat? Because we can probably set aside some time. I know I can. I was late, so I got extra time.
Unironically, for real, like.
No, I usually put my email out there. If you guys want to email me, like, we can chat later, or we can go on schedule something later. But like, you guys rarely want to do that. Strangely enough, you guys.
Can we get through the thread before we start inviting these people?
Oh no, yeah, we're gonna get through the thread. No, this is later.
Yeah. Okay,
although I do want to suggest that because Hippoclips does have a video out about this topic. Apparently they were, you know, in on they were watching everything that was going on yesterday, and they quite astutely got a video out that's 2 minutes and 40 seconds. I think it's probably worth kind of cutting in to watch that one. What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, if it's only 2 minutes, let's fucking drill it out.
It's trust me, if you haven't seen any Hippoclips videos, it's relevant context.
Okay.
We should figure out who this guy is.
And it turns out the villain of the Watchmen is going to be, and this is going to be a shocker to y'all, I know, I hope you're all sitting down, white supremacy.
Why is that a problem?
Why is white supremacy a problem? Is that what?
Yeah. What's he angry about?
Watchmen, a famously apolitical story.
Yeah.
And even if it wasn't like a normal thing for the Watchmen, it was just who's getting angry that white fucking.
Well, I mean, I guess probably like they went after his uncle or his dad or something.
to be clear, the "Why is that a problem" was edited in by Hypocrite, right? Like that was
Yeah,
saying
yes,
why. Okay,
yes.
just making sure.
Okay.
I was like,
Okay.
I was like, that wasn't in the Nerdrotic. He wasn't saying why is white supremacy.
Fair
Okay,
enough.
just making sure that wasn't what he said, because
Like
I'm not
yeah,
yeah, I mean, we don't want to be like them and just like edit shit together that kind of implies that these things are related, and then just leave that out there for people to believe.
Yeah, it's like we use clips from movies. They use clips from movies. How do we tell? Like, like I just want to make sure.
Are people being removed from the chat?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, honestly, just leave them.
No,
like, we don't have to
honestly, I'll just run my chat how I want to run it. Honestly, like,
Okay,
I mean, it's how we. I mean, look, dude. People show up. They want to fucking distract from what's going on. They want to spam bullshit. We've got a pretty cool community across our channels here. We've got 5 different channels going right now. 26 people watching right now. Then, people that show up just to be unproductive or to be racist or whatever the fuck, call us, R slurs and stuff. No, they're gone. Fuck them.
Okay, as long as that's why they're being removed, for sure.
I think it's also important to say that
because they disagree or anything.
That people very often succeed in derailing us. We get very we see a comment and we cannot keep ourselves from responding. So we sometimes need to remove.
All right.
Sometimes.
I'm not a racist. I'm not a racist. I'm not a racist. I'm not a racist.
Now you look like one.
Despite having some reservations, Marvel went ahead with their big gamble. Because there wasn't enough diverse women in this film, we get cameos from King, Valkyrie, and non-binary. With all the identity politics, and sure, you've heard me and many others call out diversity, equity, and inclusion. Yeah, that's not Supergirl. Listen, I know there's a ton of Supergirls. I know. But that's not that Supergirl. Yet another race and gender swapped character from the comics, Dar Ben, who comes off as a soccer mom, created by John Logie Baird, who they did not race swap because the BBC probably didn't have to fill any diversity quotas this episode. A race and gender swapped Robin Hood first Doctor is now a diverse little girl, small little diverse girl to play on. Not sure what happened to all the dudes in Wakanda. Maybe they went off to get a pack of Salems and never came back. Both sides want to stir.
Yeah, that's not fucking racist at all, right?
No.
How could you even insinuate that Nerdrotic is racist? How dare you?
The thing that's important to understand about Nerdrotic's racism is he's also a coward, right? So he won't just say the things that he knows that he means and he knows his audience is taking from it because he's a coward too. So when he really just probably wants to say the N-word or whatever the fuck, he's saying stuff like, oh, these very quote unquote clever things about, went to go get a pack of Salems because anybody that's not an idiot understands the context there.
He thinks he's quite.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt anyone.
He thinks he's quite the whipmaster.
Yeah,
tipping his little fedora, talking about racist shit all the fucking time, and then goes out and says, "Well, it's not problematic. It was a joke." You're not a comedian.
That is in their best interest because it creates views on the YouTube side and it creates clicks on the website side. But it's very beneficial to them. And we don't get into that. I'm not here to blame Moses Ingram or criticize the human being. She is simply just an adult pretender who took a job with a billion-dollar corporation who's using her as a pawn. Because it creates views on the YouTube side. She's just an adult pretender. Yeah, we don't get into that. We'll get to who's to blame in just a moment. Because it creates views on the YouTube side. But it's very beneficial. And spoilers, it's not you. Both sides want to stir it up. It creates views on the YouTube side. It's very beneficial. What happens when things get too big is too many... I used to call them back in my drug days sponges. Okay, sponges are people who used to sponge on you, and they'd hang around you because you had all the dope or all the money. I'm not a racist.
You pretend to be for the money, for the glory, mostly for the money.
That's worse than myth.
Yeah.
I do want to say I am jealous. Sorry, Malachi. I keep
no, you're all good.
I do want to say there is one thing I'm jealous that Gary has, and it's that wall of shit behind him. He does not deserve that.
Yeah.
I need that right now. That shit is cool. That is the one thing I am jealous of.
One thing I wanted to throw in there, and that I think is kind of an important piece of context for why taking anyone who's already kind of familiar with spaces and stuff sees comments like, oh, I bet all the black guys in Wakanda are gone because they went off to buy cigarettes or whatever, like gets what that's getting at. But an additional layer of irony, an additional way of piling on to the evidence there is by looking at his reactions to anything that happens in media that challenges his perceptions, right? He complains about how a Marvel movie is sexist because a man gets kicked in the balls. So if that's his standard for prejudice, if his standard for sexism is a bad thing happens to a white guy, then you can infer what he means when he makes comments directly, intentionally basing on stereotypes, when he emphasizes the gamble, the reservations about the gamble of this show about Indigenous people. Like
that comment,
it's not even reading between the lines, you know?
That comment is exactly why I made the thread, but I will explain that when we get to that part of the thread, because that is the biggest thing for me. Do you want me to read this?
Yeah, sure. And I will pull up the clips in the order you have them posted. So
cool. So no, this won't be news to you. I realize that. And I wanted to put that there specifically because I realized that people already know this. This isn't, this isn't breaking news. Nerdrotic has an obsession with the concept that anyone who isn't straight, white, or male might make an appearance or, God forbid, lead a solo project. I'm realizing now maybe I should be reading this how they read it.
With the funny voices.
I would have done the Fortnite kid accent if they wanted to harp so hard on why I'm probably 12 years old.
The dinosaurs voted to ignore the meteor, and just a couple of short hours later, his plan was revealed by Disney announcing the most MCU of MCU decisions.
We've got to pander harder.
From the people who brought you female Taskmaster, female Loki, female Thor, and up until this point, the worst of them all, female Captain Marvel. No, not that bad female Captain Marvel. This bad female Captain Marvel.
Change the character just a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Disney Marvel presents the latest character and casting announcement from the Fantastic Four film that will blast misogyny in the face with the power cosmic. Female Silver Surfer. From Deadline, the Fantastic Four Julia Garner joins Marvel Studios.
You know, I love this picture they're using. Sorry, I have to go back a little bit. This AI version of it.
Couldn't be more opposite from Julia Garner.
Yeah.
I mean,
Julia Gardner is quite beautiful.
I'd love to know what they prompted to get this picture, but that's
Silver Surfer.
Yeah.
From Deadline, the Fantastic Four Julia Garner joins Marvel Studios movie as a Shia LaBeouf version of Silver Surfer.
Okay, that was the first clip. Did you want to interject there at all before we watch the second clip, or?
No, let's watch the second clip.
Okay.
That's right. Despite having some reservations, Marvel went ahead with their big gamble. Not sure if you heard, but they released Echo, the ill-fated series that Kevin Feige himself said after its initial shoot was unreleasable, leading to multiple reshoots and a massive delay. And still, there were rumors that Disney Marvel was considering not releasing it at all. But after Kevin Feige realized he war-painted himself into an identity politics corner, he smoked the peace pipe, trimmed it from 8 episodes to 5 episodes, and dropped it all at once in the beginning of January on 2 streaming services. And it totally wasn't an attempt to boost what will be abysmal streaming numbers, and because it wouldn't say that like Marvel product series that
Gary applies so much fucking context when it comes to like wanting to explain why something shouldn't have been made, essentially, or why it's bad that it was made, or whatever. But then in other ways, Gary acts like he's never heard of fucking context. It's kind of notable, you know.
Yeah, I mean, so
I just want to say, just because it's been brought up real quick, that Echo's not perfect, but I thought was decent. I like the blow up over it was pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the first clip, he's really breaking down the absolute disgrace that having female characters in the Marvel Cinematic Universes, and then another female character is introduced into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, a character that does exist in the context of the comics, and also will probably most likely be a one-off character. You know, the chances are there are chances that, you know, she will stay. We don't know anything about that yet, but this isn't the deal that you think it is, dude. This isn't the problem that you think it is. And he puts in that little clip, changing the characters just a little. He slows it right down. gender swapping a character is not changing the character as much as you think it is, because as long as they still have the same ideology, the same personality, the same thing that you recognize that character to have, what's different about them? Their genitals, their sexual orientation?
I think it's also worth noting that a lot of the characters he brings up aren't even necessarily gender swaps. They're just characters that take on the mantle later on.
Yeah, like
they just exist.
Like Mighty Thor is just like a legacy Thor.
Yeah,
that's not
and Jane Foster Thor.
I mean, I
her
actually
run
made
with
a
Jason Aaron
graphic.
was
I haven't
awesome.
shared it yet, but like I made a graphic about the only literal race swap that I know of, at least in Marvel comics, that has ever happened, where a character was one race, then they were changed to another race. The same character was Frank Castle in the 90s by Mike Barron, who is currently writing for the Rippaverse.
Okay? Yeah,
so like that's the only time.
Yeah, when they've done like a quote unquote race swap, they have for the most part kept it like as an entirely new character, right? As far as I know. Right. I haven't been reading comics.
I reject the fucking concept of the term race swap or gender swap unless it, somehow were to literally apply, and I haven't really seen that happen. So
yeah, because like Monica Rambeau becomes Captain Marvel, like she literally just takes on the mantle. It's not,
I feel like you could probably maybe argue that in like The Matrix, when they switched actresses, because I think one of them is half white and one of them isn't or whatever, but like it's the same exact character, but like short of that, it's just a new thing. It's not like no one's coming to your house and shredding all your comic books. You can still read them. It's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In regards to the second clip, and this is a topic that I'm quite passionate about. My partner is Indigenous. She was one of the first Indigenous valedictorians from her high school. She, put herself through acting school with scholarships. She's an incredible human being that, isn't familiar with her own culture. And that's super important for me to say. Because there is an ongoing Indigenous genocide. Okay. And when and it's super important to keep those voices permanent, and just recently they redubbed the first Avengers movie with an Indigenous language that was dying. There is a woman in the United States that is making like AI, almost like Google home speakers that will speak in the Indigenous language for kids. And she's giving them to kids for free, Indigenous kids for free. This isn't something that is a punchline. This isn't a punchline. You're making all these puns, war paint, gamble, reservation.
Peace pipe, that stuff.
It's not a joke. You are perpetuating stereotypes that do affect this community, because they need to be taken seriously before we can even begin to start laughing about certain aspects of their culture, which should never be done. But it's serious when you make a comment like Marvel. Despite Marvel's reservation, they finally decided to go ahead with their big gamble. You are perpetuating a stereotype, man, and it does affect. When I told my partner that, and they're gonna say that this is like babiness, but she was hurt by it because she's always the punchline. When she walks outside, she's never taken seriously, and that's serious, man. That matters. So when they made Echo, the reservations they had weren't about how well this would do. They were worried about the reaction people like you would have to this. And when they decided to go ahead with it, not only as, a studio, because I'm not blind to the fact that they did this for some brownie points, I'm not stupid, but they also went out of their way to involve the people that they were going to be making the story about, not just on the sidelines, but really involve them, make the costumes, be involved with the writing team, use their language. That shit does matter. No matter what the quality of the project is, that matters. And that needs to be taken into consideration when you are talking about, oh, this is this because of their race, and this is the punchline I'm going to use for this joke. Like, it matters, man. It's not a joke. It's serious.
It's interesting that they don't like when white guys are the butt of the joke. They don't like when the white men are treated less than, like, basically they have to be above reproach in every showing that they have. And they understand, at least on a tiny level, what it must feel like for other marginalized communities every single day of their life, like having to go out and deal with this shit every single time you walk out of the door. Every single interaction that you go out in public, you run the risk of engaging with this. And just a little bit of that has turned into all of this. This entire situation we're in right now.
In Canada, I was telling Dane this yesterday. In Canada, there are reserves that do not have access to clean drinking water. These people cannot be the butt of a joke right now. They need to be taken seriously, because I don't live in a third world country, do I? I don't.
Right.
So why are there people in my country going without clean drinking water just because my government doesn't want to fund, the most basic right to a human being? When my girlfriend goes to a store, she's followed around. And I've seen it. This isn't just something that, she tells me and she makes up. No, I've seen it firsthand. I've seen her followed around. Like, it's serious, man. When it comes to Indigenous representation, that is the thing that I am most passionate about. So when I saw his review for Echo, when I saw his comments that he made on Twitter about Echo, that shit really upset me.
I was going to say, you're a prime example of exactly the kind of folks that when we've talked about this in the past, that have to deal with this stuff. And I mean, you've been on Twitter since when? When did you start your account? 2021?
I probably started in 2021, but I only started actually using it at the end of December of last year.
Right. So the thing is that they have these massive platforms, and all of the people that are in the crossfires of their dumb, almost one-sided culture war, to be honest, have to deal with that regularly, and no one wants to say anything to them. Nobody wants to go into the room where all the bros are talking and say, "Hey, that's not, like, you shouldn't be saying that shit." It's not
the reason,
because
the reason I think that people don't want to say anything to them is because they have the trust fall, if you will, of, oh, well, that's just a joke. This is just a joke.
Right. Yeah.
Sure, it's just a joke. But when it comes to, certain communities that you're joking about, it's not just a joke to them. It's serious, because with Indigenous people, they literally aren't taken seriously.
See, what I want to say to that is, like, because you're right. They'll say it's a joke or whatever, or even just saying that if they're like, it's just criticism or something. Okay, well, there's the reason that people, have a problem with that is because enough of that quote unquote criticism or quote unquote humor does have an effect. And if these people want to stand on the claim that actually words don't have any fucking impact in real life, then why the fuck are y'all pissing your pants over a tweet thread right now? Why are there so many fucking videos that are acting like fucking Nerdrotic's got an assassination fucking mark on his head or something like that? You know what I mean? Like, it's nonsensical. Oh, I mean, it could be, I guess, because they're just fucking disingenuous grifters and they don't actually really care about the tweet thread. They just saw an excuse to play victim. That could be it.
Yeah, definitely the victim narrative, 100%. Like that's the whole thing. Like, after this tweet thread came out and I saw the reaction to it, I'm like, man, somebody with like over 1 million subscribers and massive social outreach is concerned about a thread pointing out things that they've actually done.
Right.
Yeah. Like that's
weird, right?
That's really fucking weird. So anyway, this was your next tweet here, which we'll watch this clip as well. So if you want to give a little context to that.
But of course, he has praise for the MCU, but only when it involves movies where the main protagonist is white, male, and straight. And then I go on to say that Marvel has only experienced one failure in its entire history, as lackluster as some of the box office was in Phase 4, with 2 movies crossing 1 billion. And, a lot of people got on me about like how some of these movies were considered failures after marketing and all of that. What I'm saying here is that, these movies as a project were cohesive. They were not broken projects, even with the pandemic. And the reason I mentioned the box office here is because at the beginning of the clip, he says that Deadpool and Wolverine will be the first Marvel movie to cross $1 billion. And he does mention No Way Home. He does mention No Way Home a little bit further on, but Far From Home also crossed $1 billion at the box office.
Right. Yeah. I want to point out also, and I've done this before, and Bob, you talk movies quite often, so I'm sure you probably ran across this. The metric for success and failure heavily relies on information that none of these guys have. It also relies on information that we don't have, which is like tax rebates, discounts, product placement, incentive, the incentives for putting things in movies or partnering with like Rolls-Royce or something like that. These are all things that they save money on. So these are numbers we don't have.
Yeah, they're super cagey on budget numbers. They're even cagier on advertising budgets. We don't know what happens with streaming, how much money, how many subscribers they gain in streaming, what numbers do they get in streaming. They're cagey with all the numbers they can. And to a degree, they do that on purpose because honestly, a lot of these corporations like having tax write-offs. So they want the numbers as low as possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if the numbers for tax rebates for filming in certain provinces and states is public either. I think some of them have publicized those tax rebates, but I'm not sure if like British Columbia, for example, has publicized their tax rebate for filming there.
Yeah, I did a video with Dane like forever ago where we talked about like the sales numbers for the MCU back in phases 1, 2, and 3. And some places do like publicly say, hey, you'll get $50,000, $300,000, $500,000, whatever, to come in and film at this location just for being a big budget movie or whatever. And so some of them do make those public, but they don't do it all the time. So the only thing that you could look at and go, this is 100% guaranteed a financial failure is if a movie does not make its production budget back. That's really the only thing, because even the advertising is just a rule of thumb. It's not always half of the production budget.
Which is why I said that there was one, and that one is the Marvels. The Marvels did not make back its budget.
Yeah. I saw a YouTube short that I think is relevant. If we can check that out, it's actually really relevant. So
yeah,
it's another fucking girl boss. Another scrawny little girl boss who's going to be doing this, regardless of whether they do or not. It is fatigue. They're done with it.
So what they're saying is that Furiosa bombed because woman starred. That's it. That's all they're fucking saying. That is a ridiculous fucking take. Ridiculous.
The people are just like, well, men?
Furiosa, because it didn't do well, is about ready to hit streaming. And I'm betting you pretty soon we're going to get reports about how its streaming numbers are a smash hit, how it's doing really well on streaming, as all this stuff keeps on doing. Argyle did it. The Marvels did it. It's Eternals did it. It's like, it kind of bombed at the box office and it hit streaming and it's a huge hit.
Nice.
Of course.
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. I think it's also there's a bigger, more complex conversation to have about film and theater and the state of culture when it comes to movie going that these guys don't want to have because their audience would get bored with that kind of conversation. That's the problem.
Of course.
Talk about the impact of COVID on movie theaters because it's serious.
If you go look at Nerdrotic's channel, for example, his daily channel, you'll see that his regular videos don't get as many views as the videos that he sensationalizes, like this thread, for example. I think he like doubled views. I don't know if I'm.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked.
And I've seen multiple times where he does this, where they say like, woke extremist tries to take us down in his thumbnail, and then his videos are like double because that's all his viewers actually give a shit about. They don't care about.
You had shared something yesterday and I was wondering, is this related at all? So apparently, Entertainment Weekly blocked Nerdrotic on Twitter.
I fucking hope that's real, and I hope it's related.
It seems real. I mean, and I'm just like, is this because they called so much attention to themselves with this shit that basically Entertainment Weekly went through the thread and was like, oh god, we gotta fucking block this guy?
I hope so. That's exactly what I hope happened. And I recently discovered that Comic-Con ripped his press pass away. Comic-Con Comic-Con, keep that shit happening. This person is not press. This person is not a person that you should have, you know, in your well, I mean, like I'm sure he's perfectly welcome in the audience, but he is not a valid person to be giving a press pass to. Give it to people, continue giving it to people like new rock stars who make completely unbiased content, I think. Just breaking down, you know, the movies and the trailers and that sort of thing. Like they are.
I mean, like every reviewer, every person who makes videos on YouTube is gonna have some kind of bias, you know. Like
I'm sure, yeah.
But like, it's so weird that I feel like so many people just want at least someone who will give their honest take, you know, who will at least speak about the content. You know, if you're going to watch a review of something, you expect them to be, hey, here's what I thought about this, right? Okay, I didn't like this, I like this. Not, oh, here's this movie from the MCU with a woman in the lead cast, right? And then there was this man who was dumb, and then, like, it doesn't. All the time, it has nothing to do with the actual content itself.
You know what I found so interesting when I was like kind of going through his videos a bit? Even the ones where he is, you know, completely positive about the project in itself, like he really enjoyed it, he really liked it, and it can be completely unrelated to the MCU. He will always bring it back to the things that he doesn't like. Always. Oh, I really like this project because it's not the MCU. It doesn't like, dude. Just talk about what you like, man. You'd be way happier.
When House of the Dragon came out, after they'd spent months talking about how it was going to be woke, you know, they suddenly realized, okay, this show is actually really good, and a lot of people really like it. But whenever they talked about it, they just could not talk about it without also mentioning Rings of Power, because that was at the same time, and that was the big woke thing, you know. And I've even seen Critical Drinker in some of his videos. For example, I remember Across the Spider-Verse, a movie he pretty much only had praise for, but then he had to have a rant that also went a bit viral about how the white man was being forgotten and was being made a joke of and stuff. And it's just like, the review was pretty decent until then. You know, it was just
seriously,
like,
though, guys,
just liked the movie.
The white man is fading from existence. You know, like, where me personally, like, people don't look at me anymore. They don't see me.
I don't exist.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not even not that this is the most important detail about it, but his reasons were also very weird, because he was talking about how Peter Parker was like kind of a comic relief character, and he was like all excitable and had his child with him the whole time. And he was like, is this an attempt to belittle and mock him? And it was like, no, this is literally one of the first times that a Spider-Man film has shown Peter Parker content and happy. He was excited, like he acts all like, you know, excitable and wacky or whatever normally, and now this is him with a wife and a child. Like, that's why he was acting that way. It was like the most positive, happy Peter Parker I have ever seen in my goddamn life.
And importantly, that is not the same Peter Parker that, like, as he literally says in the video, like, that we all know and love. It's like not the same one. If you're talking about Spider-Verse, sorry.
They literally, they added an extra middle initial to like spell it out, literally spell it out for you that this is a very particular,
So,
and another weird example of that was just because I just brought up in the short, Furiosa. He does a positive review of Furiosa, but it's fucking weird because he does a positive review, but like then he's like, oh, but it also sucks because it doesn't star Mel Gibson, and only Mad Max movies star Mel Gibson. It was just like, it didn't make any sense, that video at all.
Mel Gibson hasn't even been in a
reviews,
Max
those takes that are like,
right?
they reveal a lot, like that, and then like Deadpool and Wolverine, where they're saying something positive, sometimes very positive, about something that normally in another context had a different name on it, or basically other characters or something. They would say it's woke, and they would call it trash and stuff like that. It's I think that reveals a lot if you really look at it.
Yep. Shall we go back to the thread?
Yeah.
Where's the?
Wait, there's a thread.
There's a thread.
What thread? Huh? Ooh, what?
Sorry. So this is the video clip attached to where we talked about the MCU, or where you talked about the MCU and the films. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean,
Greetings, you over 1 million hellions and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet after Deadpool and Wolverine's Monster Weekend, which puts it on a trajectory to be the first movie produced by Disney Marvel to hit $1 billion since Endgame. This predictably has everyone asking, is the MCU back? Let's, for now, answer that question with another question.
They've been planning that fucking narrative since the first trailer for this shit dropped, where they're like, they've been saying it's going to be successful. Looks like it might even be good. You know, they had a couple of little weird gripes about the trailer or something, but like other than that, they were actually, I could tell they were going to end up being positive about this movie.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
both Spider-Man movies did over $1 billion.
Yep, they did.
Fucking Doctor Strange 2 was damn close.
It got really
Guardians
close.
of the Galaxy wasn't too far off. What the heck?
That graph right there, like right next to it, shows pretty much everything except for like marketing budgets, obviously, and then all the other rebates that we talked about.
Yeah, MCU movies don't regularly break $1 billion. I'm sorry, $1 million would be bad, but yeah.
Yeah, but once one did, then they started comparing. They compare everything to the most successful thing. So like when they're saying that Shang-Chi, Nerdrotic literally did this. He was comparing Shang-Chi to like Captain America, and it's like, yeah, is that? Do you think that makes sense, Gary? Considering Captain America has been a known fucking IP for decades, and it's, already been through several stages of popularity and waning, waxing.
Absolutely,
Shang-Chi hasn't. So like,
also, as I say, I feel like film nuance, media literacy. They're treating movies like sports games, like whoever gets the highest number wins, and that's not how you talk about quality in films. Like two movies can come out, one of them can be a masterpiece and does everything perfect, and it only makes half of what the other movie makes because that one has explosions. It's like the Michael Bay thing back with Transformers and stuff.
And what you just said is exactly it. Like for me personally, like my girlfriend really likes like art house movies. So, we'll go to the theater and we'll see an art house movie every now and then. But every time there is a Marvel movie, I am going to the theater, D-box seats, the whole 9 yards, like, because it is fun. You go to the theater for fun. And we're not talking about movies that are being written by the most incredible people to ever do it, or filmed by the most incredible people to ever do it. They are extremely talented people, but these are not, art house films. These are fun films. These are films that you go and you fucking stuff your face with popcorn and you watch the movie, and then at the end you decide, like I wish they would have done this character more closely to the comics, that sort of thing, and then you discuss it that way. It's not wow, holy shit, like
they did a bunch of stuff I've never seen before, so that makes it like validated. It's like
that was really deep. There was a lot of nuance in the story. Like I really felt connected to this character, that sort of thing. Like I criticize Marvel movies different than I would criticize, for example, Longlegs. Just because like that is like it is a different medium. So
I mean, the thing about it is critics, like when I was growing up, back in the day when I was growing up, critics, when you watch them, they would talk about things like cinematography or the lighting or the sound design or things like that. These things that actually make a film a film. These guys are like, it had a woman in the lead, or the VFX made the hand look too small. I mean, like these are not real legitimate criticisms of filmmaking.
I'm sure they do discuss it at some capacity. Like I haven't gone through every single one of their videos ever, but I'm sure that they do discuss it at some capacity. But I feel like I can't really say this for an absolute certainty, but I can make the assumption that they would be coming at it from a more disingenuous side.
Some of them do. I will say some of the people that are on their show do discuss that, but not usually the top guys.
I was just gonna say, when it comes to Gary, he will bring it up only if like that person comes up, like if a cinematographer comes up, Gary will mention it and just say, "Oh, it sucks" or something like that, or it looks shitty.
But they won't say why. What are their qualifications, though? What are their qualifications to know whether or not cinematography sucks?
Yeah.
Like, how would they know that? Like, they don't know anything more than we know. None of us have gone to, at least I have never gone to film school. So I don't know the details and nuance behind like what a boom mic operator does and shit like that. I don't know those things. Like, we're watching it as a viewer to be entertained. They're talking about it and criticizing it like they're breaking down this art form that they literally don't know anything about.
As if they're capable of picking up a fucking DX 900 and going out there and making the best camera swivel techniques to correlate with the action sequence that's currently happening in front of them and perfectly block the choreography.
Right.
Yeah. These guys,
they know, but they're not going into this knowing everything that they like. This is why they stick to the big talking points, because their audience just wants them to reiterate the things that they already feel. It's not about logic or objectivity, it's about feelings. And that's the thing they don't want to admit. All of this is about feelings. And this is the community that's like, no, it is objectively bad, which is literally a lie. But it's just this thing where it's like, so if a movie hits $1 billion and they don't like it, like Captain Marvel, they will come up with excuses why that $1 billion is not valid. But if a movie that they do want to use as like a pawn against Marvel or Disney or whatever makes $1 billion, then we can't say anything against that film because that movie made $1 billion. So fuck what we think. You know what I mean? This is the mentality of these guys.
Yep.
So, all right, let's see the last.
Did Captain Marvel kill the MCU? No, it was just the writing on the wall. It was everything that followed.
Oh, God.
WandaVision, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Loki, Black Widow, Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, the Eternals, Hawkeye. We're all a collective of diversity.
So wait a minute, did they just show Shang-Chi getting kicked in the nuts, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Wasn't that something that he complained about happening just in another clip you're talking about?
Apparently, yeah.
They all did.
Real quick, most of those movies he named are movies that, at least in my opinion, were totally decent.
Yeah, I mean, there are, like I've said, like in the TV shows, it's not as easy because this is what we mentioned earlier. Them reviewing each episode as an individual piece is stupid. Like they shouldn't be doing that. But the thing is that talking about Loki, the first season of Loki is one of the best shows that Marvel Disney ever made. Like, out of all of them, I would argue it's probably one of my favorites. I think there are problems with Falcon and Winter Soldier, but they don't give a fuck about talking about the issues with pacing and storytelling. That's not what they're not interested in that.
WandaVision, you can have your critiques of WandaVision, but WandaVision was like a worldwide phenomenon. Like everybody was on it. Everybody was like theorizing, freaking out. That's what, made me make Minute Nerd News like on TikTok. Like that's
really?
Yeah, I mean, like eventually, I kind of just decided that making content was just like getting pretty tough because I was doing like full on editing for WandaVision, and then nothing was kind of happening at that time, and I was just kind of like, oh, this is exhausting, my computer's so slow, like all these sort of things. So I just kind of stopped for now. But like like everybody was into that. Everybody was into the theories. Like it got crazy. That was a really fun time to not only just be a Marvel fan, but be literally anybody on the internet that is watching the show.
All right, let's continue here.
And inclusive failures. This losing streak was only broken up with Sony and...
Why are they showing a losing streak while showing the most popular film, which is Spider? Like that was one of the most popular ones. Like,
well,
it's a losing streak, but we're going to show Spider-Man.
Well, also something interesting about Gary, because he does this way more than I do by a decent margin. Go over like the interview circuit like stuff, the red carpet shit. I don't watch that stuff because it's boring, and you see people just giving stock answers, and I don't really care. But like he uses it in his channel to review movies as if it has anything to do with the movie, and he uses it like obsessively. It's bizarre.
Well, because they want to look for a gaffe or like a little.
Yes.
It's like they want them to say something that's a little bit off the script so they can go in on them. That's what they do. You know, Bob.
Oh, I know, but I just think it's bizarre behavior, and people just follow this like it's.
Disney Marvel's release of Spider-Man No Way Home on December 17th of 2021.
It's been a very tough time for cinemas during the pandemic, with some chains being forced to close. But one film to have broken the mold is Marvel's Spider-Man No Way Home. After surpassing $1 billion globally, it has become the highest grossing film of 2021. What do you think its appeal is? Is it just, at this point in time, we're desperate for a superhero to come and save the world?
There may be something about that, yes, and the fact that people want to have a bit of escapism.
After that much-needed W, Disney Marvel decided to grab defeat out of the jaws of victory and follow that monster release with Moon Knight and Doctor Strange.
So does he think that Marvel and Disney makes films after another film ends? Or does he not understand their production? So
now, he was saying that about Echo too, at one point, where he was like, where he made a comment to that effect, where it seemed like he thought, and I know he doesn't think this, but like the commentary suggests that it's like really sloppy language, where he suggested that like after they came out, whatever came out right before Echo, he suggested like, why did they come out with this next? And it's like, because they planned that next, but they didn't,
right?
Like they didn't have all of these movies. They don't make them successively.
If I had to guess, I would say average or maybe even minimum, the time it takes for any of these projects to get made is 2 years.
I think that's high.
And yeah, I mean, that's not even considering like all of the talks and stuff happening, from 7 years ago, where they have ideas for it, and somebody's off coming up with. Like,
I mean, it's a guesstimate, but like Ant-Man was, God, how long was that in production? Like 7 years or something like that.
But I would also
I think because of the Edgar Wright stuff, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
but I would also say that a lot of it has to do with the fact that Marvel's success hinged very heavily on the consistency of their projects coming out, and that's why I think COVID sort of made them stumble, because it basically caused them to delay things, and the dominoes falling, like his video was showing, had more to do with that than it did any issue with a woman obviously being the lead of a movie or something like that. I think it's just ridiculous to assume that the most the most normal thing ever is the problem, not the pandemic, none of the other stuff that happened. Literally, Black Widow had a movie, so clearly that's the issue, right?
I do think I'm going to try to kind of bring this back to like the issue with this video, in particular. This little clip that I've put in there is that, the clips that he's showing, besides Bucky from the Winter Soldier, is like, because of the context of his channel, like it feels like microaggression to me. As he goes. And he really starts the video off with, did Captain Marvel ruin the MCU? After, talking about the success of Deadpool and Wolverine. So even when he's like about to talk about, how this movie is killing it right now within the same context of the MCU, he's still rearing it back to more hateful rhetoric, directing it at Captain Marvel and Brie Larson, and then showing these, in my opinion, microaggressive clips. Because like you're showing a clip of a girl in a Doctor Strange movie,
right?
It is Doctor Strange. You can show a clip of Doctor Strange when you're talking about Doctor Strange, because that would make sense. But instead you're showing America Chavez, which he has had problems with in his other videos. So
even though that's an original character, she's always been that character. There was no swapping of anything, nothing that would fall in line with their normal. This is why I think they've gotten more extreme as time has gone on. Now it's just like literally, like you said, a combination of microaggressive reactions to stuff and complaining about women and people of color and
these are the
marginalized communities.
These are the seeds that I said earlier that they are planting in people's heads when they're talking negatively about something. Like if I was holding a bear in front of a baby and I was making, scary faces, like that baby might grow up to be completely terrified of bears. So, like you're kind of just like programming your audience subtly. Well, to me, not so subtly.
Yeah, I don't think it's as subtle anymore, but it was.
Yeah.
And to add to that, because I think to an extent they're also kind of they definitely are, but they're doing it to themselves. And two examples that I've talked about before on my channel are when Geeks and Gamers reviewed the trailer for Fallout, and every time a brown person came on screen, he would just screech diversity, diversity, and like head empty, no thoughts going on in there. And then another example was the Quartering looked at a tweet that just said that said, "Oh, The Boys season 4 has a strong black woman in it," and he was like, "Oh yeah, see." Like just literally said strong black woman, and he filled in the blanks of all of the other, who by the way was an original character created for the show, the exact thing you guys have been begging for, but
all right, let's get through this clip and then we'll look at the chart.
Real quick, we got 150 people watching, guys. This is on 5 different channels. Make sure to like. We got 5 channels here. Make sure to subscribe. I hope you're enjoying the stream.
Miss Marvel, Thor: Love and Thunder, She-Hulk, Attorney at Law, and the Black Panther sequel without Black Panther, Wakanda Forever.
That is one big pile of shit.
And with all of that, a lot of astute fans knew with the powers that be that the MCU didn't. Things were about to get worse with Phase 5. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania was a massive flop. Then Disney Marvel finally got a win all on their own when James Gunn returned to do Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 right before he f***ed off to work for the competition. And Disney Marvel got right back to work squandering that success with the release of Secret Invasion.
Sorry, I have to interject again. Right back to work again. Like that show was probably filmed before some of the other projects were released. I mean,
and I have so many issues with Secret Invasion, but that was well in production before Guardians was released.
There is something that I know specifically about Quantumania because I do have friends that worked on it. They originally, for that movie, they were originally given a much longer scope for time in regards to a lot of the VFX. And then suddenly it came down the ladder that they were now being rushed into finishing this project within 3 to 4 weeks. Yeah, so they were very, very much rushed through that project, and I think I don't know about every project. Obviously, my friend hasn't worked on every project, but I can assume that during Shapek's time at Disney, he did try to rush these projects out.
Oh, absolutely! Wasn't there an entire interview where they talked about that? Like they mentioned,
he was definitely trying to pump it out, and he wasn't pumping it out in a fair way for the actual artists. So when these projects were coming out, they were coming out unfinished, for sure, or at least to my friend's satisfaction, unfinished.
All right, let's finish the clip and then we'll look at the graph briefly before we move on to the next tweet.
Loki Season 2 and the biggest flop in the MCU's herstory, The Marvel.
Herstory, of course.
Yeah.
All right, so here is the chart. It's a little hard to see here, but I can tell you, so the Marvels is the only one here on the chart that looks like it's in the red completely because of the
it fell really far below the actual budget, and a lot of that had to do with the absolute lack of marketing that they were allowed to do. I'm not saying that it would have blown past its budget had they done marketing or like more marketing than they could have. But I think it probably would have had a much better box office. It might have at least reached its
people
budget.
tend to forget that it's never brought up. The fact that they had to put what was it? They put what series did they share on? Ms. Marvel. Ms. Marvel actually went on network television.
Yeah,
they released
as a way to market.
To promote it because they couldn't do interviews with any of the cast, and people just tend to forget that. Like we act like marketing doesn't play a big role in this, but why would they spend half of their budget? Again, rule of thumb, half of their budget on marketing for a movie if marketing didn't equal income for the films. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and this chart does a good job at also showing the movies that came out during like the height of the pandemic and showing where that was lackluster. And I would like to clarify that I don't think that this chart is including Spider-Man No Way Home, even though Spider-Man No Way Home, at least in my 2 hometowns, like where I live now and where I previously lived, came out just after the theaters opened up. So
I think No Way Home is on there. Yeah.
No, it's
Yeah,
on
it
there.
is.
It's not
Oh,
part
sorry,
of,
misunderstood.
it's not included in the context of like the pandemic, but the pandemic was still
Yeah.
roaring. It's just that the theaters, at least where I live and lived, were reopening for.
I know that was the first movie I went to where the theater restrictions, because for a while the theaters were reopened, but there are these restrictions, like there had to be chairs between people and stuff like that.
Yeah,
that was the first time I went, and that was gone. Now,
Yeah. So, like it obviously came back with an absolute bang. But I do think that a lot of these movies would have done very well, specifically Shang-Chi and Black Widow. I think they would have done really well in the pandemic.
Well, Black
I only
Widow-
included that. I only included that to, be like, why are you saying that like all of these are failures when only one of them specifically is, and you're also saying it's the first since Endgame to reach 1 billion when 2 of them have. So, well, he does mention No Way Home.
I was also going to say Black Widow has a caveat to it, because that was a movie that was the first MCU movie released. But if you remember, it was released in theaters, and on the same day, it was pay-per-view on Disney Plus.
Yes. Yeah.
We don't know those numbers.
I
at
did
all.
pay-per-view that movie.
Lots of people pay-per-viewed it. I know lots of people who pay-per-viewed it. I bet you it was pretty good.
All right, so let's go back to the thread. Welcome back, Dane.
Hey, I'm just curious. So is this true? I've seen this said before. I haven't heard him say it, but
yeah.
I haven't seen that, but that sounds about right.
It's interesting, then.
No,
that,
I've heard that one.
He knows the pandemic affected his wife's business, but doesn't
It
affect
kind of
anything.
affected Disney.
Yeah. I would like to clarify something that I had said earlier in this stream here.
Okay.
I actually did say that I hate I hate Gary. Hold on, let me pull up the tweet. I said I hate him. I hate him so much that I'm willing to spend my time speaking about it because it matters, unlike spending time photoshopping Brie Larson over 100 times. And that was replying to a comment. That was 4 days ago. At this point, that was like the height of me getting death threats, people commenting on my girlfriend's Instagram, finding pictures of me that I haven't seen in a very long time, that sort of thing. So I would say that, I don't actually feel that way. I don't hate Gary. So I do want to say sorry for that, because I don't actually hate him. I hate the rhetoric. And I feel like that's what I was trying to say in the tweet, but it doesn't change the fact that I did.
I think it's maybe relevant to look at a few of the examples that I've gotten from your Twitter feed, your Twitter
There's
threads,
a whole
rather.
thread. It's pinned on my account, but yeah.
Just because there's some pretty rough shit, man. The kinds of people and the things that were said in order to defend Gary are pretty wow.
I think once we get over this thread, we should go over the reaction.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because we're just about done with this. I think there's only a couple more of these here, but
we can kind of just get right through it, because you already know what this clip is. This clip is him essentially saying the Salem like the cigarettes leaving your family joke.
Okay. We talked about the go ahead, go for it.
I'll read it. He's just generally a racist, so much so at this point he should honestly just come out and admit he's a white supremacist. And honestly, in that one clip you showed earlier, kind of feels like he is admitting it, considering he thinks making white supremacy the villain of a project is somehow problematic. So
again, that was a editing thing that was he wasn't him actually responding to that.
No, I know it's him not responding
but
and saying this.
The first part of it, right?
It was still a complaint. He was still saying, the villain's gonna be white supremacy. Woo.
Yeah. And then Hibboclip put in why is that a problem? To call him out for that. But he's still getting upset, right? That the villain is white supremacy.
That is what I'm saying.
Oh, that's the context. Okay, well, yeah. Look, so he definitely would have abided by any kind of regulations that were applied to his wife's business if they've been able to stay open, right? He definitely believed in COVID and fucking believed the science and hasn't talked a bunch of shit on Fauci and the vaccine, right? Because in order to continue working in Hollywood, they did have to abide by some pretty fucking strict rules.
Oh yeah, big time. They closed
so
off.
Not the same thing, Gary.
Yeah. Anyways. Never mind his racially charged comments about Echo. Check out this comment that he jokes won't make it in, and then it makes it in. Yeah. And then he said the fucking Salem joke, which he can say, oh, it's just a joke. And his friends can say, oh, that's hilarious. It's not funny. It's not. That shit is not funny.
No, it's one of those things where, like, if he did this one joke, it would be like, oh, okay, you know, he should probably apologize. He apologized. We all move on. The fact is, this is his regular rhetoric. This joke is absolutely not shocking for him whatsoever.
Yep. And then I go on to say, you're just, I really like this one. You're just a little boy with a camera and a microphone. Take that away. What are you? Racist, homo, transphobic, misogynist, which is obviously a reference to you're just a little boy in a suit. Take that away. What are you from Avengers?
Yeah, like stuff like this. Like what purpose does this serve? You know what I mean? This is shit posting. It's shit posting.
Yeah, what is this?
I mean,
tweet?
that's
yes.
Yeah.
One other comment that I don't remember which one of them said it. I think it was probably Nerdrotic. It was just like a side comment he made. He tried to kind of conspiracy bait over that, where he was like, the reason why they put all these words next to each other so it comes up in Google search or whatever. And I was like, or they're all a bunch of relative or related words that got strung together. Like it was just weird. He was like, this is why they do that. This is so that they can trick Google search into showing that up next to your name or whatever. It's like, sure.
Yeah.
Sure, bud.
Yep. Yeah, and then the next picture that he has, or I put here, is I think
this one.
Yeah,
this one. Obviously, people know about this one. This one went viral on TikTok. I think the "Let's Talk About It." Obviously, I don't think this is a surprise to anybody. This is incredibly. This is perpetuating stereotypes, which isn't funny. And then the next one, obviously, people know about this one too. This is the Something Wong. This is the first time I saw him put something on Twitter. So this is the first thing I ever saw from him specifically on Twitter.
This was very soon after my calling him out as being a bigot tweet that got all these guys' attention. And then he did this soon afterwards, and it was just like, wait, you're gonna argue he's not a bigot and he does this shit? What?
Yeah, this is obviously, don't need to explain it to anybody here, racially insensitive. Like this.
I also want to point out that he doesn't realize this, but Something Wong is the name of a drag queen in the UK. She's been on drag
really?
Race, so yeah. But it is an Asian drag queen, so she's in on the joke. Let's see. Here you go. Next tweet.
Yeah, so he's such a problematic person that his whereabouts on January 6th could be brought into question, and I bet she wouldn't blink a fucking eye. Which I guarantee you, they are out there saying that I'm accusing him of being there on January 6th. That is not what I'm doing. I'm saying that if somebody accused him, you would not be surprised.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't.
Like if you found out he was there, you'd be like,
right, if there's like a video like, oh, it's Gary. That's not surprising.
And these people, I went to their accounts and scrolled into them, and these people are, at least two of them, are for sure inciting a civil war within the United States. Which I don't think I need to explain that to anybody.
TP USA
is a problem. I'm not familiar with these people, but yeah, I mean, like he's interacting with them. He's not, fighting against. Their rhetoric. These people also, some of them at least, I think at least two of them do believe that the election was stolen in 2020 or 2020.
Well, remember earlier they wanted to know how he was like being an alt-right conservative individual, like what we were talking about. And
and this is this kind of thing. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know who this guy is.
Me either. I just kind of scrolled through like their first couple.
This
of tweets,
guy I only know because he sometimes engages with me on Twitter. He's a piece of shit.
Really?
This is the same kind of. This is the same kind of language that you would hear at like mega rallies and that sort of stuff. Like the stuff they regurgitate over and over and over again. So I wanted to input, and then this, which I recently found out is pretty crazy because apparently they were all fans of Zack Snyder until he, until he kind of just like removed himself.
He denounced them. Yeah, he went on the stream with this.
I saw
that. I wish I had the clip ready, he went on the stream and immediately denounced them. Yeah.
But yeah, he also mentions Antifa in that tweet as well. Yeah, and then we can just kind of bullet right through this.
Yeah, here we go.
This guy. Oh no, that's not the last one. This guy is stuck in a never-ending circle jerk, literally built on the back of shitting on suppressed voices and oppressed minorities. If it's not a straight white man, he don't want it. In fact, he'll dedicate his time to shitting on it for 2 weeks. I don't need to explain that to anybody. He literally.
Yeah.
Hold on, I have the rest here.
Yeah, why does it do that? Like, why is it broken up like that?
It's because there's blue check marks.
Blue check marks. That's why I was hiding comments. I'll leave this thread off with this, and it's directly at you, Nerdrotics. Joking about or attempting to further suppress an already suppressed voice is a fucking disgusting way to spend your free time. You're a grifter. It's all you will ever be. Specifically when it comes to suppressing Indigenous voices. Yeah, I'm pretty... I'm pretty strongly against that shit. When they have dying languages, I'm very much against them not. I don't care how much it panders. Release that shit in their language. Work with the tribe. Do all that stuff. I do not care as long as it is permanent. That shit matters. You may have sobered up, and I've seen firsthand how difficult that is and must have been for you. But you have relapsed in addiction. You're addicted to hatred and negativity. You're addicted to the engagement it brings that furthers your hatred and negativity. So, I mean...
And he's created a whole bunch of new fucking addicts, too.
Yeah, They're all addicted to this. He's sensationalized it, and now it's in this, like, never-ending circle.
The reason that you're getting the fucking hate that you're getting on this shit is because it's basically a bunch of people think that, you know, you're going to take away their fucking dealer.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I'm not trying to cancel him, you know.
Well, it's not a real thing, so it doesn't matter.
It's not a real thing. You know, there's I've seen a lot of people commenting, you know, on cancel culture. This is not an attempt to cancel him. I do think that if there's any voice that needs to be suppressed, it's people like this.
Yeah.
Because it's hateful.
I mean,
it doesn't bring anything meaningful to the conversation. It's just negativity and hatefulness, and it's just brutal.
I mean, if you want to make an argument that Gary has the right to say what he wants to say, I don't really counter that one, because honestly, I feel like he does. An argument can be made on whether or not it should be monetized.
Absolutely. Like and also whether or not he should be included at, you know, events that have been very vocally against this type of behavior.
If you want my take on why they're really freaking out so much, like why the other YouTubers are and everything with this shit, is because if the Entertainment Weekly thing is related, which I kind of feel like it must be, I don't know, it just seems like they do realize there is a point, there is a threshold with which criticism, valid criticism, or just not even criticism, just showing what he says collected into a fucking thread or something, could reach certain people that could actually affect his ability to come off as, to some people in some ways, as legitimate or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And that's the thing that they have to have in order to keep going, is they need to be able to, you know, get their foot in the door with some air of legitimacy of being actual fucking fans or critics or whatever. That's the one thing that they will fight back against the most, or really pisses them off the most, is being suggested that they're not actually fans, that they're just political actors, because they are.
Sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And then this is one that I saw a clip of him specifically kind of harping on a bit. And what's worse, you know what you're doing, which means you know the harm it causes, not just on the people you're shitting on, but the fandom as a whole. We're the ones that have to deal with your dumbass fans fucking up our vibe. See, I saw them harping on that a bit, but the reality is that I used to go to a comic book shop to get my comics, you know, like every time I got paid, I would go and get some comics. I do not go there anymore because once I went up to the counter, and the person who sold me an issue had a very big problem with the fact that I was purchasing a comic that included Hulkling and Wiccan kissing. They were very upset about it. And, you know, like, I'm not saying that Nerdrotic caused that, but chances are this person heard and agreed with this rhetoric, and all of a sudden, you know, they're in my local comic book shop, literally fucking up my vibe. Like, I'm chilling, having a good day, go up, I'm about to get a comic book, always the most exciting part of that day that I go to the comic book store, and this person's like, oh, you're gonna buy that trash? You know, like, okay, well, you know what? I'm not coming here again. I'm not dealing with this.
I go to a comic book shop. I have to drive like 25 minutes out of the way. It's not a huge drive, but it's a little trip. But the reason I do that is because the comic shop, it's like 5 minutes away, like around the corner. Last time I went there, they had this like loving display of Rippaverse stuff. I was like, I am out. I am.
Yep. And then this is where I think they're saying I'm inciting violence. I say, you are filth. If I saw you in real life, I'd spit at your feet. I genuinely hope you educate yourself, because the way I see it, you currently aren't worth the cloud space they use to keep your videos up. This comment alone encapsulates how garbage you are. Fuck you. Yeah, and I mean, we talked about this. I have I hold very large issue with making jokes about Indigenous people in any capacity right now, because they need to be taken seriously, especially when, you know, it's not like this is happening in a different country. This is happening in both me and Nerdrotic's Gary's country. This isn't. Indigenous people are a suppressed voice that aren't being taken seriously.
Yes, very much.
Who are starving and going without clean drinking water. This is happening here. First world countries, rich countries.
Happens in the United States too.
Exactly. And that is why I firmly believe that in no capacity right now can Indigenous people be the butt of a joke, a pun.
I mean, they can be, because people are going to do
any
what they're going to do
whatsoever
if
right now.
If you expect to do it and then be like referred to as a decent person, then no, you can fuck off. Like, you know, that's really the consequence of it, is you're going to be seen as a shitbag.
Exactly. Well, yeah, you're allowed to say whatever you want. I can't keep you from saying whatever you want, but you're going to have to face whatever consequences come, if any, of, you know, the things that you say. I think I wrote in my notes. Hold on one second. I had put in my notes something here.
Absolute Power 2 is good.
Speech is free in the sense that you don't pay for it, but it's not free if you say something that can systematically affect people, or halt the progress of their well-being and movement towards being accepted. You know, like if you make a little joke and then people go, oh, we can make jokes about Indigenous people. Like, you are halting them being taken seriously in Congress, in legislation, in those sort of places where they absolutely need to be taken seriously.
Yeah. I also just...
Sorry, yeah.
I just want to mention, like, the, you know, other people saying that you're inciting violence, you know, or you're being hateful and stuff. Because I think we've all gotten this before, you know, when we've gotten a little bit hard against one of these people, right? And you get like, oh, you're just doing the same thing, right? You're just being hateful. This can lead to targeting and harassment. Like, you're the person, like, you're going up against someone who is way bigger than you, right? Yeah. Like, if you were the size of Nerdrotic and he was the size of you on Twitter and YouTube and stuff, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, I wouldn't frame it like this, you know, like, because then your audience could do all kinds of things, right? Like, it's completely different. They just like acting like the victim.
That goes back to what I was saying earlier, that when I started the thread, I decided that I was going to use more aggressive language in it so that I could break through, because, you know, you're not breaking through when you're not using the type of language that they would use.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just like the utter fucking nerve of a member of the majority population in a country that is actively forcing a subjugated population to live in squalor, having the audacity to mock them for living in that situation is just like, it's fucking wild. It betrays such a lack of sense about the world, and like no self-awareness whatsoever. It's one of those things where it was like, even if I didn't have like personal ethical issues or whatever, it's just like, read the fucking room, man.
I think that's why I reached out to you, Malachi, specifically, because you know, like, you had said in one of your videos, I think, that you wouldn't have used this particular tweet. And I told you that the reason that I used it was more about the gamble, less about the reservation, because casinos were, you know, given to Indigenous people as a way to systematically keep them poor and addicted.
Yeah, no, having said that, like, completely turned me around on it. I agree. I might have given like a piece of context for that one specifically, just because, like, I know as someone who is pretty, like, at least above average, up to date on stuff. It just like it was a kind of a dog whistle that like went over my head. Although watching the video, hearing him like accentuate it moving forward with their big gamble, like then I got it.
It's definitely a joke. It's definitely, you know, a pun that he's using about something that is a systematic issue. So yeah, that's the thread pretty much. Obviously I said, P.S. this isn't the worst of it. I just shared what's actually fucking digestible. I felt like I saw a lot of things.
I have a clip that's really bad, but
yeah, I mean, like, I felt like if I was, you know, putting out shit that was like really bad, it would kind of become the topic rather than why this is problematic. Like this isn't like, I wanted to show the subtlety, quote unquote, rather than like the absolute extreme stuff that they're saying, because the extreme stuff is bad enough. It speaks for itself. But this type of stuff, like, people just let it go right over their head, and they don't pay any mind to it. But it is a problem.
I would just urge people to be cautious about like going against, you know, talking about these people on Twitter, like by retweeting them and shit like that. You know, that can be a problem in its own right, especially now with Musk. Because I don't know if you guys probably didn't watch this beforehand, but like, yeah, here's this.
I've made $1,000 on Twitter. $1,000. And I know there's people out there stealing content like Ian Miles Chong, making a lot more. But I'm making $1,000 off of Miles Morales tweets. Shit I would do for free. That, for one, is America. That is capitalism. And it's fucking hilarious. And you can do it too. You can do it too. You can do Miles Morales tweets. Because they're like engagement gold. They're engagement crack.
Do you think maybe they're crack because it's because of the racist fucking connotation behind it?
I mean, whatever the reason for him saying that, I just find it interesting that he literally used to be a narcotics dealer, and like he's now just like proudly like, I'm fucking slinging crack.
Yeah.
You know?
Also, I would like to say that a lot of people were asking me why I didn't mention that, and I did say in the comments that the reason I didn't mention that, like, I've known people to be addicted to narcotics. I've known people that have overdosed and died. So like,
no, look, we don't go after his addiction. You go after the fact that he used to fucking sell it. That's what it is.
Yeah,
you know?
no, and I mean that's fine. Like, but for me, that is something that, you know, somebody who is like actually like being addicted to that narcotic and being addicted to anything is obviously a mental illness, and I didn't want to completely kibosh the system.
And they would have definitely seized on it. No matter how you said it, they would have accused you of like addiction shaming. Now that I think about it,
yes. And the reality of it is like he did his time apparently for that. You know, like he was punished for that. So like me personally, like I don't hold him doing that.
I don't like punishment. I like rehabilitation. It's clear Gary hasn't been rehabilitated as far as that's like
why I said
someone contributing positively to society, right?
He did relapse for sure.
I mean, that clip is literally just him coming out and saying, "Hey, I'm a snake oil salesman and I'm proud of it." Like there's no, well, I mean, there is self-awareness, but it's like you're watching that, and this is literally like, this is the kind of job that in 1855 would have gotten you run out of town, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, absolutely. For sure. Yeah. Yep. But yeah, that's the thread. I have not seen the reaction to the thread. I've seen clips, obviously,
by the way.
Well, I have here, I've got Gary's response here. But like, which one do you guys think would be, most beneficial to check out? What should we just look at the literal tweet responses, or because I've got several?
I mean, I saw the tweet responses, which were just kind of.
Well, let's make sure that the audience has seen some of this.
Okay, I mean, I think it's good to go over the worst of.
I've got a little graphic.
You want to see the thread? You want to see the yeah?
Let me see. Okay. Yeah. Yikes. All right. So content warning for a couple of slurs. Surprise.
What? Gary's fan base? What?
Bro.
I'm not even sure that some of these people are even fans of Gary. like I can't entirely blame this on him specifically. Because there were so many people that were, you know, posting this type of stuff that when you went to their page, they almost only interact with like mega related tweets, a lot of them. And that's another thing I wanted to mention is that they were coming at me for protecting my tweets. At one point, I protected them for about like 30 minutes to an hour or something. And I did that so that they say I was deleting tweets, which isn't true to an extent.
I mean, who cares? Don't listen to their fucking, you know, what they
I just want to clarify it. I did delete 2 tweets. I deleted one where I was generalizing them as Nazis, and then I deleted another one that was generalizing them as MAGA. And I just saw that as unfair. I don't want to generalize people in that way. But I would say that a lot of these people were MAGA affiliated. Like a lot of, you go to their account, they have Trump as their header. Like it's very obvious. And then I did actually have people with swastikas as their profile picture commenting on my shit. So
when you dive into that, there's way more connecting threads than you realize.
Yeah, for sure. And I did go private so that I could have time to actually privatize my personal social media, because I knew that, you know, they're gonna it's not difficult. Like they're gonna find me, they're gonna figure out, you know, where I'm at. So you know, I took that opportunity to private my social media, and then I unprotected the tweets because I did want people to still see them. But yeah, that's
we don't like Gary and EVS or Eric July, so we're racist. I mean, we're racist. Jesus Christ, man. This is the same guy who's got like he's been using like 3 or 4 accounts. I just want to point this out to everybody, okay? Like I normally don't want to call attention to this kind of dipshit, but like they create multiple fucking accounts to come and just spam the same shit over and over again. That's how desperate they are to, I don't know, get us to stop. I don't know if they think they've got the magic words they're going to say and we're going to go, oh no, we better stop talking about this now or whatever. But like it's,
people were also saying that I botted the tweets. I don't think this is the first time that people on Twitter have seen my profile picture or my name with a thread about somebody who's a piece of shit. It's definitely not the first one that's kind of blown up by any means. It's just that this is the first one that I did about a fairly large creator. So I can't afford to bot my tweets. I don't have that kind of money. I don't got that nerdrotic money from Twitter with the blue fucking check.
They go right to that because they, you know, maybe they know something about it.
They also said that.
Well, I mean, I was just gonna say a lot of these guys, they say that shit because that's what they do.
Yeah, right. and then on the other side, like somebody DM'd him on Instagram and, you know, sent him like a fairly large paragraph that he responded to, which we, at the end of it, that person said that it wasn't Gary, it was somebody else, and that he was on stream. And that was true, he was on stream. People said that those DMs were faked. I have since like posted a screen recording.
I have a screen recording of that. Should we check it out?
Sure, yeah, because like
I was confused about what was going on there, but
that would be like I'm not faking anything by any means. Like as far as I know, nothing's faked. Nothing is intentionally botted. I can't say that every single interaction on that tweet is totally legitimate. There are bots on Twitter, so but yeah.
So what happened again from the start?
For this DM here? Yeah, so this person DM'd them like a big long thing about like how they felt, like a pretty reasonable intellectual opinion, starting to like trying to start a conversation, which he has said recently on stream that he's totally willing to have intellectual conversations. But at the end of this, Instagram user blocked the person who was messaging him, and then they just blocked him right back because they didn't want him coming back to their account. But yeah, there are screenshots if we want to read it. I don't think we really need to read it. We can read his comments. You sound like you're belittling the nerdrotic way of doing things. You mean based opinions, don't you? How about you do things your way and leave other people do theirs because you sound like a self-righteous hypocrite. Yawn emoji. And then later on, whoever this was that was messaging on behalf of Rhetoric said, like, you sound like a vegan, which was quite funny. I would say that it is pretty funny because what? that's a silly insult to go after.
And I'm not seeing anything like egregious, just really some criticism.
No. Okay, mom. Yeah, that was. You should make your own content if you feel that way. Then why are you here? Don't like it, don't watch. Obviously, I don't care, but knock yourself out, lady. And then at the end of the screen recording, you will see that they say, this isn't Gary. Yeah, but he does say specifically right here, nope, I just make videos, no combos. And then in the recent stream, I did see a clip of him saying that he will specifically have conversations with people regarding their criticism of him, which definitely is not true, according to whoever is running his Instagram.
He has addressed me specifically and said, hey, maybe we'll sit down sometime and have a conversation.
I did see that
email.
Yeah. Which we've asked for. We've said let's set that up, you know. There's no reason to wait for it to just happen like Gary suggested. Like maybe we'll run into each other. No, we can set a time.
I can promise you I'm not running into Gary.
Yeah.
I don't operate.
I think he lives in Texas now. I'm nowhere near Texas. That's not happening.
Even if I was in Texas, I don't operate amongst the same people this guy does. Because it's certainly not the comic book community. I'll tell you that much for free.
Mm-hmm.
It is not.
Is he is Gary a Fallout fan? I just want to know because I'm going to be at the Fallout New Vegas convention in November.
I don't know.
I'm like, I know there are going to be a bunch of YouTubers there.
I have no idea.
But I'll buy him a coffee.
If he is, he hasn't talked about it a lot on his main channel, at least.
Were there reactions from these guys specifically that weren't on Twitter? I think I saw that he got on stream. I did see that he got on stream and spoke about it a little bit. With that bald guy. Who's the bald guy?
That's Az.
Oh, Az?
Yeah. The Pronouns guy.
That's just babyface.
I keep seeing him pop up. That's the British guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I see him pop up every now and then. But
well, that's one of the British guys. The other one is there's Mahler, and then there's Critical Drinker.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, Critical Drinker. I know.
Az is such a cute fucking name, though. I just have to say, it's sad. Like when I learned that, I was like, oh man, why is it you?
What a shame. And he seems like from the clips I've seen, like he seems like probably for them a fun guy to be around, but then all of a sudden he starts getting into this fucking random ass rhetoric that they get into. But yeah. Could I see some of their reactions?
I mean, like, yeah, let's see what I have here.
I mean, if you want, I actually am on one of Gary's pages right now. We can look at his live stream.
Well, yeah, let's do it. See if he's still milking this shit.
I don't think he is.
Well, it's a clip,
I think
the whole thing, but yeah.
I think he's kind of dropped it as far as I've seen.
All right, let's check this out.
Oh, also, unironically, I have to say, like with the thumbnail game and stuff, for the most part, like that was a pretty good one. I feel like you stick to solid like meme thumbnails that aren't just like, ooh, let's Photoshop a sombrero on top of a Mexican actor. Like whoever's doing that, it clearly has some amount of talent.
Yeah.
So Saturday, going about my day, I have an event to go to.
I didn't know we were watching this video. I have this video right here.
Wants to, we're like, hey,
this is really bad.
We don't go out very much.
Okay, my internet's getting thready, so yeah, let's go. Let's go with yours.
I thought we were watching the live stream right now or something. Is what I thought.
My internet's unpredictable.
Freaking hilarious, and you guys were awesome. You guys were just bitch slapping him. So with ideas. And it was crazy.
Wait, those were ideas?
I'm grateful for you guys.
Not even a little bit.
Oh, that was it? Damn. My bad.
Yeah, that's my screen.
I thought I had more of a video than that.
See, and like the cowardly thing there is that he doesn't like it. So many of these situations are such easy layups for these people. All they have to do is be a little bit specific, clarify exactly what they're okay with, exactly what they're not, and say, if you behave across this line, you're not welcome here. It's so, and I see it like every single time they run into a little bit of controversy. It's like you could win, like you could get the rhetorical win here so easily, and you can't do it. You cannot bring yourself to do it. Because he's seen the stuff that's been said, right? Like he knows that some of it's not acceptable, like a large amount of it's not acceptable, but pretends like that's not.
Yeah, because like there were some people that were coming with general criticism, you know, like saying that, you know, like they probably wouldn't have framed it the way that I did, or that maybe I came off as a little too aggressive, those sort of things. And
that kind of thing, though, you need to be aware that there are plenty of his fans that are a little bit more clever than others who will say shit like that. That really their point is just to try to the same goal, right? Like to get you to not have the courage or confidence to speak out or whatever, or to like retract something. Like, and they will tone police you into fucking oblivion if they can get away with it.
In that same stream, they bring up a YouTube channel that has like my profile picture and my name on it. That's somebody.
Yeah, we need to talk about that, I think, right? Turf?
Yeah,
is that the one that uploaded my whole video onto it?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes,
I think it's important to talk about this because look, man, this is somebody who decided to do this very, very obviously to anybody that knows dishonest thing, but they did it for a reason. And I was trying to figure it out yesterday, and I was like, I finally fucking, I was like, I think I got it. They made a channel and attributed it to you, your name, exactly how it is on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
And then the one video they uploaded,
they didn't change the @ handle. The Nucids, so @Nucids. That's that's
the one video that they uploaded is actually one from Turf Nation, and it's not anything that is about what the thumbnail says, which tells me like the thumbnail is actually about, a while back there was a thing where I guess it was Ripoff Verse kind of compared Nerdrotic's wife to Miss Piggy or whatever with a meme and shit, and they lost their shit over that. That was their most recent, like, oh, poor us narrative. And and the thumbnail on this video is something about that. It's got her, his wife, it's got Miss Piggy right next to it, even though Turf Nation didn't say anything about any of that in his video.
Not at all.
That was uploaded. So to me, that says that they're trying to get people to think that you made a video about that. They don't know that you're probably not going to watch the whole video. They're his audience, right? Like they just need them to see the thumbnail and to think that you made a video about that, and then they can because that's what they're going to get self-righteous at you about now. And I wouldn't be surprised if you heard something about it.
I saw somebody react, and it was actually the same person that said that I said that I hated him. That was in the chat earlier. He reacted to that video on YouTube, and he basically said that, oh, so I, created a YouTube channel. I got on social media one day, channel dedicated to hating on Nerdrotic. That's not true. I didn't create that YouTube channel. In fact, I've reported that YouTube channel several times. That is not me. If I'm gonna make a YouTube channel, it's gonna have some actual content on it. It's not gonna be, Nerdrotic is a shitty dude.
So you reached out to that guy on Twitter, right?
I did, yeah. I messaged.
Did he get back to you?
Like the person that made that video?
They've made that video, yeah. I was just curious because he seemed like someone who would probably correct himself.
Yeah, I mean, we did end up having. I think he was removed.
It's Turf's video, just reported.
Turf Nation, this one?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about there was the guy who reacted to that, like basically watched the video of.
I see.
Yeah, and I was just curious because that guy seemed like someone who was like a little bit into some dodgy spaces, but like seemed like someone who was willing to correct himself. So I was just curious.
He seemed reasonable. I did reach out to him like in the comments. He did end up messaging me saying that he was curious to hear my side, but I think he's been since like removed from the chat. I'm not sure what he was saying in there, but he said, honestly, I bailed on the episode once they put me in timeout. I know you weren't moderating it, but that was wildly disappointing. That's what he said. But yeah, no. I did tell him that I would make time to mention that I did say that I hated Gary, which I did. But yeah, he seemed like relatively like interested in knowing the context, at least even in his video of that YouTube channel. So that's why I reached out to him, because I didn't make the YouTube channel. If I make a YouTube channel, that YouTube channel will have actual content on it, but that won't be for a long time. So
you just won't repost Turf Nation, because that's easy content right there.
Not
I mean,
easy.
I thought it was just that easy. That's what I'm gonna start doing, just uploading turf videos.
Yeah.
If you did it, I probably wouldn't take it down. It'd be fine.
We do have a 5-minute response about Gary from Eric July if we want to watch that.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
So for background, Grayson, I don't know if you're familiar with Eric July or not, but he's been very close with Rhetoric for years. Kind of an adjacent member of the FNT, the Friday Night Tights crew. And he starts out this video by saying how good of friends he is with Gary. So it's going to be, I haven't watched this, so it might be interesting to see.
Quick, I just want to say it's relevant context because he is, well, I'll let him say it.
I'm built like a goddamn brick.
Okay. Like a goddamn brick.
But I've sped it up. I've got it pitched up.
So a little bit of context. Eric July is one of the few guys that I have managed to talk to, and it's a wild experience.
He's also, he's fond of saying stuff like this.
Okay, you the big bad booty daddy.
So I also want to point out that this video for all of these channels, and I think we probably all knew this, some of their biggest videos in a while, because this is the kind of content that these fans want. They want this outrage discourse, and being happy about House of the Dragon and Deadpool and Wolverine isn't working for them. So
that it's not just outrage, it's victim shit, man. Like that's the same thing as Eric got his most views probably in a couple of years, and I don't think he's gotten any, maybe gotten some close to it since then, but with his debate with Bob, because he did that stream for 2 hours afterward, fucking complaining, basically acting like a victim over the thing. It's really fucking sad that they have to, do that. I don't know how they fucking, I don't know. I just think they sit down to pee.
Yeah, I will say this. I think that Eric in general tends to be a bit more like, you're going to see how he uses words to try and like have deniability for any of his stances. This is how he operates. You'll see.
They are mad at my good friend Gary again from Rhetoric. What's new? But this one was quite hilarious, mainly because it's an account that popped up out of nowhere. Pronouns in the bio, all that good stuff. If you actually read the bio, as you can see here, just all the predictable stuff. So it makes it seem like it's someone's sock. But basically, they put a thread on X, went semi-viral.
So he immediately says so he's assuming it's a sock account. Yet here you are.
Not a sock account.
Are you a sock account? Are you?
Nope.
You're
fake. That is my account that I use. That is my main account.
Are two people on this stream playing the same character and just like switching back and forth really fast?
Well, some of us don't have cameras on.
You never know.
Here you go.
On there, just
everybody talk at the same time, and then we'll know who it is.
A bunch of
exactly. Who is this? Who is the mystery character?
Regurgitated sort of nonsense about Gary, and really that stuff can also apply, or it's the same nonsensical arguments that they apply to myself and a lot of people that.
So you'll notice this. Eric also likes to put himself in the same position of whoever he's arguing
I'm
about.
also a victim of this, don't you know?
Yeah. So, and I'm sure a lot of them probably did. I wouldn't be surprised if Jeremy did the same thing as well. So.
Like, I mean, look, he did it with fucking with like Israel, so he's gonna do it with anybody, really.
Yeah.
That are in sort of this fear of the internet, or this side of the internet. Now, he says they, them, shim, whatever, and this is the part that really got me. And I'm gonna show y'all something here in a bit. Rhetoric has an obsession with the concept that anyone who isn't straight, white, or male might make an appearance, or God forbid, lead a solo project. Okay, now process that. Now, while you're processing that, let me say this. Okay, so with all of these types. This is why I always say that reason or logic or any of that stuff doesn't really matter to these types, because they have a person that they need you to be, and they will take whatever things that they need to. They will lie, even maybe they take things out of context, whatever.
So what lies are they telling? Like, I'm curious because he's saying taking things out of context or whatever. Like, what is there a lie that, like, you can do the things that he's saying without lying about it? Like, you can literally just pull something out of context.
I also it's not like I posted a 16-second clip. I posted like 2-minute clips.
Yeah.
The context is in the video. Like I didn't remove context.
So the collective of all of it, right? Like everything taken in, considering everything instead of just looking at everything in a vacuum is also something they don't want you to do. Because patterns matter, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the thing about it also is that when it comes to Eric and these kinds of arguments, he always says that they express the viewpoint of like the majority of people, right? But here clearly he's saying our side versus their side. Like he understands that there is a vast difference like between the way they're looking at media or engaging in culture. So it's always whatever their argument calls for, whatever they need it to be.
Make it seem like you have a position that you don't have. Any evidence that's specifically to the contrary, that breaks their narrative, they will ignore. Anything that they think validates said narrative is, of course, what they are going to highlight, even again, if it's presented.
I'm sorry, it's fucking amazing to me, the things he's saying, because he's literally talking about himself. This is so fucking much projection. Like the way that he changes the meaning of words. So he likes to use token a lot. He calls Miles Morales a token. We got some clips we can look at if you really want to, but like he claims that token means anytime they take a character and introduce like if say there's Captain America, he's Steve Rogers, then you take and you make Sam Wilson also a Captain America, that's a token. Miles Morales is a token. Any kind of chain race swap or gender swap, he calls it, or whatever, like that's a token to him, when that's literally not what the fucking definition is. If you look it up, the token is actually much more like what he does for Blaze Media and for the Fandom Minutes or whatever they're called.
Yeah. See, we do have a black person on the team. How can we be racist? I have a black friend.
Right.
Oh, I've heard that so
That's
often
why
from
we
his
don't,
fans.
because
I'm
that
not
way
racist,
we can.
I listen to Eric July. I'm not.
Yeah.
But also every single artist or creator who says anything even remotely negative about our community is incredibly racist or sexist against white men, even regardless of who they're friends with or engage with.
Yeah.
Right. All right, here we go.
That you don't have, or if you showed the full body of work, you would know that what you're stating is nonsense. That's because they start with the argument that isn't an argument.
Okay, I want to just jump. I know I keep pausing this, but it's impossible for someone to talk about a subject while showing the full body of work. That is an impossible ask. You cannot do that, especially with people like Gary, who live streams for 4 hours a week and has been doing it for like 6 years. There's no way to show every single bit of work they've done and still make a point in your video. You have to pick the things that you're going to be talking about specifically. And you don't need anything else to do that. Like, as long as you're getting enough of a certain context within the conversation, that's all that's necessary. Because you could say the same thing to these guys who are talking about content they're not even watching.
Yeah. I'm going to run to the washroom, but you guys continue.
Okay.
I'll just be right back.
All right.
Yeah, I'll just say,
just a person that they need.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, the thing with Gary is that, like, literally, like any video he's done probably over the last 3 years easily. Any video, I can click on any random one and have misinformation, bigotry, any random one, and find that. Won't be hard.
But the other thing is that they literally, Eric is saying that this person, Grayson, has taken clips and used that in a discussion about his thoughts on Nerdrotic. Whereas every video Nerdrotic does includes clips of movies and TV shows where he's talking about his thoughts on those movies and TV shows.
Or actors or producers or whomever.
Right.
Like, if you want to even like make the metaphor or the analogy like as perfect as possible, like straight up does the exact same thing down to a T.
I mean, if you're arguing that you need more context to talk about these things, you were talking about a channel that uses 4-second clips, like we just watched clips from Gary, where he uses them as punchlines to jokes in order to prove his point. It's just ridiculous. What are we? Okay, let's continue here.
You to be, and they're not deviating from that. They're not moving from that at all.
Like you guys don't do that either.
That Gary, as he often has, is wearing a Rippaverse shirt in this in one of those videos that this person shared there.
So that proves that he can't do racist stuff.
Advertisement.
He can't say and do racist stuff because he's wearing a Rip-A-Verse shirt, right? That's
I'm not racist. I watch Eric July.
Right.
I used to have a Tupac shirt.
Now we're gonna
should I
just
start wearing it again? I don't
go
know.
straight to the source because I just happen to be, I don't know, the owner of the company, and he's rocked ISOM shirts, he's rocked Blood Roof shirts. So I will just one time repeat what he just said.
Yeah, Grayson, you say
Checkmate,
obsession. Obsession. It's very specific on what you're talking about there. He is wearing a t-shirt of his friend's comic book brand. How does that disprove that he doesn't do racist stuff?
What's sad is all this is just him promoting the Rip-A-Verse in a video about fucking like he's got to promote the Rip-A-Verse. That's the fucking #1 goal of every video.
Every video. It's crazy. It's crazy. Holy shit. Like just the absolute mental gymnastics you have to make to go, he owns a Rip-A-Verse t-shirt with a black character. Therefore, any criticism you have about his opinion and takes
Doesn't
on
count.
other black characters is invalidated.
Something I feel like these people need to like fully internalize and understand, because every once in a while they'll be like, oh, well, they liked this one movie with a woman in it or whatever, is that being nice to one black person, being nice to one woman does not overall change the trajectory of your content or of your body of work. Like,
it's not about the comments themselves. It's about the systematic effect that the comments have. It's a much larger issue than individual targeting and that sort of thing. It is a systemic issue.
It's great and all that you were nice to your black coworker and everything, but then I go on your Facebook and it's full of the N-word and 1350 memes. It's not good for you, bud. Not the problem.
Yikes.
It doesn't suddenly make everything okay that they enjoyed fucking Arcane. That doesn't just suddenly make all the shit they say about women and female characters okay.
Yeah.
But they try to make it out to be that.
This kind of shit right here, for example.
Hello, Eric July. How are you?
My man, what's up, Ethan? How you doing? I'm doing good. I can't complain, man. All right. Let's make fun of these weirdos.
Yeah, T. Franklin's something else. I enjoyed your argument with her. Did you call her a crackhead?
Yeah, I called her a crackhead. Yeah, she didn't take kindly to that either when I called her that. T. Franklin, she is doing that Harley Quinn Bang Kill tour, which I guess is a book that kind of extends from that show that they're doing on her, which is basically just a show for a bunch of lesbians. That's the only appeal that it has. That obviously just put in a position because of her status. She's one of those typical pronoun brigade weirdos, puts some mental illnesses and all that shit in their bio and all that. She doubled down on this idea that Vixen was gay. Because why not? The writer's black, gay, and disabled. And I didn't really understand this until I talked about this with Chuck Dixon on my show. They seem to write these gay characters as predators all the time. Why is that? And I was like, and they did that with Vixen, where she's like hitting on this disabled chick, and it's fucking weird, man.
She's like, you're not going anywhere. You cannot run me. I can run like a cheetah, and you're on crutches. So I'm going to stick my giraffe tongue in you. There's nothing you can do about it.
Fucking weird, man. It's some predator shit. That was an embodiment of what she was. It was a self-insert because of shit.
Yo, just because he is now been brought up, fuck Ethan Van Sciver. Dude.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was telling
Eric would agree with you on that these days. So that I was just thinking about that was the golden days right there where they're like laughing together and shit,
I was telling Dane yesterday that Ethan Van Sciver is like the first comic book artist that I ever met in real life, and he signed my comic. I was 8 years old. And then I only found out a couple months ago that this guy is a fucking piece of shit. And that really upset me because like I said, like this is the first person that's like connected to this stuff that like I was able to talk to and get a signature from and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And to find out he was kind of a piece of shit.
Wait, really recently or like in the past where like when he was working at DC and stuff? I'm curious when you like
I was 8. I'm 23 now.
Oh, okay. All
so
right.
in 2008, he was doing a book signing in Regina, Saskatchewan. And
see, Ethan was my entryway into this stuff too. I think Bob's as well.
It was a pain, and I actually don't know where that comic book is right now. I'm assuming I might have thrown it out at that time because I was very upset. Like very upset. I was like, oh man, like it really sucks that like I was a kid and this guy was chatting with me. And like that's the impact that these people have. Like this person wasn't necessarily my gateway into comic books, but like he was like a physical representation to me of.
You're actually really lucky, man, because like he had I mean, he still does on a much, I guess, a larger scale, but like he, you know, kind of developed this little cult around him by just being friendly with people that were his fans on the internet and shit. And you know, that's kind of how Comicsgate came about, more or less. Was Ethan has this fucking cultish following that, you know, they've been there for a while, since you know, we started out with a few friends, and yeah, it kind of grew cancerous from there.
Yeah, I mean, like that. Yeah, that guy was the physical representation of comic books for me for a long time, and now, you know, that's like tainted.
I didn't even know anything about Ethan really until like, because when I first started like doing content with Dane or whatever, I was more like the Eric July stuff and the, you know, the Fandom Menace stuff or whatever was what I was dealing with. So I didn't really even know anything about him. And then I had to go back and go, oh, wait, he makes videos on YouTube. I didn't even know. I had no idea.
Now you know too much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm on a desert island with him somewhere, apparently. So
oh god damn it, dude. I forgot about that.
It's too funny. All right, let's continue here.
Or what this person said. He has an obsession with the concept that anyone who isn't straight, white, or male might make an appearance, or God forbid, lead a solo project. Okay, so let's go to the facts, because maybe there's some people.
Oh, this is an ad.
Maybe they actually believe this stuff. Maybe they don't get they never heard of our company.
Good old Eric.
You know,
oh my
all these
god.
guys. Remember what he was just doing in that video clip that, you know, that clip that we just watched, or the several clips cut together, literally lying about how T. Franklin got into comics, because no, she's not just because she's disabled and got her pronouns in her bio, because if that was the case, anybody'd be writing fucking comics, right? No, she literally she wrote what was it called, Bingo Love, which is like a queer, you know, kind of romance comedy kind of book that she, you know, put out herself, you know, crowdfunded. But before it was even finished crowdfunding, Image Comics fucking swooped in and said, we're going to publish this shit. She won awards for it. All right. And then from there got, you know, that's what Marvel and DC look for. Whenever that shit starts happening, they're going to swoop in and probably offer you some money and a job. That's how she got the job. That's how she got, you know, work. And he fucking can't stand it. He goes after her nonstop. You know, it, like I see her brought up so fucking much just by various comic skaters and stuff.
He's probably really,
so he's literally going after her because
crazy.
What's that?
I was just saying he's probably jealous because she can actually write a book.
Right. Well, I mean, and he's saying that she, you know, he's going after her because of these things that he's probably about to defend himself and say that that's, or I don't know, is it the rest of it just an ad?
I skipped. It's mostly him advertising his website, and I've skipped ahead here. It looks like this might be right before he goes back to talking about Gary. But
it sounds like he's about to defend them from doing the thing that we just watched him fucking do.
Yeah, so I'm assuming this last bit is going to be him jumping back over to talk about Gary. But like, how are you going to make a video addressing the erotic stuff and spend it advertising your
like
website?
Half of it
like
is his own thing.
Yeah, he's just advertising his books. I'm not going to sit through that.
I'd be money that, like, in the last at least several months, you cannot find an Eric July video that is not promoting the Rippaverse, at least for a minute or two at some point in the video.
So let's see if he jumps back.
How can Gary be racist? He has Rippaverse.
That's just
and you cannot be racist too if you fucking buy Rippaverse.
The key word that is in all caps there is obsession. So how many videos has Gary made about the Rippaverse? How many? Probably maybe one. Maybe they talked about it on a live stream. He doesn't talk about it.
Maybe
you were talking about being obsessed with something, not just wearing a T-shirt from your best friend.
You know what this? You know what this is, guys? You know what this literally represents right here? It's loading right now, but like he's making this argument. Once it loads, this one. This video is brought to you by
Reproduce. How can I be a white nationalist if I wear Reproduce? Checkmate, groomer.
Hey, man.
Yeah, pretty much. That's exactly what it is.
All right, let's see. Here we go.
Mail. So it's verifiably false. But if you don't learn anything else from my videos, you know that it doesn't matter.
It's verifiably false that he could possibly make racist content because he's bought he supports my comic books by wearing T-shirts.
Yeah,
I gave him. It's verifiably false.
Okay.
Yep.
Of course, there's going to be people that believe it. You're talking to a brick wall. It's nonsense. Me just doing this video is more so for you guys out there. Maybe there's some guys that are in the center that may not know about this stuff.
No, you're doing this video to sell your comic books.
And may end up running with it because they choose not to do their research. Maybe you get lucky and you come across this video. Now we know that what they said about Gary through that whole entire thread was just idiotic.
I hope those people go and I hope those people go and do their research. I really do.
Yeah.
I really hope that those people that are, kind of not understanding or kind of in the middle really do a deep dive.
As we know, most know with Eric July, he's been just hemorrhaging subscribers and fucking support and stuff.
He's lost another 1,000. He's lost another 1,000. So he's down to 1,000 again. So
I was doing some digging the other day, looking around online just to see what people say, various spots on Reddit and stuff and forums. And there's quite a lot of sentiment just randomly, pretty much everywhere you look, of people who maybe at one point were fans of his whenever he talked about comics all the time, when he was actually talking about comics, and who maybe didn't watch for a while or whatever, but then they dropped in and then were like, holy shit, what the fuck happened? So like he's making, from their perspective, and I assume it's right, making completely different kind of content almost than what he was making when they were watching him. And, just think that's relevant because
it's wild that like Gary's old content wasn't like the stuff he's making now.
Yeah.
Like it was very different. And I was gonna say with Grayson, we talked, I don't know if we mentioned it earlier or whatever, but I wanted to bring up the fact that we talked about briefly, about them walking away from the harm that it does. A lot of these guys, like, I don't know if they actually like the material harm when it comes to this. I don't know if they actually believe in the stuff they're saying or if they know they're just making money off of it. And when they turn off their computer, they walk away from it and they don't think about it anymore.
I refuse to believe that a person like Gary isn't smart enough to know like that what he's saying is problematic.
Yeah,
I said that in a tweet. I said that I don't know if there's a chance that like he doesn't believe this. There's a chance that like basically like there's a chance that like Gary could be a good person. But like
I got into an argument with somebody once because she was trying to, like, I was on a stream with somebody and she was like, they're cool people or whatever, like talking about Gary and Jeremy. And I was like, no, they're not. She was like, well, that's just the content they make, and blah blah blah. They're like, they just do that because that's the I was like, I don't give a fuck if they get off of the internet. Oops, sorry.
That's the thing.
And they're like the nicest people, and they go and donate to fucking LGBTQ fucking charities and stuff. I don't give a shit because what they're putting out into the world, the thing that's having the most effect in the world is this fucking content. And so like they're pieces of shit, pure and simple. It's kind of even more fucking evil if you're like actually doing it performatively, right? And you're doing it performatively.
Yeah, it's a lot larger in the grand scheme of things, especially when like I want to say that like it's possible for him to be a good person, but the reality is that like this is the persona that he puts out, and it's permanent. It's out there. He's not deleting it. He's not deleting it. He's not going back on it.
It's what he's made his money on.
Like, I want to give Gary the benefit of the doubt. I think everybody deserves the benefit of the doubt. But the reality is that like this is something he's been doing for probably 2 years now. Or at least that I've
done it way longer.
It's around 4, I believe.
So for 4 years, let's say, he's been doing this and he's been gaining a following off of it because, people are easily, especially comic book nerds. I will say that comic book nerds are very susceptible to this kind of manipulation from this type of influencer. Oh, he owns a comic book shop. He must know his shit. Like for me, I was a lonely comic book nerd in high school until right before I graduated. Like that's like, and if somebody somehow came into my life spewing this rhetoric, like I feel, in my opinion, I would have been susceptible to that too, because I was looking for people to discuss this sort of thing with. I was looking for people to validate my opinions, and he does make fancy edits and his videos are high quality, so like that's the sort of thing that like everybody at a younger age can really fall into, and then that just becomes their opinion for the rest of time, even if Nerdrotic comes out and says, I have been a grifter. I'm probably going to delete this account and all its videos, and I'm going to completely remove myself from this because I've made some offensive comments and all that sort of shit. Like if he goes above and beyond what even that, those people that he's influenced, they go out into the world and they continue to spew the garbage.
So this is a little clip I found of him a while ago from 2017. It doesn't prove he's a grifter, but at least proves there's definitely been a shift in him in what he does.
Okay, because I really dislike the fake geek thing and the poser nerd thing. That's not what we're about. We're about inclusiveness, and we want new people in. And if new people, spout off and make mistakes, hey, don't we all?
Very different rhetoric.
Yeah,
using the word inclusivity without putting a French accent on it.
Yeah,
like we've talked before, and this is probably going to be the last thing I say before I have to head out. But like Dane, you said, like I don't care if he knows that what he says is wrong, or that he's just doing this for views. I think that makes him worse. I think that makes him a much worse person than if he genuinely believed this stuff. Because at that point, right, then he's just a person who's wrong. Now he's a person who knows, at least I believe he's a person who knows he's doing wrong and that he knows all this shit, and he still chooses to do it just for personal gain. I think that makes him a way worse person.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, I think my guess with people like this, unless they like very specifically prove me otherwise, is that they're generally speaking relatively conservative and then just think that they're playing like an over the top character. Because I don't think that most people, I've met people, by the way, this is one of the things that like helped me to cement my confidence that these people are ridiculous. I've met people like that in person, and everyone socially immediately is like, got places to be,
Oh yeah,
but
they're weird.
But I think that's how you
they are very
yourself.
weird.
It's how you convince yourself that it's not like that this isn't who I am. I don't think that anyone like at the end of the day is proud of themselves for sincerely going on a tirade about the race of Alakwa Cox or whatever. Like I don't, so I think they pretend like it's a performance or whatever. They treat it as a performance. I don't know. Like I think it's half insincere and half, at least to some level, sincere. That's my guess.
They have to believe it to some extent to be able to come out every single fucking day spewing the same rhetoric.
And I mean, you have to at least believe that it's okay, right? Like
in some capacity, they don't. Sorry.
Oh no, sorry. I was butting in.
I was gonna say, like, they at the very least, like, they don't think the jokes are they don't think the jokes are problematic. They just think that they're just jokes. Like
they still, follow Trump.
The way they think about it, I think we talked about this last week or something. It's like they seem to think that they're not necessarily, or Gary anyway, maybe some other ones, but like the joke to them is that they're upsetting people, right? That they're only using this, presumably racist or sexist or homophobic, whatever kind of language, because it upsets people, and that's the funny thing to them, right? Like that's kind of how they seem to, couch their fucking denials for themselves. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'm gonna say that I do have to leave in about 15 minutes. So if there's any thing that you guys want to cover while I'm still here.
Yes, I probably do have to get out now, but it has been a pleasure, and enjoy the last.
You're backing out of debating me?
Yes, I'm scared. I'm afraid. All right, see you guys.
Oh, I'm supposed to have a topic? Oh shit.
Yeah, is there anything like specific that you guys want me to clear up or bring up or mention or talk about?
So I do have a download of the neurotic response. We can look over that, see if it works this time. Do we want to give it another shot?
Sure.
Yeah.
So Saturday, going about my day, I have an event.
Working for UPS or FedEx or whatever. Like, what's going on? Sorry, just a brown kind of earth tones.
I'm going to. Melissa wants to. We're new in San Antonio, so Melissa's like, "Hey, we don't go out very much. We need to make friends. We need to go do stuff." So we went and did an event.
I don't know if he did he do any like kind of demographic research before he moved to San Antonio. I'm sorry, but
good point.
Being from Texas, I kind of know that. I don't know. You know, I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of racists that he can link up with, but he's also going to have to deal with, you know, some of the brown people.
The woke mob.
Yeah.
So I dropped it in the private chat, but I have to head out. I have an issue here that I have to go take care of. So
I think we'll have to head out fairly soon, but yeah. I think this is a good one.
So
okay, so I was gonna say, by the way, that like because I started late, I had stuff that I wanted to show and stuff like that, and I apologize for being late. I'm really fucking sorry. I'm stupid. I didn't set an alarm. I thought I'd wake up in time. So you guys cool with me like continuing on for a little while? Once
I may come back, but I just have to step away for now. So I might be back in just a bit. So
I'll also probably still be here. And if we were planning on talking to people, or if there were people who were wanting to come on because they had a different.
I hope so.
Yeah, I would love to. Like, I seriously would love to chat. But
my Discord is Dane AF. By the way, hope you come back, DJ.
I'll be back in a bit, maybe. So we'll see
you. My Discord is Dane AF. My email is actualphantom@gmail. If you want to come on and have a discussion, this is within the bounds of like being a decent human being. If you come on and be a piece of shit, then I'm gonna kick you. So like, I guess that warning in place. I would like to hear some legitimate, reasons why we're just hateful. That's one thing that I've been seeing a lot of lately, that we are actually hateful, that we're creating a hate cult or hate group or whatever, that we're sexist, we're racist, we're all this stuff. I really would like to hear a valid argument for that, but
that was it turned out to be pretty cool at the San Antonio Film Festival. And as I'm going there, my concern anytime I do something with anybody that's in the realm of normal, which I don't know what the fuck that is anymore. My concern is, God, I hope they don't get any heat for just talking to me. And they didn't, by the way. They didn't. But as this was going on, I see the Twitter thread. Garrett sent it to me. I'm like, oh, it just kind of looks like the same old.
Quarter Black Garrett, who used to work for Steven Crowder and now has a show on Blaze with some other guy, just to provide context for who he's talking about.
He does say, I do want to say really quick, same old, same old. Don't you think that if a bunch of people are coming out and saying something about you, that at some point, at one point or another, you should evaluate the way that you talk, the rhetoric that you spew, and try to figure out maybe why people are coming at you on a regular basis about the way that you talk, because like,
or at least can listen to what they're saying, right? Like,
I mean, why is it that this this is clearly not the first time somebody's come out and said something about him, because he's got a bunch of videos on other people doing the exact same thing, and all these guys, all his friends have other videos of people doing the exact same thing that I did, coming out and accusing you of, in their words, all these isms. There's obviously something there. At the very minimum, there's something that's true within that. So,
BTM, because the grift it comes first before everything, man. Like, that's why.
Yeah,
you see the smile on his face in this still image right here. That's why, because he fucking loves it.
He's the first creator. He's the first creator I've ever seen personally be accused of something like this, and for it to get that big, that hasn't come out and said, like, I can see how this would have been insensitive and I apologize and that sort of thing. No, he doubles down. He's doubling down, even in the way that he's talking right now, the connotation that he uses.
He probably like pushed his wife aside to read the thread. He's like, get away, bitch. I was like, I gotta get on stream right now and fucking respond to this.
Yeah.
Sorry. All right.
All right, that's fine. And I saw how many likes were on a Saturday. It was like, that's a lot, but whatever. Who cares? It's Twitter. It doesn't really carry over to YouTube or anything like that. And it doesn't at all. There is zero crossover.
Except that they fucking pulled it over there. Like they literally did.
So I go about my business, but I'm like, hey, this is the kind of thing, like, if it gets out, people want to, all they want to do is and I'm guessing it's a content creator. I'm not sure. I know nothing about this Grayson person, but
it is usually a lot of projection. They just don't like what I say. And instead of like challenging just the ideas, maybe doing a live stream and pointing out where I'm wrong or something like that.
It's literally what we do, you fucker. God damn.
Yeah, I challenge the ideas all the time. That's what that stream is, or the thread is about, challenging his ideas. But he doesn't want to address that.
That's a false fucking defense, because that's literally what we do. Not every week, because we don't always talk about Gary, but we've done at least 2 or 3 streams over the couple of years where it's literally focused on Gary and Gary's shit.
Yeah, Gary's too big a fish to ignore.
Take by take and just break down what problems we have with this shit. We know that he's seen some of it. Like, we know that he knows, who we are generally. And yet, in Bob's response that he got recently, he's like, I don't, who's this organized chaos guy? I don't know. I don't understand what he's upset about. Maybe I fucked his mom. Yeah. Like, he's not interested in criticism.
Yeah.
No.
They just do the usual old, he's racist. And where was I on January 6th? Like that, it went there. It was pretty retarded.
Except it didn't.
But I'm like, this could be connected to somebody else, get somebody else in trouble, and that's what I hate. And that's why a lot of people will contact me behind the scenes, but we can't do anything public. And I completely understand. I'm fine with it. As long as we're talking, that's cool. Doesn't need to be public all the time. That's cool. But yeah, so I did that, and then it really blew up, and I ended up trending. I've never trended on the channel has never trended on Twitter before. And
where did he trend?
Drama alert.
Keemstar
tweeted it out.
Did he just trend in the United States? Because he definitely wasn't trending in Canada, or was that just on the
if he was trending, I didn't notice.
I didn't
was
see
that
it.
just
But it might also be on his feed too.
Could that just have been like on the For You? Because like
I might have seen it for you and been like, oh, I'm trending.
Yeah.
Comicsgate uses that tactic all the time to pretend like they're more important than they are.
Yeah.
And it was hilarious. It was freaking hilarious. And you guys were awesome. You guys were just bitch slapping him. With ideas.
What?
Does he not understand? Does he not understand that is like? I mean, he does do people watching this not understand that is literally like the voice that a parent does when they're letting you do something that they know they're not supposed to? Like that's like that is literally exactly what he's doing there. I'll let you have a cookie after dinner.
Yeah.
I don't know what that hand motion.
No, he definitely knows. He definitely knows. In fact, I think at the very end of this, he says that he's grateful for it. So
yeah. He's no real suffering involved. He just uses the victim narrative up until the point whenever he finally admits it actually looks really good for me.
Yeah.
And it was crazy. So I'm grateful for you guys, and that's what I'm grateful for. I'm grateful for you guys. I'm grateful for common sense. Grayson protected their tweets, which don't do. Keep them up there, by all means. I don't want them gone.
I do want to point out that your tweet thread has not been ratioed.
No, yeah, they definitely haven't.
Something I guess.
Yeah. So they say I protected him. I actually blocked Rhetoric for quite some time. I did unblock him, but I had him blocked. I've had him blocked for a long time. That wasn't just something I did during the thread. I blocked him.
You're free to say what you like. I don't really care, but the fact that I'm in a position, the best job in the world, thanks to you guys. It's this gift I was given later in life that I never thought I'm still not sure if I deserve, but definitely it's always been a gift. I'm grateful for it. It's the best gig in the world, and I was just having a good time watching this go. Wow, January 6th. I was probably streaming. That's where I was. I can't honestly remember.
Was he streaming and maybe cheering it on, perhaps? I know that I think Jeremy Griggs was.
Is something going on with your mic, Shane, or am I freaking out?
That was what I was trying to. That was what I was
I
asking.
thought that might be just me.
Is it me? What are you talking about?
Yeah, your audio is like really fuzzy.
Weird. All right. I'll try and see what I can do about that. Sorry. Thanks for
It's been slowly getting worse, like there's a venom symbiote taking you over. And like
it does kind of sound
okay,
like
I'm gonna have to leave the stream for a minute and I'll be back though. So
all right.
Be back soon.
And he was never heard from again.
I've slept since then. And as I gather my thoughts with my cup of coffee, I salute you, the fellowship.
You know, I would like Gary to actually address one fucking argument.
Yeah, no,
the
exactly.
only argument I've ever gotten to address was the Miles Morales tweet, and his excuse was pathetic.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's very clear that he didn't actually read the thread, which is, I mean, like, fair enough. If I was, being called all these things, like, I probably, like, on a regular basis, and I decided to ignore it on a regular basis, I probably would just continue ignoring it. Because, like, he thinks that I'm accusing him of being at January 6th. I'm actually saying that if he was accused,
yeah,
I would not be surprised because of the
nobody
rhetoric
would
that he spews. Like, that is a very important distinction because, yeah, I'm not.
I want to make it very
accusing
clear. I don't
somebody of
think Gary was
treason.
at January 6th.
Yeah, no.
But
of
if he
course
was,
not.
no
he probably
shot.
He actually probably was streaming. He probably was streaming and in the background being quite pleased about what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, he probably didn't read it. He's probably not gonna in the rest of this video. He's probably not gonna answer it in any regard, and he's probably not gonna. At the end of the video, he might say something like, "Oh, don't go after him." But we all know it's disingenuous.
Let me go ahead and name it. Put the tweet in my thumbnail. But guys, don't go after him.
Yeah.
And by the way, guys, thank you for the replies that were totally fact based.
The bitch slap.
Yeah. Names.
Bitch slapping me with ideas.
Yeah.
Ideas. Yeah.
Yes. They were hitting you with ideas, which. Oh my God. All
right.
But yeah, it's kind of mind-boggling, and I'm sure the first time it happened to me, it was like, what the fuck? And it wasn't it wasn't even viral, but it was just when I said the doctor is an established male character. That was many years ago when I said that, and the clapback I got for that, I'm like, what are you talking about? It's just a dude. I just said the doctor's a dude. It's not misogynist. And then you realize that it's not really about your criticisms. It's about the ideology, and nobody really takes the time to hear my argument, which they do not.
Dude, make a clear, concise argument. Holy shit.
No, hold on, pause. Exactly. It's not about your opinions. It's about your ideology. It's not about your opinions, because you can have whatever opinion you want. I don't care. But your ideology is toxic. It's problematic. It hurts people. Like it is the problem. So, like, I'm not coming at you for your opinions. You don't have to like an MCU show just because I like it. I don't care. I don't care if you don't like it. I've said this before. The reasons you don't like it and your ideology behind those reasons is the problem. So he's trying to say that as like a gotcha. You're not even coming at me for my opinions. I can't come at you for your opinions because those are just opinions. And those opinions
I'm sure
this is bad.
I was just going to say, I'm sure he's cutting out lots of context because he's talking about how the doctor is an established male character. And up to Jodie Whittaker, I would actually say, yes, that is true.
Well, I actually
cast Jodie Whittaker.
I do have to say, it was established as a possibility that the doctor could be a woman at least as far back as before the 50th special, because Paul McGann was asked, like, it was given the option of regenerating into a woman, but just throwing that out there.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things where it's like he's ignoring context, I'm sure, because that was the same excuse for Miles Morales. He's like, when I say Miles Morales is Miles Morales, I'm just stating facts. It's like, yeah, but in the context, you're acting like he isn't Spider-Man. That's the context that you're excluding. But you're acting like I'm just stating facts. No, you're not. No.
Yeah, exactly.
Have to agree with after they hear it. It's just reacting off of statements that are taken either out of context, or they didn't bother to look, or it's just whatever they project. Fine. That's part of the game. It's part of the internet. It will always be part of the internet. It's something we have to deal with, and it's fine. It's on like it. It was entertaining to scroll through once in a while. I went on about my day, played with my fucking dog, watched The Hobbit, had a great day. So yeah, it's the good old internet. But yeah, it was and what happens every time they go out, they start a bunch of shit, they make a bunch of accusations, then they protect their tweets every motherfucking time. Every time.
I protected my tweets because
and the thing I think that got most people upset.
Hold on.
I protected my tweets because your fan base is dangerous. I wanted the time. I didn't realize how quick this was blowing up. I also made the post and went about my day. I didn't realize how quickly it was blowing up. When I did, I protected my tweets so I could private my social media outside of Twitter. And like I said, I did delete 2 tweets that I felt like that were unfair. One of the threads that were exposing me pointed that out, and that is true. I did delete those tweets because I personally felt like they were wrong. And then I unprotected my tweets, but you stayed blocked, Gary. You stayed blocked. You've been blocked for, I don't know, it's probably since you made the fucking Echo comments. I have no interest in listening to Gary's fucking garbage rhetoric, and I don't want to see that on my social media, because then you end up having to fucking interact with his fans who are dangerous. Anyways.
All right. Yeah. So we should have another guest coming on apparently. So let's see.
And I agree with his. And is later on down. So he said, I'm guessing it's a he, said 2 things. For one, I've been allowed to occupy this space long enough.
Hey, Peller, how you doing?
Hi, guys. Yeah, you guys been going a while. Am I a bit late? I have no idea what the time.
Yeah, we're about 3 hours in, but
happy third.
I'm actually getting ready just to
Thank
hop
you.
on, but I'm glad that you came.
Yeah, well, sorry I couldn't be on earlier. I've just finished editing, but I've got a few minutes now. So, what's up? What's going on? We about covered off the Rhetoric situation.
We're just
we're
reacting to his actual video.
I didn't know he did a video on it.
It's just a live stream clip. But
Everyone did a video. Oh, he did. I think there were more than one though, because there's also one with Az and Mahler and whatever also talking about it.
I do have about 5 minutes of time if we want to finish his video, and then I can say, my last things. And then
It's like, go fuck yourself. I occupy my space, motherfucker. Okay. But later on, it's the statement that gets them all because this is how they truly feel. And later on, he starts talking about like all fans, you guys. And he said, and I'm paraphrasing, of course, your guys' fans are fucking up my movie talk. And it's like,
Did he say all?
They're
or
the same.
Our? Did he say
Well,
you're all fan?
So one of their rhetorics is absolutely to claim that their fans encapsulate all the fans. It's
Yeah,
absolutely
I
not
don't
true.
usually hear them
But yes.
say literally all. Like usually they just say the fans and like leave it to your mouth. Like, did he flat out go? He comes after all fans. Like, okay.
No,
bud.
I mean I've heard them say it quite a bit. They will definitely clump them together. And
I guess it's just the kind of fandomization of the silent majority idea, right?
Yeah.
I guess. Like, oh. Like I don't remember him saying that, I don't remember the tweet thread saying all fans. It's interesting.
Fans that
Oh, are you talking about Grayson? I don't recall Grayson saying anything like that.
No, I didn't.
That's what I'm saying. He's saying that the tweet thread said that. I'm like,
Oh, right, yeah.
No, he
I
didn't.
definitely
That's not
differentiated
true.
his fans. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I think it's Gary expanding it because Gary's arguments had always been, my fans are all the fans. I represent everybody. It's like, no, you fucking don't, you piece of shit.
participate in movie talk all the time. These are the same fans. They are customers. They are humans. and they're the ones that have been around before you, Grayson. Long before you, considering how you wrote. I'm guessing you're not very old. That's why you kind of want to hold.
I know he's not attacking any of the actual arguments. Let's just.
He's pretty shook, isn't he?
Jesus.
Not only that, the pearl clutching, they're humans. Like these poor little babies being attacked by a tweet thread that said they're fucking up my vibe. Like, oh gosh.
This is interesting though, because like he never did anything like this when I did my video. It's just it's interesting that this is the thing they've all rallied around.
Yeah, it is.
Back, it's like, is this a 12-year-old? I don't know. Is it a 25-year-old who acts like a 12-year-old? Don't fucking know. Don't care. But they preceded you. They will be around after you. This is the way it's always been. We are just more connected.
So, Gary, if your argument is that bigots will be around before I was born and after I was dead, then yes. That doesn't mean they're right.
Yeah, what's the angle he's taking here?
Yeah.
Like, you're criticizing these people. Oh yeah, well, they exist. Like, great job.
No shit. That's why I have an issue with them.
Well, now that you mention it.
Yeah.
And this is what a lot of the critics, especially from the early days, had a hard time adjusting to was, oh, you aren't just talking at people. You are interacting. That's the difference here. And they have opinions. I saw them all in the House of the Dragon live stream last night. I saw them all. And it's great. That's what fandom is. It's what it always has been. And it used to be really fun. And the corporations getting involved and the activists getting involved made it unfun. And
see, I would argue like Gary.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
I feel if the problem is that it's not fun anymore, my recommendation going forward is when you start reviews of content, your first step should not be to identify the race of every person on screen. That might lead you back in the direction, not saying you can't criticize, but it's really weird when you're like, and then this black guy does this, and this happens to a white guy, and this happens to a black guy. Like, that's interesting.
Of course. Yeah.
I mean, when your review of Hawkeye is literally, let's critique every single thing Kate Bishop does.
You mean
that's not fair.
You mean the show about Hawkeye that starts the show showing a version of the character Hawkeye?
What?
Kate Bishop, also known as Hawkeye, is a
Well, I mean, it's clearly pandering. We all know women can't do things.
True.
Not only that, they closed out clarifying that the title was in reference to both of them, in the same way that the Falcon and Winter Soldier shifted its title at the end. Like,
I do have to hop off. I will say this will probably be my last thing that I say, especially in regards to this. I also have opinions, and my opinion of you, Gary, is that you are a piece of shit. You're a grifter.
Yeah.
And you like I said in my thread, you capitalize off of people who have, I don't know, literacy issues, and basic understanding that people do exist, and they are just as entitled to as much screen time as any white person. I am not blind to the fact that these corporations do this for profit, but it's the importance of them doing it. So like, I genuinely think that, Nerdrotic has a lot of work to do. He won't do it. I know he won't. He's perfectly happy making his money off of, very hateful and negative rhetoric. Even when he likes something, it is never, even when you're trying to be positive, you will always find something negative about it, or you will make up something negative about it. I just think that that's inherently extremely problematic. And you will continue to have people come after you. You've obviously had people come after before me. You'll have people come after you after me. This is the fandom, right, Gary? It's the fandom. So, get used to it. If you continue to talk this way, people are going to be upset. and eventually it will actually affect you, and that's
yes,
like it will hurt you. So not obviously physically, it will hurt you financially. It'll hurt your career. So people continue to come after Nerdrotic in the way that I did, which is taking clips, taking videos of you acting out the way that you do, and admitting to doing it for profit, even criticizing in the past that people do that. So I do really hope that at some point, you are either deplatformed or you lose a fraction of the platform that you have, because you do not deserve it at all. You don't deserve it. You ask that question, do I deserve this? The answer is fucking no. You do not deserve it. Anybody who is going to spend their entire life, their career, making content that is inherently negative on a regular basis does not deserve a platform. You make people go out into the world, angry at the world, angry at how it's operating, angry at progress, and that slows down progress. It slows it down, and we could be so much better as a fandom, as a group of people, from other people's outside perspective of us, if it wasn't for people like Nerdrotic. So I'm just gonna leave it on that. I'm going to head out. I really appreciate you guys having me.
I appreciate being here, man.
So yeah,
well said on that last bit also.
Yeah. Anyways, if you guys are going to continue, that's great. I am going to head out now. You guys have a good night.
You too. Thank you for joining us.
Nice to speak to you. Yeah.
Man heard Aunt May say, "With great power comes great responsibility," and immediately flipped on that slogan. that was the end.
Really?
No, I just mean like oh, now that a woman said it, it's never mind, no responsibility anymore.
Yeah.
That
was actually a good scene in that movie too.
Well, yeah, according to him, it worked in the movie, but it's still MCU, so that's
yeah, of course it is. Well, I know Dane is attempting to come back in.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes. What's up with you, Pillar?
Yeah, I'm all right. It's like 11:30 here. I just not long finished editing. Yeah, shame the timing didn't work out a bit better. Would have been cool if I could be here for a bit more of the Nerdrotic drag. But I'm just kind of vibing.
Okay. Oh, we should at some point. We should get I do kind of want people to see that clip because I don't expect them to go back and watch my video on it. But the Jeremy and Ryan response or whatever. Because I just think that's like that is a relevant. I think it's so interesting that the two of them had exact opposite perspectives on that, like the grifter quote. It's super interesting. Obviously, I don't have control.
It'll take me a few moments to grab it here, but yeah.
Yeah,
well,
for context, anyone who isn't who is new here or whatever, the context was the clip that has been played on this stream several times, I'm sure, where Jeremy of Geeks and Gamers basically goes off about how what they do is take small individual quotes, lines from Brie Larson, things like that, and turn it into a whole narrative, into a whole video. And Jeremy of Geeks and Gamers and Ryan Kinnell both had an opportunity to respond to that quote recently, and they both took away opposite interpretations of it, and I thought it was really interesting. Yeah.
Hey, sorry about that. I do want to say that anybody that wants to say, haha, this is pathetic. Whenever we're done having a little chat here, we're inviting people on. If you want to have a conversation about why this is pathetic, explain it to us. Let us know.
I guess you guys covered this already, but one of the things I thought was interesting about the response to the Grayson's thread, right, was weirdly this is the thing that draws them all out of the woodwork into defense, but the names and then all the kind of rank and file peons, there was so much kind of, and I've seen it on my videos which touch on similar things. It's like there's so much pill ringing about, oh my, can't believe you're going for them. Why are you trying to hurt them like this? Why are you saying all these things? But it's like, if your kind of critique or if your attack even on someone is just a compilation of publicly available facts about things they've said in the past and stuff they've done. You know, that's not you doing anything to them. That's them doing something to them, you know?
Right.
Yeah. You're just reporting on the things they're doing.
To answer this question, because it is valid, I mean, we've talked about it plenty before, but I mean, maybe you're new and maybe this is actually a good faith question. I hope so. So no, this doesn't really forward his ideas further. I think that our audience is made up almost entirely of people who generally realize that this kind of content is harmful. And if they're not, then they're, you know, hopefully we're reaching new people, which we are because we hear from them pretty regularly. That no, this does more damage to their growth than it does any benefit to their growth. The thing is that if we were just like repeating what they're saying without any kind of criticism, yeah, that's what would happen. But also, I mean, I know my channel isn't monetized. All the other guys are. They're all capitalizing on it. No. Just kidding. But yeah, we do hard work. We deal with a lot of shit that you know, you don't know the half of it. And we still do, you know, those of us that do get paid don't get paid a whole lot for it. So it's really not capitalizing on it as much as just like, you know, I mean, some of us put 50 hours a week into this stuff. We're not getting paid for like a 50-hour a week job or anything. So, you know.
That was a thing that I was getting a whole lot of recently, or like a lot of people coming in and being like, why are you going after these people? Why aren't you doing something more constructive? Why aren't you talking about your own thing or whatever? I'm like, I do that all the time. But you can see how my interest in analyzing media and stuff might be impacted by people having inaccurate or misconstrued perceptions of that media, like even outside of the bigotry thing, you know? I don't know. It's like there are so many ways to try and convince you that you shouldn't even talk about it. Not even that the thing you're saying is wrong, but that it shouldn't be discussed at all.
And the other thing is you can play by all their rules as well. Like you can talk less about it. Like maybe, I don't know, 1 in 10 videos of mine is talking about these guys. I don't know, but I still get comments on all of those from obviously the people that only get served those videos of mine in the algorithm being like, oh my God, all you do is whine about these other guys. And it's like, brother, click on my channel page. That isn't true. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't matter.
It is true for us scumbags, but not for you. You know?
Yeah. But they say the same stuff to me as they do to you. So clearly it's, you know, you could jump through all their hoops and they're still gonna.
It's all just arbitrary. It's all just shit that they throw out, you know, without anything behind it. It's all an attempt to silence criticism. That's really what it is. And as for this, like, no, we've talked about before that gatekeeping sucks unless you're gatekeeping gatekeepers, and that's not a paradox. It's not it's not a contradiction. We're talking about people that make fandoms antisocial. Fandom is a community. It should be a social thing. And if you are antisocial, you should not be, you know, allowed in that community. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, that's it. Right. It's like, don't gatekeep anyone who's engaging in pro-social behaviors. The point is, like, anybody whose goal, I mean, the system, right, tries to preserve itself. You know, sometimes that's not such a bad thing. Like allowing everybody to continue to have like healthy discourse and conversation is good. So gatekeeping people who don't have perfect knowledge or who are, you know, getting into things or who are new is a very bad thing. And so as a result, right, you have to criticize or excise that behavior. There's not, you know, like tolerance paradox or whatever. Somebody has to go.
Oh God. Sorry, I just read a thing that was like about the quartering. So that's really the only response to have is, oh God. Yeah. So no, basically it's as simple as this. Look, if any opinion is valid, as long as it's like, you know, I like this thing. It doesn't matter what it is. If you think somebody's stupid or an idiot or whatever the hell you think it is for them liking that thing, keep it to yourself. The only opinion that isn't valid in a fandom, in a community, is you as a person aren't valid, and you know you're not valid because your opinion isn't valid, which is an innocuous opinion about a piece of IP or whatever, right? Like it's those people that feel the compulsive need to you know, let everybody know that they suck and the things they like suck or whatever. That shit sucks. It's not fun. It makes fandom not fucking fun. It makes it not communal. It makes it antisocial.
And the way I see this as well is like this, you know, I don't think I was here for when Grayson said this, but like I don't think it necessarily has to imply like oh, you know, if you're talking about, oh, we shouldn't allow this, I don't think that necessarily implies you're trying to put yourself up as like the source of authority or something. It's just like, say you're in a public park, right? We're all in a public park together. None of us run the park. We're just, you know, hanging out. And then a guy runs in, punching people in the face and yelling slurs. Like, if we all together, despite just being, you know, citizens, people in that park ourselves, if we all like modify our behavior to show that like the norms of our society are such that we won't tolerate this person and that they, you know, they will not be welcome, you know, they'll go. And that's what this is. It's not because, you know, in this scenario, you're like the king of the park, you know, and you don't have any supreme authority over like how people should be. It's just about, you know, cultivating the kind of, you know, norm of how, what behavior should be sort of tolerated by each other, you know?
Yeah. I mean, this is all like an extension of a social issue just broadly, right? Like people in general aren't, you know, like there's a compulsion to want to, you know, if somebody's like says they don't like a thing that you like, even if they're just saying it's, you know, about that thing, it's not about you or not saying anything, you know, inherently harmful or anything. There's a compulsion to be like, hey, fuck you, I like that thing or whatever, you know what I mean? And that is actually not good either. You know, we have to be able to accept that other people don't like the things that we do like. It kind of goes both ways. Dude, don't play fucking devil's advocate about Nerdrotic, fucking Savage Carnage, Michaela, whatever your fucking name is. Come on, man.
Yeah, I feel like.
So, anyways,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
ahead.
I feel like they can handle that themselves. You know, like
yeah,
their arguments are already terrible. You don't really need to go to the effort of trying to make them better because they're never going to get
defend
right.
the guy that has a
the
million
reason they're not better is because they don't know what they're talking about. You know, it's
Right.
not because like they're that's all.
I feel like if Nerdrotic wanted to kind of authentically express his fandom and his kind of love and appreciation and kind of interaction with artwork, then he's had several years and millions of subscribers to do that with. So
he used to kind of do it a little
It's
bit
not
more.
fun anymore, guys.
Yeah.
We're not having fun.
If that's what he wanted to be doing, he'd be doing it.
Yeah.
So anyways, I have your video queued up, Edgy. Let's see this. I don't know if it's the right spot. It's about midway through.
Yeah,
The
it's a
added
little bit
bonus
later,
that every
but
time you accuse a random person of being mentally unwell for having pronouns, a psychologist jumps off a bridge. Yeah, it's
That
not
was- all right.
cool to be a moron. It's weird that Jeremy thinks that's cool, right? Trick number 4, the angry voice. This is a trick, perhaps the most ironic, I harp
I
on
like
fairly
this bit. This
frequently.
isn't it,
It
but
goes
yeah.
something like this. Someone disagrees with me, let's read their words in a dumb voice.
Before I focus my attention solely on this garbage, let us first focus on the attention of the explanation and what it is, what he and his little grifter friends do, explained by one of them.
Before I focus on my attention solely on this garbage, let us first focus our attention on the explanation of what he is and his little grifter friends do, explained by one of them.
Not only is this a pathetic and dishonest argumentative tactic for these based alpha chads to be utilizing, it's really easy to turn back around on them. This is my audition for the role of Jeremy Griggs in the upcoming musical Ben Shapiro Superhero.
90% of the hate that goes on 90% of the hate that goes on online is due to jealousy. And usually it's people that have a massive ego or people who are mentally ill.
I guess I just owned Jeremy in the free marketplace of ideas. Trick number 5,
destroyed.
weaponized illiteracy. I have to say, this is one of my favorites and perhaps the most ironic. If you don't want to contend with a person's arguments, you can just pretend you don't know basic facts. This can go hand in hand with the jealousy gambit, such as when Jeremy suggests he doesn't understand why the more subscribers a YouTuber has, the more likely they are to be criticized, because I guess math is a foreign concept.
Why do they hate Gary? I don't know. They didn't hate Gary when he had 50,000 subscribers. They didn't hate Gary when he had 75,000. They didn't hate him when he had 100,000.
First of all, yes, people did. People have criticized him throughout his entire career, so far as I'm aware. Also, That's how math works, Jeremy. That's how numbers function. The more people who see you, the more people are going to have an opinion on you. Or it can come in the form of reading words out loud and then failing to comprehend their very simple meaning.
But clearly this person doesn't have any real friends. Real friends argue all the time.
Jeremy, he never said anything even approaching friends don't argue. In fact, the concept of disagreement between friends was not introduced in this tweet at all. You materialized those words out of thin air. In the future, I might recommend reading and understanding the tweet before responding to it instead of never.
What?
And before we close out, here's a really interesting bit of dissonance that I've noticed between Ryan Kinnell's coverage of this tweet thread and Jeremy Griggs. A while back, Jeremy said something pretty embarrassing on a podcast with his friends. I'll play it here.
Every video we make, we use one little thing and then we build the narrative out of it. Don't act like that's not what we do.
I don't build a narrative. I give
You're an
my
absolute
opinion.
fucking.
You are
what we do. You've made the same
Gary
fucking
sounds like the
video
little
on
kid
same
with the
topic
chocolate on
at
his face. Like, I didn't eat the
times a week,
cookies,
Ryan.
you know.
And you're gonna act like we don't do that. I talk about I talk about says one fucking thing and we make a whole video out of it. That's what we do.
As was surreal for that.
Every video we make.
Anyhow, basically he just admitted that his content is not enriching and that he builds narratives out of nothing for the purpose of making money. What a silly slip-up. Here's how Jeremy covers this topic.
So this is an argument that we had on Friday Night Tights. I don't even remember the specifics about what the argument was. But every time I say the same thing that I say in this video, these crazy fucks that have pronouns in their bio and they're mentally ill, or just people that are just jealous in general, they go, he finally admitted it, ladies and gentlemen. I've literally admitted it 1,000 times. Whatever it is you think I'm admitting, I've said this 1,000 times. YouTubers do things for views. It's wild. Oh, you're selling Kraft macaroni and cheese? Well, you better not order any more Kraft macaroni and cheese, because why would you give the paying customer or the person that is interested more of what they're asking for? Why would you do that? I know it's a crazy, crazy mindset. It really is.
Notice how he doubles down, arguing that what he said was both sincere and correct. Now, here's how Ryan covers it.
Ironically, this is a clip of Jeremy who went on this fucking rant because he didn't either wanted to talk about this or didn't want to talk about that or something. And he went on this fucking big rant on FNC. That's what we do. We talk about things. We talk about them over and over again. That's basically what he did. Jeremy kind of leaning into the meme that all these people were so upset about. And of course, people like him took it seriously.
Ryan seems to think that Jeremy was just memeing and that woke freaks took him seriously. And I just find it interesting that neither of them seem to agree on the contents of that clip. Was it 100% serious and we're stupid for thinking it's bad? Or was it a meme that we're stupid for thinking was serious? The world may never know. Thanks for watching. I wrote a book that should hopefully be available by the end of the year.
That is a fantastic video.
It's a good cover book too. I like that.
Oh, well, thank you. It's coming along.
No, that's excellent compilation of their cope and their excuses. Like they do tend to seemingly coordinate a good bit, but I guess on that one thing they haven't really, maybe because it's a hot button issue between Jeremy and Ryan, because there was some legit fucking anger going on there on Ryan's part. Of course, when is there not?
Yeah, the vibe I get there is it's not so much that they just haven't got their story straight between one and the other. Just based on the amount of Jeremy Griggs I've seen in the past and sort of, his content I've looked at and the lore that I've managed to find, I think, I think they just fundamentally view their own content separately. I think Jeremy's just a lot less in denial about it.
Yeah.
True.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think that's a fair analysis.
I do still think it was very funny that he compared his content to mac and cheese. Product that is designed to be literally identical every time. I create media that does nothing different ever. Good job,
it's not exactly gourmet, is it?
Yeah.
I'm very proud of my online content. Let me compare it to mac and cheese.
Well, let's
box mac and cheese.
Real quick, I do want to say to Sammy 3P, you don't know his apology, man. I mean, you haven't done anything other than ask some questions. You haven't come in here being an asshole or whatever about it. You didn't understand where we were coming from. You asked questions. We explained it. You listened. No, You're good, man. I mean, like, I'd just say that, like, if you were into this content before, like you said, the Alien Romulus preview, open your eyes. I haven't seen that, but I can imagine what he said. If we're talking about Gary,
that movie.
Then yeah, I mean, you know, maybe owe yourself an apology if you've put a lot of time into, you know, watching this stuff. But yeah.
All right, but guys, I am going to have to duck out. I was here longer than expected, but it was a good stream.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, take it easy, guys.
I'm just getting warmed up.
I was actually gonna head as well. Sorry, I couldn't stay for too long, but it's
all good, man. Thank you for, you know, anytime you can hop on and say hi. We appreciate it.
Yeah, hopefully again soon. See you guys.
Nice to meet you, by the way.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
You already are, but like, subscribe to Pillar of Garbage anyway.
No, don't. The number's getting too big. The pressure's piling up.
Can't handle it.
No. See you guys. Yeah.
Later, man. Yeah, I mean, I just heard about that. I mean, it's the quartering. Like, he literally makes the lowest fucking effort, lowest common denominator, dumbest fucking content of all these guys, and that's saying quite a bit. His audience is literally the dumbest group of people. Like, anytime I've mentioned him or criticized him or whatever, you know, you over 5 years of doing this shit, you see certain patterns in the audience of these people. Whenever you talk about somebody and they show up to say their shit, you know, it's typically, like, for example, critical drinkers audience tend to be a little bit more intelligent, or at least think they're very clever. They're trying real hard, you know, so there's that. And same thing with, like, EFAPs. But then you go down the spectrum there and you get to basically quartering is at the other end of it. And his audience just shows up repeating 2016 fucking memes like cuck and stuff like that. That's literally all.
I mean, the rest of them are all, like, at least kind of playing a character. The quartering literally just sits there and reads articles badly. Like, it's not even like, you know, where Ryan Kinnell's getting all animated and he's like, and they're ruining our whatever. The quartering thing, he's like, and well, it looks like they're ruined. I haven't watched this show, but like, it looks like it's been ruined by wokeness. And I'm just like, good God, there's like 72 hours a day of this just drivel.
By the way, got 107 people watching. Whatever channel you're watching on, please subscribe. And then the other channels are linked in the description of whichever channel you're on, including Edger Than Thou Here and Pillar of Garbage and several others, including Pop Counterculture, who made this fucking excellent edit here that, like, you know, these guys, their enemy is context, right? And this video does such a great job of providing context without any, there's like really no, I guess he does a little bit of narration, Ed from Pop Counterculture, but like, other than that, this is just a compilation of stuff that Jeremy Griggs has said in order.
Is the type of attitude that I like. I'm not in this for the money. I'm not in this for the internet fame. We're not going to bend on our standards.
Everyone loves a contrarian, and you are a contrarian, and that's a good thing.
I don't know if I'm a contrarian. I mean, that contrarian means someone that's just going to go against the grain no matter what. And I don't necessarily know if I do that. You'll probably eventually see me on YouTube with my
have you seen
contrarian?
This?
My interesting opinions.
Interesting contrarian.
Have you seen this edit, Kai?
I think I have, yeah. Because does this get into his Last Jedi stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm held back a little bit too. One of these days, we're gonna let me go.
Someone retweeted a comment that someone made and it said, "No one hates Star Wars more than Star Wars fans." And that is absolutely 100% correct. I have never seen such a immature, whiny, little bitchy fan base in my life.
No.
It's ridiculous how pathetic these people are. Now,
okay,
look,
can I say
love
something, like,
everything
seriously?
Star Wars.
Unironically, in these older clips, like, he comes off as a sincerely charming, like, endearing person.
I feel like he was a real fan at one point, right?
Like he comes across like someone that you would want to like chat with at a fan meetup and just like have a friendly, you know, like it's so weird to me.
A regular dude,
like,
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, there's
I don't know.
You can tell. I feel like there's a little bit of, you know, kind of maybe just the unchecked toxicity in him from probably since he was a little kid due to culture, family, or whatever. But like, you know, that's the kind of shit that gets seized upon with this content, by the way. Like, you know, without having, you know, been able to grift on this shit the way Last Jedi, basically the way that he did, he might have, you know, just been kind of a relatively common douchebag. You know what I mean? Like, not necessarily somebody I'd want to hang out with for too long anyway, but yeah, maybe have a conversation here and there at a meetup or whatever. But like, that kind of a, I don't know. I sense a little bit of a, I don't know, like maybe I relate to it a little bit. That like I've got some, you know, I've worked through a lot of my aggression from younger age, and I feel like if I'd encountered this type of content at a certain time, I would have totally been susceptible to it. It's one of the reasons that I do this, because I know that there are people that weren't fortunate to, you know, kind of work through shit before they bumped into this stuff, and then they just get wrapped up in it. Anyway.
But do I constantly whine and bitch and complain about it? No! But if I don't like it, I complain about it for like a few days, and then I just move on with my fucking life. I don't understand this need to continue to bitch and whine and moan. Please, just move on with your life. We just don't care, and we don't take you seriously. You're just a bunch of like annoying little children that if you don't get your way, you just crawl into the floor and you whine and you cry and you piss and you moan. Like anybody, what I get suspicious about is if you get on social media and start claiming moral superiority and you start acting outraged at the smallest joke or the smallest comment or anything like that, if you start getting like offended and outraged by shit like that, then, you know, red flags go up for me that you got some shit to hide. Like, I don't get offended by shit. I don't know how people are so like easily offended these days. And really they're not. They're acting offended because it gets you traction on social media, and it gets you retweets, and it gets you likes, and it gets you attention.
This guy's making a lot of sense, man. You know, we made the joke early on in the initiative once we kind of started doing these streams where like we pretended that another member was 2017 Gary. You know, like it was like him in a time machine or whatever, would have him on screen during the opening thing, like 2017 Geeks and Gamers.
And it makes you seem like you're just this really upstanding person. Like, fuck off with that. People need to stop acting outraged and stop being shocked by Hollywood being full of douchebags. They've always been like that. This is not breaking news. I get it. There are certain people that are going to just throw blanket claims out there to try to get attention.
Upon the release of the...
It almost is like he literally just watched that video back and was like, you know what? I'm going to do all those things. You know? All the things that I know are fucking shitty and harmful to fandom, I'm going to just do them and make money.
To use a term that they like, he went down his little DEI checklist of all of the things he stated. And like, all right,
here's where it gets good.
To try to get attention.
Upon the release of The Last Jedi, Jeremy Griggs released a glowing review. It has since been taken down. This is the only surviving clip.
I love The Last Jedi, and I think he did a damn good job for being what.
So just to give you an idea that like I used to give these guys way more benefit of the doubt than they really deserved. You know, it's still something I try to do whenever possible, because you know, it's just without that, then we're not much different, right? So like back when I first saw this clip 3 years ago or something, I was like, hold on a second, because it's just this few seconds of him saying that, and that's the only thing you can find. And I was like, maybe he's talking about The Force Awakens, because I know this was from him talking about The Last Jedi, but I was thinking he maybe mixed them up on accident, because that's exactly how I've described The Force Awakens before, right? Like it did exactly what it needed to do, which is, you know, kind of show people like, look, we got it. We know what a Star Wars is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's literally how I've described that movie. And that then he maybe went on and said he hated The Last Jedi, but like maybe he mixed up the titles here, because I've mixed up titles too. You know, and I was like, maybe that's what it is. I don't know for sure. But then eventually I ended up seeing tweets where he actually said it, you know, with other places where he repeated that he did like The Last Jedi. And then, of course, once Ed put this together, it was like, holy shit. No, he literally did love The Last Jedi until he didn't.
It needed to be for Star Wars.
It's not that hard to figure out. I like The Last Jedi. I think I've made like 3 fucking reviews on it, and I'm still trying to figure out where I stand.
So I'm like, I just wonder, was he actually like consciously deciding, am I going to be a grifter? Like in this little time period of him, his opinion shifting towards from love to hate, basically.
Well, I mean, that's what he said before, where he said he tried doing the whole thoughtful, like well-produced content route, and then once he realized he could do the other stuff, he never looked back or whatever. Like, but I don't know. Like, I do wonder if to an extent it's like it's, you know, his fans and people around him convincing it. Like, I guess what I want to know like for my personal interest is if Jeremy ever sits down and watches The Last Jedi now, does he enjoy it? You know, like how does he actually feel about it in the moment? Because that's what interests me in terms of like sincerity and stuff. I did a video a while back commenting on a different YouTuber, Possum Reviews, who was doing a review of Has Been Hotel, and he was like losing his mind over it. And like partway into it, you started to notice him being a lot more like thoughtful and interested. And I was like, I think that was like the moment where you switched, and now like even if you don't like this, you're having a good time. And I wonder if, you know, like I wonder if that's what that's like, or if he's like the people who will post like it's anti-entertainment, it is the quintessential SJW movie, it is the anti, like whatever, you know, one of those tweets that goes viral every couple months. Or, I don't know.
I guess it's yeah. I'm curious as well about all that. Like, to me though, like if he sits down to watch it, is it even possible for him to not consider all of the fucking bullshit takes that he's said, that his friends have said, that they've had, you know, spinning around that echo chamber for years now? I don't even know if he can watch things in a vacuum anymore like that. You know what I mean? You know, like for example, when I in 2022, I stopped making this content for a few months because I was not viewing what I was doing in a healthy way, and like I was putting, you know, way too much work into it, and it got to the point where I couldn't enjoy a movie without thinking about what the chuds would be saying about it or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I refused to like let them fucking take over my enjoyment of things like that. So I just stopped talking about them for a few months, made some other content, kind of realigned my perspective a little bit, or quite a bit actually. And yeah, and now it's all good. But yeah, I can't imagine that these guys can really watch this stuff without just thinking the catchphrases, the buzzwords, and thought terminating cliches.
I mean, yeah, because like to an extent, you can't like either he's got a really good switch that he flips, because like the reactions to the Fallout trailer where he's literally just a black person on screen, he goes diversity. Like either he's got a really good switch to flip where he's like, okay, we're getting into content mode, we're gonna notice every black person, or like that's just kind of now how he thinks, you know. And I mean, obviously both of them are very, very bad, but it would interest me from the perspective of like, okay, we're having a conversation. What do you actually internally think about this sort of thing? Because that's obviously, it's going to change my sort of, it's going to change my sort of approach, you know? Yeah. Like I like to try and think about things like sociologically and everything. And I don't even mean that in a condescending way. Like it's just, it's hard to tell. I think some of them are really obvious in the same way that like you can tell that while he's willing to lie, Ben Shapiro is a true believer, but like freaking, you know, Tim Pool doesn't believe anything. You know what I mean? Like there are people where it's really clear. I don't feel that way as much with some of the people in the like FNT or EFAP or whatever circuit. It's harder to tell.
I feel like Jeremy is like for example, a question I have is because at one point Gary and Jeremy were essentially, they kind of were like the co-leads of this whole thing, and they were about the same in terms of platform size. You know, what if Jeremy had continued to climb in subs and everything and become like the star of the show the way that Gary did, would he have as many doubts? Would he be expressing the things that we've seen him express here? You know what I mean? Like, or would he he probably might not ever even question it, or at least he wouldn't get frustrated about the fact that he's not making nearly as much money as Gary is by now. It's got to suck for him, but.
On this movie, but I'm a mess when it comes to this movie because I just can't figure out how I ultimately feel. But as I'm sitting here right now, I like.
How did you feel when you watched the movie, Jeremy? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand this. You know, different people watch movies different ways. It's one of the reasons that I'm against this objectivity thing, because I mean, it's just absurd on its face. But like, you know, some people do think that it matters if you think of something later after you're watching the movie, whether that, you know, affects how you feel about the film, or like, is it less good because you thought of a thing that's kind of a problem with the plot or whatever. I don't tend to see things that way. Like, for example, Civil War, Captain America Civil War. I never noticed, I watched it a few times, you know, and I never noticed really the, what was it? I never thought about the fact that how did what's his name, goddamn, I know these
Are you talking
characters
about,
really well.
Zemo or
yeah, how did he fucking get into, like, I mean, just there's a whole lot of gray area around how he managed to get access to Bucky at the way that he did, right? And it's like in the movie, and when I'm watching it, I don't think about that, but then if you point that out later, I'm like, oh yeah, that's fucking weird. Like that seems like they would have this dude way more locked down than that. You know what I mean? And does that change how I feel about the story? No, because the way I felt about it when I was watching it was fucking great. And it, you know, to me, the experience that you're having during the movie, the sensation, the feelings are what matters. And you know, yeah, you can pick anything apart really when you're not literally watching it. It's
okay,
just,
yeah.
In a way, I kind of see it more of a compliment to the movie, because if you can do that and I don't notice it because everything around it is so good, that's kind of a, you know, mark in your favor, right?
Yeah, that just like that made me like really internalize a couple of things there, because I was thinking about one of the things that they have gone off about and that we saw in the Nerdrotic video earlier or whatever is about how it's not fun anymore, how we just want to bring fun back. And I think that that scene in The Last Jedi, the fight between the Praetorian Guards and, you know, Rey and Kylo Ren, is a really good microcosm of that. Because a lot of people I've seen will tell me that that fight is just utter fucking garbage. It's trash. It's whatever, because of a couple of like editing errors and things like that. Yeah. And the thing is, in the context of watching the movie, it's incredibly fun. It's a super, like, it's a really interesting and exciting sequence.
Beautiful for one thing, just the red and everything, like the fire. Oh god, it's fucking amazing sequence.
But I also think it's worth criticizing that. It's worth coming out and being like, okay, there are ways they could do that better. And here, and you know, obviously in different films, it might be more or less extreme and everything. But if you want to, like, if your concern is movies aren't fun anymore, that's more of a you thing for the most part, I think. If you want to talk about like actual media criticism and how we can improve them and everything, I think that's really, really cool. But clearly The Last Jedi didn't do that to you. The Last Jedi didn't take your fun away. Right, obviously, because you had a fun time watching it.
Well, I mean, it's a question of whether you can hold two thoughts in your head, in my opinion. Like, can I recognize that the you know, the dagger or whatever disappeared or whatever the fuck it is that they always say? Yes. You know, there's a couple of editing things. There's a couple of editing things in almost, you know, in a lot of movies. But can I also recognize that I enjoy the fuck out of it when I'm watching it for so many other reasons that outweigh that? Yep. You know, I don't think that it's, you know, somebody mentioned the Joker and the Dark Knight. I watched that movie probably 30 freaking times before I ever really thought about how ridiculous the Joker's plot is, and how it just is absolutely based on so many just chance, you know, like exponentially improbable chances happening for him to succeed. That, like, yeah, it's stupid when you really think about it, but the you know, that movie carries you through that, and you're just like you're with it, you know. And I can hold both of those thoughts in my head. So
yeah, we had a comment.
Sorry,
I was gonna say we had a comment here. The asking, can't we have both a solid film in the moment and a solid film on review? And yes, I'm not trying to deny the idea that we can have that. I'm more making the point that if your concern is the fun is being taken away from us, that is to an extent a mindset thing. Not always, right? There are just like bland, boring movies. That's fine. But if your goal is to create objective film criticism, or I say objective, like quality film criticism, that's cool. That's important. But you can't actually, okay, let me rephrase. I guess what I'm getting at is that a lot of people will tell me that like The Last Jedi is one of the worst movies ever made. It's this like monstrosity. It's anti-art, like all of this stuff and whatever. Yeah. And I'm like, you know, and if I'm like looking at Jeremy had a fun time watching it. He can criticize other things about it. He can say, these are problems with the movie. These are things that they need to do better in the future. That's all well and good, but his fun was not stolen from him. And depending on how you view film criticism, that is also just more fun being added. That's, yeah. I guess that's what I'm getting. The fun wasn't taken away. That's, yeah.
It's you know, I was about to say that Christopher Nolan's movies, in fact, are a perfect example of kind of this, right? Like, so many of his movies are based on the vibe, essentially, that you have while you're watching it, and they're constructed to give you a certain feeling and experience. They're not constructed, in a lot of cases, based on logic. I think he kind of jumped the shark a little bit with Tenet on that. You know, but like The Dark Knight, Memento even, which I fucking love that movie. I love... Was it The Prestige?
The Prestige, yeah, good movie.
Very good, but
Real
also,
good movie.
if you spend any time kind of like thinking about, wait a second, it's gonna really fly apart, not fall apart. It's gonna just like fucking evaporate any kind of logic in some of those cases.
In particular, as someone who's like familiarized themselves with some of the like relativity and things like that, and granted, I'm a bit rusty on it right now. Interstellar is very much one of those movies that is a fantastic experience, and I like definitely recommend it and stuff. But like the actual logic of the film falls apart, in particular because it's trying to be this like hard sci-fi, and it's really not that. Like Star Wars isn't trying to be hard sci-fi, so you can't really like you can't come out and be like hyperspace makes no sense, like
Right.
nobody cares. But like in a movie,
nothing except fucking basically freezing, being frozen like in the Alien franchise makes any sense. It's all nonsense. Space travel. That's true. It did. By the way, I did finally see that movie yesterday. I enjoyed it. I never saw this because I was seeing such mixed reactions, and I just wasn't super interested in the first place. Actually, what it was everybody was saying you need to see it in the theater, otherwise you don't see it.
Yeah, Gravity is definitely one of those movies. Randomly, I asked my mother like a couple weeks ago if she had seen Interstellar, and she was like, yeah, I think I saw that movie in theaters. And I was like, no, you saw Gravity. And she was like, how do you know that? I was like, with Sandra Bullock and George Clooney. And she was like, oh yeah, I guess it was that. How did you know that? And I was like, I don't know. I just remembered, like, I remember distinctly you going to see Gravity several years ago. It's not a great movie, but like the effects are very cool. But obviously, like Gravity would be, because of that, because of the fact that it's trying to like replicate real science and everything, Gravity would have been made significantly worse if the logic was super flawed, like the science was super flawed, because like that's the main draw of this film. And I think that's like a third of the main draw of Interstellar. And so that's why I think that part of it is a bit of a problem.
You goddamn right, Bob. You're goddamn right. It is. And I mean, that's another one. Like, that's a perfect example, because when I watched it, as that resolution is coming to, into the picture, it's like, oh man, that's powerful. And then like after, you're like, that's fucking stupid, right? Like, it's really kind of silly. But yeah, I don't know.
I do think though it does work a little bit in a similar. This is probably going to be an odd comparison. It works in a similar way to like Glass Onion, in the sense that like the twist and everything is like built into the plot from the very beginning, so you go and rewatch Interstellar and a lot of moments make a lot more sense with that context given. It's not as built in as Glass Onion. It you suddenly, when you see all of these like little minor weird occurrences that on a first watch, you're assuming are just, oh, that was strange. They make more sense with the context of everything that Matthew McConaughey does later in the film. Cooper is his name. I don't know. I use the actors' names, but
let's see.
Yeah.
To answer Lucifer's question here, I got nothing in Discord, no messages, no friend requests here, and nothing in my email. So
yeah, guys, I got like 40 minutes. Come on. I feel like I say that like posturing or whatever. I legitimately, like, if someone has a disagreement with any of the content of what we're talking about, I know that I'm kind of hijacking your spot here for a second, Dane.
So I know, like, I don't need to justify myself, like, because my perspective on doing social media at all really is like that. I don't owe you anything. I don't owe you to be in my chat. I don't have to listen to what you say, whether you agree, disagree. It doesn't matter. Like, you don't owe anybody anything on social media. Nobody does. And I feel like people just kind of like forget that or don't know it. So, I mean, yes, if you want to build a community, yes, you do need to, accept some things that you aren't necessarily going to agree with 100% with or whatever. But like, fact is that me and Little Movie Perp, back when we used to do our Friday streams for a while, we did 2 separate streams where we, like, for days in advance advertised it as like, this is the stream. If you show up in our chats the way, people always do, whatever, on Twitter, and you want to debate us, because they call us cowards or whatever, please come on. And we actually framed it as debates. Let's do debates. And the first one we did like 2.5 hours, just waited and waited, and nobody showed up. Actually, one person showed up in chat. I sent him a link. He never showed up. Then probably a year or so later, we did another one that was 3+ hours. And let's see, 2 people showed up. One of them is the first video, I think, on the Shill Clips channel. It's a guy who actually is kind of a fan of ours and just said that he didn't like Lady Thor or whatever. And you know, he wanted to talk about why that was a bad move to make Thor a woman in the comics or whatever. And then ultimately it was just like he hadn't read it and he's just going based on stuff he'd seen around and whatever. And I'm like, dude, you can't really make the claim that it wasn't done well, because that was his point. He's like, it just wasn't done well. And I'm like, but you haven't read it, so you can't fucking say that. You just can't. And he ultimately agreed with me. The other guy was a guy who wanted to argue about a Black Little Mermaid, and I think that clip is in a compilation that I put on my channel, I don't know, a year ago or something. Chud's Taking L's, I think is it's called. And he, you know, just ultimately his point was, well, what if I want to, you know, like bring my kid, my little girl, you know, wants to go see Little Mermaid, and because she's a fan of the old one from the 90s, and then we go and then she doesn't like it, you know, because that's not the Little Mermaid. I was like, dude, if my daughter actually was a fan of Little Mermaid whenever she was little, and if I took her to see the new one and she got upset because this one was black, I would feel like a failure as a fucking parent. And that's exactly what I told him. And I told him to fuck off. Like, that's not a valid reason. You know, you not teaching your kid that racism is bad is not a good reason to dislike Little Mermaid. Anyway, that's it. Those are who showed up. You know, I've had a couple of people here and there, like you know, for example, T-Rev, I've got, you know, that video still up from over a year ago, where he emailed me and very, you know, I don't want to say politely, because that's not necessary. Just don't be a douchebag and just say what you know, who you are, what you want to talk about. And then I did it, you know, and it's just weird how it's actually been several times on stream where somebody shows up and I'm like, send an email and we'll work it out. I'll set up a time or whatever. And then they kind of flip out on having to send an email. They're like, oh, email, who uses email and shit like that. Like, there's so many people that if they were actually backing up all the shit they were talking, we would have had a conversation on here, but they just don't do it. And I knew that earlier when I said that. I had a pretty strong feeling nobody was going to want to show up. You know, that's how it goes.
Yeah, no, I just like, as for me at least, talking about stuff with people, like, that's a very big part of why I'm here in the first place. I mean, here just like on the internet and stuff is because I like talking to people, and it's so strange to me. Like, that's one of the things I've started doing. If someone keeps like arguing with me for days, especially if they get aggressive, I'm like, all right, here's my information. You want to defend yourself? Like, here it goes. Or if you want to, like, you think I'm, you know, they call me stupid or whatever. Like, you think I'm stupid? Like, show me, you know, prove it to me. Here's your opportunity. I will do my best to work around your schedule, but nobody ever picks up on that. But I don't know. I like
Smud Boy, for example, right?
Oh my God. Yeah, no, like that. I was thinking about that somewhat recently for a reason that I mentioned in the Discord, but like just thinking about how goddamn cowardly that whole situation was, like posturing, like, oh, we could teach you how, you know, basically they were reviewing my video. They were like, oh, we could teach this person what they don't understand, and we could show them and everything. And then, you know, and then throughout that stream, one of the guests calls me basically a Nazi, you know, attacks like testosterone levels, things like that, you know, whatever. And then he comes over to my channel and like leaves a comment that just completely misunderstands the whole point of the video. So I was like, you missed every point, but I'll do my best to explain that. And he was like, never mind, I'm out. And I was like, really? That was it? You like, I have to assume sincerely, because I was exponentially less rude to him than any of the people, like, than his stream was or whatever, that he just like read the explanation I gave and was like, oh shit, this is going to be harder. Like, it's either that or a really fragile ego. And I just
probably
like, I don't,
column A, column B. Like, it's you know, I think you were the one that told me that they have me like as persona non grata in their community.
I don't know where I heard that, but yeah. Like, they're not, they're very strange. I don't understand their whole like shtick, but
I mean, look, you know, EFAP is simply scared of us for sure. Like, that's the only explanation. Like, you know, I talked about this recently. I have the upload will go up pretty soon, actually. So it'll be not the next video I upload, but the next one after that is about me just kind of going the fuck off on EFAP for being cowards. Like, I found out the reason that apparently they say why they won't talk to like me and Bob and Turf and stuff. is because they have decided, despite all the, much like Gary, and it's the same thing, how we have all this criticism, very specific criticism that we put out there. And yet they, they'll look past that or not even look at it at all. And Gary's case, he says, or Jeremy, because pronouns in bio, mental illness, blah, blah. That's why they do it, right? Or they're jealous. With EFAT and us in particular, what they've said is that we just want attention. That they don't give people attention that just want attention. And it's like, okay, first of all, everybody's on YouTube. We all want attention to a degree. Okay, that's fucking stupid. But also, we have specifically said the things that we want to talk about very clearly. And for you to just be able to decide what someone else's intentions are based on nothing, against all facts, against it, and then say, well, that's why we won't talk to them. That simply makes you a coward. You're just being a coward. You've created a fucking false, kind of little shell around yourself.
Especially given the context that they spend so much time talking to people like Jeremy, who openly admit and continue to argue that we're stupid for pointing out that he just wants attention. Like they're very much willing to interact with and operate with people who are like attention whores. That is such a weak ass response. I don't know. It's one of those things, because it's like, okay, worst case scenario, you bring somebody on and then make them look like an idiot, if that's what you think. But I don't know. I will say, because I have not spent a lot of time watching EFAP, because most of the times that I've ever done it, it's over a video that I realize I'm not really this into it, or they're just talking about a trailer and I don't care that much. So I was interested in figuring out what was something they consider to be among their best work. And recently on Twitter, voice crack. Recently on Twitter, Mahler said that he considered the Jenny Nicholson response to be one of their best videos. So it was cool, I'll go watch
best
that. So
is longest, right?
The what?
The best is the longest, apparently, because that one's 12 fucking hours.
I watched about an hour of it.
Oh,
and
God.
Starting from by which I mean I spent 30 minutes on 2 times speed, because they talk fairly slow, but I watched an hour worth of content. I skipped to the part where they start talking about her video, and I'm watching it, and I Jenny makes a comment. I'm not on first name terms with her. I just be she makes a comment about how the Joker's day gets comically bad all of a sudden, and it's a bit over the top, and they pause it and they go off about how she's this sheltered liberal who doesn't understand violence in cities. They start looking up Chicago crime stats, all of this, and going off about how she's so sheltered. And then they finally get around. They replay the same clip 3 times to complain about it. And then they finally get around to listening to the second half of the sentence, where she then goes on to talk about specifically how his therapist was comically mean to him. So the whole thing that they went off about was completely unrelated to the content of the video. And of course they don't correct themselves. And of course in their chat, they're spelling out the N-word and typing 1350 over and over again. That's not a joke. That's not an exaggeration. That's just what the chat was at the time. I was that was this was what I was missing out on, because I assumed that people were exaggerating when they said that these guys are are whack, whatever, super disingenuous. And I was this is the objective criticism I've been assured is
Well, see, I didn't know they graduated from transphobia and homophobia to just straight up racism, because I a couple of years ago when I first kind of became aware of them, I went and checked out some of the, I guess, coverage they did of I forget this YouTuber's name that they kind of had a back and forth with. There was
Are you thinking of No Bullshit?
No.
That's the only
trans woman. I forget her name. But they weren't being super transphobic or anything, as far as the little bit that I watched or anything. But in chat, I've got screenshots of it, of just what chat was saying, and it's look. I mean, no, it's not them, but also, if anybody said that shit in my chat, they'd be fucking banned instantly. So it does say at least a little bit about how they run a community, and they have a large one, and then they want to wash their hands of the effects of their community and the content they create. And I've said before that having this idea that these things are objective, and then also going out and seeking much smaller creators who are just liking a thing and spending hours talking shit on them, that inherently is going to lead to harassment, period. And if they don't understand that, they're fucking idiots, but I'm sure they do understand it. Nonetheless, it's I
was gonna say, for full context sake, that particular video is like 4 years old now. I haven't seen their chat recently because I don't normally look at chat. Like I was literally going to try and zoom in on the video to cut chat out because I don't want to read it. But like, and then I just like noticed it. I was like, oh my God, Jesus Christ. But
Chariot has talked about this a bit, and I wish I knew what videos offhand that she made that were about this, but like, or mentioned this, but the idea that art criticism or that consumption of art in general is an objective thing is almost certain to be aligned with right-wing shit, because it's just that mode of thinking, it necessitates an out group and necessitates like extreme tribalism. That's why they fucking cover people who disagree with them. Essentially, they have to go, like the Chris Stuckman thing, for example. He doesn't want to talk about movies he hates. He doesn't want to just shit on them for, you know what I mean? And they lost their minds about it and acted like he's killing criticism or whatever. And it's like, no, they had to go after him because he's essentially undermining their entire thing by saying that. That like, no, you can actually just like things and then not spend a bunch of time on the things you don't like. That's literally what they do. So
yeah, I don't know. Personally, I'm of the opinion that if you're about to go off about how like art criticism is objective and everything, or but like to posture yourself that way, you better bring some damn good shit to the table. Like brilliant content before I like am even interested in that. But it's like I was incredibly disappointed watching what they consider to be some of their best work. Like, okay.
And for the record, the video that I've got coming out about them, it is from a stream I did a couple of weeks ago. If anybody saw that, or if you missed it rather, I did finally decide. I was like, okay, they decided that I just want attention, so now I'm gonna just go for attention. And I did that stream segment just looking for attention, and I'd say, I'm like, hey, this is me looking for attention. And I know they're not going to fucking respond to that because, well, yeah, never mind. I don't want to pull you into anything that you don't want to be part of. So,
sure. Yeah.
All right, let's do this.
Like The Last Jedi.
As the backlash over The Last Jedi grew, channels like Rhetoric and Doomcock saw an opportunity to capitalize, fanning the flames of geek rage. And after years of putting in hard work into a channel,
I really want you guys to look at the numbers on these videos just before The Last Jedi and really think about this. Like 133
that rarely fostered more than a couple hundred views.
Boom. Yeah, I mean, but like, how is that killing criticism, or how is that like? I mean, what is your point by saying that? He did build a brand by being a critic. Yes, he used to talk shit on movies. His point specifically was about the studio system, and then the kind of shit that, like, Critical Drinker, for example, his take on that whole thing was essentially to defend the studios and to say, well, it must be the filmmakers that are the problem. The studios aren't going to make a bad film. They don't want to make a bad film, so it must be the filmmaker, which happened to be a woman in that case. And that's just so counter to any kind of fucking understanding of how filmmaking works in Hollywood that, like, I mean, I've never seen anyone legit just go full throat defense of a studio before like that. Like, it's just a common trope at this point that studios mingle, and maybe a film wouldn't have been great if it was just left to the filmmaker, but like, there's been plenty of examples. There's also examples where it worked out, but there's plenty of examples where studios interfering with the filmmaker and what they had going fucked a movie up. For example, I mean, a lot of the earlier superhero shit, like Marvel shit, you know what I mean? That type of thing. An example of it going well, for the most part, was like Rogue One. Studio jumped in on that one, and managed to make a pretty decent movie. Who knows if the original, that's kind of part of the problem, is we don't know if the original thing would have been good or not. We'll never know in most cases.
I kind of want to, like, this is a little bit unrelated, but I kind of want to throw this in there because it was something that Rhetoric touched on. I know it's something that the Critical Drinker touches on, where they comment on the fact that, like, people in the industry can't publicly associate with them. Regardless of the bigotry, regardless of any of that stuff, let's pretend like you don't think any of that's an issue. the fact that they constantly go after individual artists, individual directors, individual writers, and go like, this person has no qualifications, this person sucks, this like so aggressively is incredibly like the word you would use is toxic. Like nobody in the industry wants to associate with you, knowing that if they make a product you don't like, you're going to put them personally on blast. And like it's just
anti-art,
it's like,
you know, like it generally like even the greatest artists have fucked up and made terrible shit that, or at least shit that a lot of people didn't like, right? It's and also going after someone who I don't remember her name that directed friggin' what was it, Madam Web, but I don't think she directed, or was it 2 directors maybe? I forget. No, they were going after several writers. That's one thing, and several of the writers have actually been involved with really popular, good projects that I saw. Fuck, I wish I would have saved it. Sometimes I peruse the Mahler subreddit, and there was an example of them kind of coping with the fact that one of the writers that worked on Madam Web worked on something else that Mahler apparently really likes, and they were trying to like make sense of that. And it's like, I don't know. I feel like I would have a realization about how stupid my worldview was if I found myself in that position. But
it's one of the things that I find like I kind of appreciate in the like non-toxic side of like the Doctor Who fandom is that they can criticize individual writers and showrunners like relatively well and like recognize like, okay, here are trends in, you know, RTD's writing, here are flaws in the ways that he does things or whatever. But then like you have the Doctor Who YouTubers who are like, RTD is a fucking hack piece of shit, garbage, racist, whatever. And it's like, of course, nobody's going to want to talk to you. Like, of course, nobody in the industry wants to do that. Like it's a matter of, I think part of it is attributing moral failing to making a movie I don't like. And I think that that's just such a, like, it's just one of those things where I don't think that if I, as like the, you know, wokest of the wokes or whatever to some of you people, like came out and started acting that way, I don't think that I would be getting private messages from a whole lot of like, you know, film executives like, hey, you know, we want to collaborate, or like it's not going to happen. And I don't know, I think that's just like one of the things that's like under talked about a little bit is that it's like, it's not just your politics. Like that's relevant and that's an important thing. That's not all of it.
Another important thing that isn't talked about nearly enough, and I made a video about this a while back, or a year or more ago, and it was just kind of a theory that I was working off of based off something Jon Stewart said. And since then, I've studied this concept a lot more, and I'm pretty confident now. But like the idea of a parallel market, parallel economy, the right is trying to create one of those in every context. You know, that's what, for example, the Rippaverse is. That's what Comicsgate wants to be. It's like they're incentivized to not only never say anything positive about the mainstream stuff or whatever, they're incentivized financially and politically to shit on these things nonstop because they want it to lose influence. They want it to lose power. At the same time, they want to build up their thing, right? They haven't gotten one really. I mean, I guess the Daily Wire is the closest thing they've got with making movies, but you know, we see how well that's gone for them. You know, but like with comics, it's much more expensive to make movies, so it's understandable. But yeah, comics, YouTube, it doesn't matter. There's in every single way media. You know, I mean, for example, Fox News is, you know, it's been around a while, but like now it is part of a larger parallel news economy, or you know, news culture. That like that's why they constantly shit on the mainstream thing, right? It's all to build, and then that's why we have essentially people that see 2 different realities now. You know, that's why Joe Biden is a communist and a fascist, and you know, shit like that for certain people's points of view, because they've built this parallel thing, and you can't get through to people that are, you know, kind of stuck in that. And it's a problem. It's a real problem in society that we got to figure out how to deal with at some point. So.
Jeremy couldn't resist.
Not to sound like a dick, but I just don't care. I mean, there's 400 people watching this stream. If one of them knows my name now that didn't know it before, it's a success for me. At the end of the day, I have tried to build Geeks and Gamers by doing it the structured way, the methodical way, the think it out, prep it, you know, take notes,
think about everything you're going to say, and it fucking failed miserably on me. The day that I started doing what I'm doing right now, which is what you're, having a problem with, is the day that I started becoming successful.
I mean, I wish, man, I wish that this was something that they could be like, oh, we're going to react to that, because the truth is, with the initiative in general, these guys, they know of us, they're aware we exist, we know that for sure. They will not give us time of day, they won't react to anything, they won't, because I mean, the only thing I can assume, I'm not somebody that likes to fucking fluff myself up or whatever, but like, it just seems to me that they realize that it's not good for them. It wouldn't be good for their branding. Like, essentially our criticism cuts right through their bullshit in a lot of ways, that it simply would not be good. There'd be at least a couple of people that would, and that's why we, if you see our thumbnails that kind of look like theirs, or the titles that kind of resemble the way they do things, we do that on purpose. Well, I don't think you do. You're classy, but I mean, like me and Eric Debunks do, and Organized Chaos does, where and the whole point is to kind of cut through this algorithm that they've kind of dominated with their content, in the hopes that some people will see something that they hadn't seen before. They'll hear a perspective that kind of plants that seed of doubt, and maybe we can nurture that. But yeah, they are aware of us. They're aware that to give us too much or any attention in most cases would be bad for them, I think.
I don't know. Like, I don't know the specific context and everything like that, because I just haven't followed along with it. And I like, as far as I'm aware, I know they know who I am. At least some of them do, but like, I don't. I've never actually interacted with them. But it seems like bizarre, given the talent that they've had on, like, given the amount of focus they put on people, like, no bullshit or whatever, that it's like, okay, now we're drawing the line. Like, it just feels like, I don't know it. And this is a hot take. This is the nicest thing that I will ever say to you, Dane. I think that you're better than no bullshit.
That's
I don't want to gas you up too much there, but like, that's my opinion.
My ego
getting
is teary-eyed
now.
I'm swelling.
But yeah, I just think it's like, it just seems bizarre to me, right? Like I say, that's just kind of my like BS detector, but I don't know. That's me.
So like with something like Stellar Blade, the way that they are trying to affect their attempted parallel thing is to say that this is what our thing is about, is something that's more that's got titties flopping and stuff like that, and that's essentially what they're trying to say, that the other people, they don't like sexuality, they're all like sexless but also groomers or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but also woke Disney is trying to groom your children, like
so here's where
but also Ray, if Elon Musk took over, I'm not even like joking, if Elon Musk took over Lucasfilm, he would add the sexy AI boobs Ray, and that would make Star Wars better. Jeremy Riggs,
that was really
2024 weird. 2023, whatever, like
that's kind of, we haven't talked about that. Maybe I'll look into it, because I mean, I'm not part of that community. I mean, I'm like tangential to it as but like, I don't know, I'm not the culture, I should say that. So I don't know exactly how that went down. I saw something about it. It's pretty cool if that's what happened. They managed to make that their own thing.
I mean, something similar also happened with the New Norm show on Twitter, like very much just people like making overly, I guess, romanticized art of those characters. It's also not really like my wheelhouse necessarily, but it's very funny to look at and stuff, because like, you just know that, Dave Rubin and like the people behind that show or whatever, that's like in part AI generated, are really confused with what to do with this now. Like, do they lean into it a little bit with, do they admit that they're leaning into it? Like, do they try and push these people away? Because right now, like, that's the only thing keeping them relevant. Nobody would be talking about the new norm unless gay people were, fucking around with it. Like, I don't know. It's got to be, there have to have been some confusing conversations behind the scenes related to that.
I mean, Philip, yeah, like it goes back to even just calling themselves the fandom menace like they used to. I mean, if you ever saw their logo that they had for that, it was like a stormtrooper, and I think the Cobra logo or something. It's like they're literally were identifying with villains. And I mean, I'm sure that they felt like or said that they were doing it ironically. But I mean, we know now that it wasn't in actuality ironic.
Is the critical drinker doing it ironically? What's his name? The Tyler Durden bit? That's something I've been just because, that's his profile picture is him as Tyler Durden.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like him recreating one of the shots, at least as far as I'm aware, unless I'm just like looking at a different image of Brad Pitt. But
Tyler Durden, they think he's like a hero. Like
but that's what I'm wondering if critical drinker specifically knows that, because I thinks that because I have seen people idolize that man.
You think about the things he says about men and stuff in his content and whatnot. And it's pretty clear to me that he thinks that Tyler Durden was right about everything. I don't think it's ironic at all. But yeah,
I think that's fine. I mean, it's what the internet does. I've done it. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing per se. I mean, we've all taken things out of context.
Okay, fine. You want to make a video about that and say, I think that's a shitty thing to say. But why did it turn into like a year almost of nonstop videos and
because he was
articles
using
and
the algorithm?
tweets
Like he knows the algorithm was geared towards making those kind of videos, so he did it.
So you do admit that Geeks and Gamers uses the algorithms and how it favors sensationalism and outrage. So you're making outrage content, right?
What is YouTube about? Getting views. A lot of people want to get views. Like if your algorithm is pushing one thing, you're gonna make more videos on that thing.
Brie Larson. I
don't understand this need to continue to bitch and whine and moan.
Brie Larson. With Brie Larson's Brie.
I mean, once again, salute to pop counterculture for this, man. Like I remember when he was making this, and I knew he was working on a Geeks Gamers video, and he was like, dude, I can't stop thinking Brie Larson. I'm like, why? What's going on? And then I see it and I'm like, oh God, I'm so sorry. It's
respect for going through that much.
Yeah. I mean, chances are he went through like 2 videos to get all of these, honestly. But
Brie Larson.
That they said about her, like it's easy to forget specifically what they were saying. But it's like, wow, man. The way that like Ryan Kennel talks about her, I remember specifically from this.
Brie Larson. With Brie Larson.
Audio fucking up.
But if I don't like it, I complain about it for like a few days, and then I just move on with my fucking life.
Bowser is coming. Together, we are going to stop.
Literally just the sight of her wearing pants made him go like, what the fuck?
Are going to stop.
What I get suspicious about is if you get on social media and you start acting outraged at the smallest joke, if you start getting like offended and outraged by shit like that, red flags go up for me that you got some shit to hide. Like, I don't get offended by shit.
Hey, I was liking it a lot, and then major red flag, which was right here. It's like Bo Peep, Ray Skywalker. You got Peach just taking charge. Stands up.
Like, I don't get offended
right
by
there.
Shit.
Like, right at that moment right there, when I saw that, I was thinking Bo Peep from Toy Story 4.
Are you saying this like vis-a-vis? Is that what you're doing right here? Because if so, nice. Breeze a Bree.
Ray Skywalker, and she seems to dominate the rest of the trailer.
Get it up!
And as you see right here, Peach is the one that has to save him. Literally, Peach has done nothing but be stoic and smart and powerful and commanding, and Mario is bumbling, stumbling
I love that
idiot.
Smart was one of the things he was upset about.
Yeah, a woman being smart.
God for fucking bid.
Yeah, like he's turned into such a cartoon of himself, man. Like you've seen the diversity.
Yeah,
clip,
well,
right?
I that was in one of my videos. Like the cut of it was in, yeah. By the way,
I've been saying that for like over a year now. That Jeremy just seems like his heart's not in it anymore. Yeah. Sorry.
I need to head out pretty quick here. If I don't think there's a whole lot left to this clip as far as I'm aware. But I
Nah.
gotta go help a coworker with something. But
Cool. Yeah, I was gonna, stick
I'm backing
around
out of a
and check my
debate.
email again real quick. See if I've gotten anything. Nothing in the email. Nothing on the Discord. Yep, same as it ever was. Cool. Yeah, I mean, the rest of it is a lot of this. Just like, I mean, it's a fun edit, but it's not necessary to really watch. Especially if you've seen all this. It just goes to show what they do. It's important, I think, to have stuff like this, and to see it, show it regularly. So if you watch, us regularly, and you've seen us show this kind of thing before, it's intentional because there's probably people that haven't seen it, and looking at them from a bird's eye view is something that is not good for them, right? Like, they want everybody to be stuck in today and what they're outraged about today or pretending to be outraged about right now. They don't want you to think about last week and their positions on this previous thing because it probably contradicts something that they're saying now. And then also just like the degree to which they have, just flooded fucking YouTube with this content, and to kind of wash their hands of it, or attempt to, and act like it doesn't have an effect, or that they're just some, fan YouTubers, guys. That's all, just regular people. It's bullshit.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't know if you got that from my perspective there, or from my perspective in general. I find it a little bit unfortunate, but it's too bad.
By the way, I think you're much better than No Bullshit. So you guys, sorry for this. For this fucking PDA that you saw happen here. But I do have a debate clip that we could watch where, like, me and Bob and Turf and DJ, we were all challenged to a 1-on-4 debate. I don't know if you've seen this.
I don't think I have now.
But yeah, this a critic of ours challenged us all. He said, "I'll take us all on." So here we go.
Little.com. Hi, I'm PP Little, the anti-woke warrior. And today I'm debating Dane of Actual Fandom.
Hey, PP, big fan.
I bet you are. And joining him today is Turf Nation.
Hey guys.
And fine.
Sorry, I have to go.
Is DJ showing up?
Sorry, PP. DJ couldn't make it.
Oh, thank fucking Christ. And finally, we have from Organized Chaos, Bob Chaos.
Hey, thanks for having me here.
Shut up, Bob.
Whoa, too far, PP.
Yeah, I'll take that from Dane and my boys and my whores, but not from you.
Oh, yeah? What now, Bob?
Okay.
Huzzah! You have fallen for my trap. You have accepted money, making you a grifter.
Objectively?
By definition.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, you guys are used to taking money, you shills. You fell for my trap. I laid it out perfectly.
Sure you did, PP. Are we going to debate or what?
Yes, of course. Now, I have a very simple question to ask you guys.
Sure you do.
What's wrong with being white? Would you be laughing if I asked what was wrong with being black?
Who said there was anything wrong with either?
You guys did.
When?
Well, when...
PP, we are white.
You sure as hell don't act like it.
And how should white people act?
Oh, like this.
Get out of here!
You see, like that.
All right. I won't hold you to watch the rest of that, but yeah.
Oh god, what was I saying? Yeah, I better head out pretty quick here.
Yeah.
The Twitter thing that's being mentioned in chat, that might be an after stream conversation because I just saw it, but
Uh-oh.
I don't know. Like, I legitimately have no idea what it's with respect to at this point.
Is it something like
something not good? I don't like. I have no clue what it's in reference to. But yeah, that's probably an after stream topic.
Okay.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, no. I better head out though. Got work to do.
Yeah. See you later, Kai. Thanks for being on. Whatnot.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Everybody subscribe to Edger Than Now. If you're not, that is in the description.
Yeah, definitely. But coming soon, hopefully.
Sorry, I'm trying to look this up now, but yeah, if you want to say anything else, like what you have coming up or anything else,
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Biggest thing is this. It's not available yet, but I'm forcing myself to get done. Last conversation that I had with beta readers and stuff was, very positive. Good character work is what I was told, for the most part. So like, I'm excited for that, and I just gotta hawk my shit. But otherwise, yeah, I appreciate people subscribing to my channel. I presume it's in the description and everything.
Yeah, word. Have a good one.
Yeah, you as well.
So I'm trying to look at this and see what the context is. It seems like I guess that Grayson has been accused of using bots for this thing. I mean, it's just not true. I'm confident in that. I mean, I don't have any evidence of that, but it seems like the kind of thing that they're going to say just as one of the many tactics they use to diminish any real any criticism. I don't know. There's sorry guys, I was just trying to make sure that like the way it was presented, I was like, oh no, did Grayson go on Twitter and start talking shit on us now? What? No. Oh, I see now. Yeah, okay. There we go. That is about me. Okay, yeah, Grayson, come the fuck on, man. Come the fuck on. You're falling for the bullshit, dude. I'm not sympathetic to that whatsoever. It is actually a fucking problem. This is not good. But it's just the same fucking desperate thing that they do. I don't know what to say about it, except that if you want to understand the way that they've contorted things to be an attack against me because my content is generally more effective against their content than they like it to be, because they see me as the leader of the initiative, and they've decided, to take the fucking desperate track of accusing me of this shit. This isn't a position I hold. I'm not sympathetic to that. Yeah. But like, I get it. If Grayson wants to just buy into that, that's kind of a foolish thing to just kind of run with that. But nonetheless, it is what it is, I suppose. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, it's stupid. So what it is I objectively have never fucking said anything like I am sympathetic to pedophilia. I am not. I actually have said quite the opposite. I've said that if someone were to tell me that this person over here is actually, hurt some little kid or whatever, and I knew that for a fact, I would have to restrain myself from hurting that person. Okay. What has been contorted by these fucking pieces of shit is that people who, it is a mental fucking illness, okay? It is something fucking wrong in these people's brains. And if we can fucking put them on medication before they harm anyone, and we can fucking get them treatment, whether that's blocking them up or whatever the fuck it is, so that they don't fucking harm any kids, because that is my goal, is to not have any children harmed, okay? And this is not even a controversial position outside of fucking YouTube chuds. That's the thing that I want Grayson to understand. This is, you can look this up, man. They. If anybody has offended by harming a child, they deserve to be locked the fuck up. I would say probably longer than they normally do get locked up for, right? If they haven't and they've expressed interest in it to their therapist or whatever, then there should be an intervention to prevent them from harming children. I don't understand how this fucking gets contorted into sympathy for pedophilia. Pedophilia is literally fucking preying on children. I am fucking against that. Okay. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Grayson is now realizing that, or I guess maybe hopefully will realize the desperate lengths these people will go to avoid any kind of criticism. And they're doing this to do exactly what you said. He said, oh, I won't be on it if Dane's involved. Okay. That's fucking stupid, man. You're falling for stupid shit. And I'm sorry if that's the way that you're choosing to go with it. If you think that these people are somehow, looking out for your interests, or they're looking out for even children's interests, because they're not. But whatever. Yep. Yeah. I mean, the way that we do it now is fucking disgusting. Because it is putting them on a list and just like expecting that to stop them from, and then it becomes the community's problem to have to fear, we need to get ahead of these problems. That's what the right wing fucks up on constantly. They want to handle everything in retrospect, including children being harmed. They want to let kids be harmed. That's what these people are saying. They want kids to be harmed, and then they're going to fucking deal with it. Then they want to get their righteous anger. Fucking, oh, the pedophile. No, man, we need to fucking identify these fuckers before they fucking do it. Simple. Yeah, he was just on the stream. Look, I'm not sitting here. I'm not trying to turn anybody against Grayson. I'm not trying to say that he's, it's a understandable fucking thing. Like, he's getting a lot of pressure from a lot of angles. He's getting a lot of people that are trying a lot of tactics. Okay. But those of you who watch my channel, our content, know I come from a position of preventing harm in everything, including this. I don't want it to happen. I don't want to retroactively deal with abusers and people who harm kids. I mean, yes, we do need to do that also. Sorry. Let me fucking make that clear before somebody turns that into something. We do need to fucking deal with them, the people who have offended, absolutely. But if you're not looking to prevent things from happening, then you're just kind of I guess you're just okay with it happening. Yeah. They will. If they get a chance, they'll say it about him too. If that's the implication, I think, right? I haven't really looked through what exactly has been said. It's some TikTok account or some shit, I think. I don't know. But yeah, if he were to be like, no, actually, I think Dane's got a good point or whatever. Well, guess what they say about him now? No, he's not. Look, I talked to Grayson yesterday for a little while, off stream, and he's a good dude. I don't believe that he's got I just think that this is a mistake to buy into based off of whatever some randos have said. If he wanted to talk about this, if you wanted to ask me about it, he's welcome to. Okay. Anyways, you guys, appreciate you. Yeah, I love how Kai was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. So for anybody that isn't aware, this whole thing was yeah, fun note. I'm so glad that I stayed on. Fuck, man. This is what you get for fucking helping people, dude. Like legitimately. I really hope that Grayson comes to, to realize what's going on here. But this is literally the kind of shit you get for trying to do the right thing. I don't fucking have money coming into my YouTube channel. I get some on Patreon a little bit. Other than that, I do this. The reason that I wanted to have Grayson on, that we pushed to have Grayson on, asked him on, is because we wanted to give him a platform to push back. Because, everything that was said. And then these fucking people try this fucking fire hose tactic of like, just try every tactic possible to diminish Grayson and what he's saying, to deny any, ignore any criticism, to diminish him, to say it's bots, to say it's he's mentally ill or whatever the fuck. All this bullshit didn't take, but this is the one that will get, and I've said this before, this is why they go to it. Eventually they're going to go to it with just about anything. Call somebody a predator or imply that they are okay with whatever the fuck they're saying. It makes people pause. It makes people go, wait a second, I don't want to be associated with that. And that's exactly what he did. And this is the kind of shit that makes me, honestly, just fucking. Yeah. Anyway. Maybe I just need to fucking quit this shit, Ian. You know what I mean? Like, maybe I just need to fucking quit this content. I don't know. There's very little reward in this. The reward that I look for is, and look, Matt Jarbo, my mental health is doing fine, man. Like, it's just when this shit comes up that really fucking pisses me off. It's not my mental health that's the problem. It's the fact that there's not a whole lot of reward generally, right? I mean, Matt Jarbo knows, he was there whenever fucking Nerdette's newsstand and fucking whatever the other chick's name was that started saying this shit in the first place, that started fucking twisting, things that I'd said into something opposite from what I'd said. Fuck all these people, man. Fuck them all. I mean, look, the fact is, man, I could quit right now and I'd be pretty fucking satisfied with what I've done. I think that we've had an effect. I think that just since the initiative have come together, we've seen, as the kids say, a vibe shift in terms of like how many people are willing to speak out against this shit. We've seen all of the YouTube channels, all the chuds have lost influence and lost views and lost, everything has gone down except for two guys, Critical Drinker and Rhetoric. They've continued to rise while everybody around them have fucking stagnated or just straight up started to suffer. I'm not saying that we are responsible for that, in isolation. That's not what I'm saying. But I think we've been part of contributing toward an environment on YouTube that tells people that it's okay and it's good to push back against this stuff. Because one of the main things that we did was we started pushing back immediately against the idea that, like, a lot of people held the position that if you just don't talk about them, they'll go away. And that was very clearly not the case. Not talking about it it's good for them. They need to be talked about. But yeah, I could be done right now and I'd be fine. But of course I'm not going to fucking quit this shit, dude. Of course I'm not. If I'm getting to them like this, if they're holding on to this little thread of a thing that they can twist around and throw at me whenever they're fucking desperate, it's actually good. That's a compliment. So yeah. Look, man, I did try to tell them not to react to every fucking thing that they say, because like they want an emotional reaction from him. They want to make him, like, he was on here talking about, like, last night he said, that he was thinking about like burning his comic book that has Ethan Van Sciver on stream. And I was like, don't do that, dude. Don't fucking do that. That's not something you want to do, man. That would Ethan Van Sciver would like clip that and include it in his goddamn intros and like play it as a meme all the time. You would think it's hilarious. You don't want to do that. He doesn't have an understanding of how these people operate, and that's understandable. You know, I've been paying attention to it for 5 years, so. Anyways, you guys like and subscribe. And, you know, and actually, by the way, children being harmed is a really bad thing, to the point that we should get ahead of it. Okay, that's my position. Oh shit, happy birthday, Gray. Happy fucking birthday. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Not your birthday, but this shit. 1 second here. Try to find a thing. Oh yeah, okay. Look for I think I should have that have a new video out tonight, maybe. If not, it'll be out in the morning. Okay. But other than that, here's this.
We've done it. Done many different videos talking about the concept of tokenization. I figured I'd do a dedicated video explaining what exactly it is and the issues that stem from it. Instead of going back and forth with some brainlet in the comment section, just send them this video and call it a day. There wasn't even a Webster's Dictionary entry for tokenism when I first started using it in videos. I do not care what you personally think that it is or that you think I should use a different term. Not important. So let me define tokenism first and foremost in this context.
Wow, what a postmodernist. Words don't matter? Crazy.
Tokenism is the gender, race, or sexuality change of a pre-established character. We call this tokenism because it's usually only done one direction and it's purposeful and with intent. Once that tokenism occurs, we call that manifestation a tokenization, and it doesn't matter if there's a supposed mantle at play. There's
Oh, okay. So all right, okay, it makes sense. Okay. Now it all makes sense. My original definition of what his definition of tokenism is correct. It's just when a character is now different and he doesn't like it and he wants to devalue the opinion of people who he doesn't like because they like a thing that he doesn't. All right, good to know. We've done it. Based and epic build. So this, and I think, I don't know, I just think this is really funny. Pick a word, make up a definition for it that nobody else uses, then get mad when other people try to correct you on the word, then say the word doesn't matter, but then call them dumb for not agreeing with your definition of the word because that's how you use the word, I guess.
To shed screens.
Disney brought him back. They're going to make him do this till he's 90.
Turn that off.
Take it off.
Surprise, you fuckers.
It makes no damn sense. Compels me though.
Where am I? Like, what is this? What am I doing?
What's